Good afternoon, everybody. I am the Uncanny Omar. You are watching Near Mint Condition, the home of collected editions. Welcome to one of my favorite times of the year where we kick off yet another poll. This is the Tigereyes 14th anniversary poll, 2026 edition, Most Wanted Marvel Omnibus. If this is your first time voting, please raise your hand or say something because it is very important. I am not alone, though. I have gathered a group of wonderful people that have been playing a big part in this behind the scenes for years. To my right is, people are excited that Crisis is back. Looking fabulous. How are you, Crisis?
I am well. I'm so happy to be back online and on Near Mint Condition as Crisis with a K. You might know me because of my website, crushingcrisis.com, where I have guides to the vast majority of the Marvel Universe. And of course, you just can't seem to get rid of me on this channel. I'm so happy to be back after my break on air and with some of my favorite people to talk comics with. And it's crazy. 14 years. We've been doing this a teenager plus one, and we're going to do it all over again. And it's my favorite time of the year.
It is older. No, it is older than my youngest daughter. That's crazy by a year. And right below me is the man that started it all, Tigereyes himself, from a mysterious location somewhere in some hidden bunker. He only plays for the internet this week just so he can join us and for the result polls. And we won't say where you are, Tigereyes. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for having me again.
Absolutely. And to his right is Taylor Talks Comics.
Yes, thank you. I'm stoked. I love Omnibus election season. It's one of my favorite times of year. I love that to be on the stream with you guys.
Same. And I forgot I asked people if this is first time voting, and I did not get to the answers. I will here in a second. Really quick though, yes, rest in peace to a phenomenal artist, a pioneer. Sam Keith, one of my personal favorites, a truly unique voice in comics. We lost him March 15th. And I think a lot of us found out yesterday because his family finally let people know. He was amazing. When everybody wanted to be Jim Lee, Rob Liefeld, he was like, screw it, I'm going to do my own thing. And he did.
He's a true singular talent for sure.
Yeah. I have been a big fan of his, and you've been wondering why he hasn't done anything since Batman Max, it's because he's been sick, unfortunately, and passed away on March 15th. So, Crisis, what am I doing? What are we doing?
What are you doing? So look, let me give the brief explanation, whether you're new to this and you've just clicked into it or you've been doing this with us for 14 years. So our friend here in the bottom corner across from me, Tigereyes, one day long ago on the Marvel Masterworks fan site forum, posted a post and said, what are your most wanted omnibuses? And everybody just wrote into his email, and we had the first ever Tigereyes secret ballot. And it was secret. You were not allowed to tell your votes until after it was closed. From that first year, Tigereyes kept going on the Marvel Masterworks boards for a decade. And then it eventually graduated to the wider internet because people were catching wind that it was happening every year, and it became a holiday for all Marvel Omnibus fans. Eventually, it got so big that it came here to Near Mint Condition, so it would be easily available to everybody on the web. I've been part of the team for the past couple of years because you can't just do write-in votes when you have thousands and thousands of people voting, and they're all trying to describe the X-Men book that they want the most. So now our team of mapping Minties from the Near Mint Condition community, which includes these fine folks and many other volunteers who I'll get to name in a little bit, all come together. We vet Marvel's entire publishing history to make sure every issue and every series, including licensed stuff, including the Golden Age, including everything, is represented on this poll so that when you load it up at the end of the stream, you will get to choose literally from every Marvel book that has not been omnibused to pick your top 10 most wanted Marvel omnibuses. And every year, Omar, what happens when the poll ends and we have our top votes? What do you do with them?
I send them over to Marvel Comics, and they can do whatever they want to with that information. In the past, they've looked at it and have made omnis out of them. So we will be doing, before people ask, the same for DC Comics, which will be right around the corner. It'll be here before you know it. But we are here to do the Marvel Most Wanted Omnibus poll. It's a lot of fun.
And a few important notes. We will go over what was printed from last year at the beginning of this wonderful presentation that Taylor helped put together. We also, you cannot vote yet. You cannot vote yet. You cannot vote yet. If you're watching this live, we're going to go through all of the titles that will be on the poll so you can get hype and find the things you might have missed thinking about. And then at the end, much like the rush into the store on the morning of Black Friday, Omar will open the poll. We will say it loud and clear. It will appear in the description of the video and in the comments of the video, and you can go and vote at that time. So we're still in the path to the prelude to the Omnibus Massacre as we have this stream.
Okay, just for people that are coming in, I have I'm gonna pin a comment, my message. There we go. Voting is not open yet. Not open. Not yet. Anything else before we get started? I'm trying to think if we need to thank anybody. Oh, no, we're going to thank people here in a little bit. Yeah, Tigereyes, this got out of hand when you got me involved, and I apologize for that. I remember the amount of stress that it would cost you to read each and every one of those emails, and you were like, we got to do this a better way because I can't read any more emails.
And keep up.
So
just for that 1 year, though, and now we've made the process a little bit easier for him. So
yeah, but both
it all worked out.
Quadrupled at that point. At this point,
yeah, it's gotten kind of out of hand, kind of crazy, but I love it. Let me get a couple super chats, and then we can get started with the slideshow, and we will let people know when to vote. Oh, thanks, Paul. What my votes to do well, especially Spider Girl, but no matter the results, lots to be grateful for. Like seeing Crisis again. Look at people are happy to see you. People are wondering how your recovery is doing as well.
I'm here. I'm on the internet. You can see my face. Typing. I'm not going to be quite as quick as a typer as I usually am, but I'm past the first few weeks of post-surgery. Omar, I know, has shared with folks on the channel that I had surgery to fix that injury that I had back in November. So functional. Let's say I'm functional.
And here's one from the tree formerly known as Mike. Thanks for all you do, folks. We appreciate you, and I appreciate you all that are here today live. I thought you were going to paint while we were on the air. You were going to paint your little Marvel United figures. Need more Spider-Man, Samantha. Really? More Spider-Man?
Samantha always needs more Spider-Man. She's on a quest to read all Spider-Man ever.
Oh my gosh, God bless her. Would you describe the panel as the best of the best or as the ragtag bunch of misfits? I don't know. How would you describe the panel? Crisis, how would you describe them?
I don't know. What was the tagline of the New Warriors? How did they describe them, Omar? Did they have a tagline?
Names? No, wait, that's the Guardians of the Galaxy. You Warriors forever, baby. Let's see here. Hey, Omar, we will get that DD Chichester top vote. Oh, I hope so. Excited to see the stats from last year. Personally hoping for Miles, Spidey, Bisigler, and Ultimate 6160 stuff. I do share the complete list because how many are there, Crisis?
This year there are a little bit over 600 options on the list. So we only share ultimately about the top 10% of that when we do the results on air, when we do the top 60. People always ask, why 60? Because that's how Tigereyes did it.
You can blame Tigereyes. You can blame Tigereyes.
We're all about tradition here, and so if Tigereyes did it that way, then we do it that way.
Okay, now let me share my screen so we can go ahead and get started and remind people to please hit that like button. Okay, there we go. Crisis, take it away. What are we doing here?
Whew, okay, let's dig in. So first, actually, if you want to go forward, we're just going to look at the results of what we did last year, just so you can have a sense of what placed well last year and also what got printed from that. So Omar, why don't you cruise on forward to the next slide? And it is 2025 results, not 2024 results. We're not going
strike one. Who am I
back
throwing
to the
strikes
past?
at now? Curtis? Curtis?
Yeah, it was Curtis.
Curtis isn't even here and he's catching strays already, but it was Curtis's fault. Okay.
Yeah, I asked him to do one slide, and that's the only slide he was responsible for.
So take your screenshots if you want to. This is the top 60. We did count them down book by book here on Near Mint Condition last year. You can hear all of our thoughts on what they are and everything they would contain. But the ones that are bold are the ones that got printed. And Omar, let's make that a little easier for people to see. Just go one more slide forward. Now you can see all of the ones that got printed, and it was exactly a third of the top 60. Now, is that correlation or causation, right? Did we just guess the 20 of the books that Marvel are going to be printing last year? Did they see the list and sneak a couple of these in here? We don't know, but year by year, the Tigereyes Poll tends to be a pretty solid predictor of about 20 out of Marvel's slate of books in each next year, and that 20 tends to be from the top 60. But as you can see, we only got 3 of the top 10. We didn't get our number 1. We didn't get anything from 10 to 20. So there is still a lot of existing popular books to go through. And then also there's going to be churn. There's going to be 20 new books that weren't in the top 60 before that you will be voting on that will be our top part of our top 60 most wanted Marvel omnibuses. You'll see there's a lot of X-Men here. There's a fair amount of Spider-Man, but we will break down the data at the end, and you will find that X-Men and Spider-Man not quite as dominant as in the results as you might think. There's just kind of, you see the X's all over the place, and you think it's all X-Men, but there's a lot of other books, sometimes very niche books, that wind up in the top as well.
Okay. Let me know if you want me.
Yeah, you can move ahead.
This next slide.
So look, we've broken this up into lines. The lines have nothing to do with the poll. The thing that we say every year is the poll is a titles poll. You're voting for titles. However we mapped it really has nothing to do with the title that you're voting for, because that's the book that you're pretty sure has the stuff in it that you want. We've broken them into lines for the purpose of this talk, just so we don't do 600 all in a row and you can't keep track. But on the poll, it is literally just a list of 600 plus titles that you're scrolling down in a drop down. We're just trying to give it some shape and help you build your shopping list. Think of it as the difference between going into the supermarket and cruising down aisle by aisle versus going to the supermarket website and just blindly searching for the orange juice that you're looking for. Before we get started, I do want to thank the mapping Minties who have been so great in supporting and helping all of this work happen. Brand XK, who is one of our mappers in chief, Captain O'Kona, James Abel, who actually pitched his Cerebro helmet into the mix this year, JM21, number 1 Animaniac, who you all know as DBZ All-Star, Taylor Talks Comics contributed, and we had a new totally incredible mapper this year who is, I don't know if I can say his name correctly, Fashjack. Fashjack. Oh gosh, I should have asked you how to say it, but it's Fajfejk, and he did a phenomenal job. He is definitely one of us, and I'm so happy that we had him along for the mapping. All right, let's talk about anthologies. Anthologies doesn't necessarily just mean anthology titles. It kind of means omnibuses of things that are all over the map. They're not necessarily just one character or just one line. So let's take a look at the books that we classified as anthologies. So I'll run through it quick, and then we'll have everybody talk about like what they love and might want off of this. So Golden Age Marvel Comics, of course, like Golden Age, we have volume 1 and 2. Those are the original comics from the late 1930s, early 1940s. Golden Age Marvel Heroes, which could draw together all the heroes that are outside of that ongoing. Crazy Comics, which is a new one in the poll this year. The comedy animals of timely comics like Ziggy Pig, Silly Seal, and etc. We've never had them in omnibus. Atlas Era Heroes, which is that Atlas Era Masterworks era from the 1950s when there was a little bit of Namor, a little bit of Cap, although it wasn't Steve Rogers in retrospect. That could be all collected into an omnibus. Also, all of those horror anthologies that became superhero anthologies later, Journey into Mystery, Strange Tales, Tales of Suspense, Tales of Astonish. We have some of the later works from those in omnibus, but the early issues of them are not. We could have one omnibus for that. Yeah, would it be nice to have a separate book for each one? Sure, but we don't. We found that on the poll, sometimes that splinters people all across lots of different votes, so we group them together. Atlas Era Jungle Adventures, Not Brand X, and What the together in a parody book. Vampire Tales magazine, some of which have been collected but never comprehensively all in one place with the editorial features. Marvel Preview and Bizarre Adventures magazine, Unknown Worlds of Science Fiction Omnibus, which is another magazine, and the Marvel graphic novels from the 1980s. Of course, Marvel doesn't have the rights to print all of them, but it would be cool to see them all together in one book. And now that we've got those Marvel fanfare omnibuses, it seems like something that could really happen. And then from 1985 to present day, Marvel Saga, which is all of those recaps of the Marvel Universe. Marvel Star Comics, which were the kid comics like Planet Terry, Misty, Royal Roy. Marvel Comics Presents, which of course is the anthology. We need 6 or 7 books to get through all of it. Marvel The Holiday Specials, yes, that includes Swimsuit. The Marvels Omnibus, which is like the original Kurt Busiek and Alex Ross Marvel series, and then all of the street level series that comes after that. Tales of the Marvels, Code of Honor, Eye of the Camera, M-Tech, X-51, and Deathlock, and Warlock, which are all the M-Tech series that spawned out of an X-Men crossover in the late 90s. Marvel Pets Unleashed, we've had so many pet series over the years. Pet Avengers, Marvel Unleashed, all the digital Infinity books. Marvel Season 1, all those original graphic novels from 2012 and 2013, Marvel Grand Design, we could get Hulk and Fantastic Four in the same book. They've never been an omnibus. A Marvel Voices anthology of all the Marvel Voices and Women of Marvel specials in Infinity Comics. And finally, Marvel Black, White, and Blood, all of the Marvel Universe Black, White, and Blood minis we've had over the past 5 years. Taylor, anything in here? I know you like your weird old stuff. Is there anything on either of these two slides that you would be very excited to vote for?
Yeah, well, this slide that we're on right now, Voices, the Grand Design one, I'm fine with the Treasury edition of that. I do have the X-Men one, so that's fine. But I do love this series a lot. Is this Marvel Comics Presents? Is that not on here? Oh, there it is. I was going to say, I thought I saw it. Marvel Comics Presents is like one of my most wanted omnibuses. I love the Fanfare omnibus. I have volumes 1 and 2 of that. I can't wait for 3 to come out. And I've been buying those to support the line, but the one I really want is Marvel Comics Presents. There's so many great artists that ran through there, especially like the Weapon X with Barry Windsor-Smith, but also the aforementioned Sam Keith, kind of like made his name after, I think it was after Sandman? Yeah, it was after Sandman, but made his name on like Wolverine stories there. And then the previous one, yes, I do love Golden Age stuff. If you can flip back, Omar. The funny animal comics I do have like a fascination with, because that was like very, very popular during that era. Golden Age comics, it was like funny animal comics were one of the most popular things. Guys like R. Crumb and those underground comics guys, they didn't read superhero comics back then. They read funny animal comics and Mad Magazine. And that's what kind of inspired their art style, and especially influenced by Karl Barks and whatnot. But so I'd be interested to read those. And even Fantagraphics hasn't reprinted those in their Atlas line. And I think that's it. I think those are the two probably glaring ones to me, are the Funny Animal Comics and Marvel Comics Presents.
Tigereyes, any major favorites in here?
I wouldn't mind Marvel graphic novel. But the other one that kind of stands out to me, just because I like horror stuff, is the Vampire Tales.
Yes. I love my Vampire BS, and I've loved all the stories I've read from Vampire Tales. I would love a omnibus in the style of the Deadly Hands of Kung Fu omnibus that's just full issues, all of the ads, all of the features, all of the fiction prose stories. I would buy that in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for that black and white magazine era of comics, in any form. Rampaging Hulk, which we'll get to eventually, is my number one omnibus, most wanted. But like the Deadly Hands of Kung Fu omnibuses, those are fantastic. I love the eerie and creepy collections. Like any sort of black and white magazine from that era, I'm definitely down for.
All right, and then Omar, anything in these two slides you are excited for before we move on?
I don't see enough X-Men. No, I'm kidding.
Right.
No, I'm with Taylor. I really think the Marvel Comics Presents Omni would be awesome, especially the way that they did the Black Panther omnibus. They put the letter pages in there, which those have never been collected in any collection, any Omni. I would love to see that. I know there were Wolverine-centric Marvel Comics Presents trades, but no, I want the whole thing. I want the whole experience. I don't know. I don't know if other people would like that though, because the experience is like you're getting the issues monthly, and it's an anthology series, kind of like what they did with Marvel Fanfare. I don't know if people want their stories collected like that. I know there were people divisive about the Batman Elseworld omnibus because Red Rain and Bloodstorm were not back to back because they published them, or they put them in publishing order, and people were like, what? That's so stupid. The sequel needs to be with the original. So I don't know how people would feel about that, but I think it'd be pretty cool.
I hope they do exactly like they did Marvel Fanfare. I want it to feel like they bound the comics in there in whole. And I think that's I think that's the context of the reading experience of those anthologies, is like reading them as they came out and reading the stories as they go on, like reading those few stories on issue and then moving on to the next one. I would hate it if they put all one story arc together and like kind of cut and paste it. I would not like that.
Yeah, I don't think, I mean, people that have been living in collected editions times haven't experienced what it was to read Barry Windsor-Smith 8 pages at a time and then move on to a Black Panther story and then move on to a Dazzler story. Like I said, I don't know if it would work, especially, with people these days, but Marvel Fanfare seems to have done okay.
That's what I was going to ask, if you have any indication on how the Fanfare omnibus have done.
It did well enough to do all 3 of them. And also, I think I might be the only person that may, if I don't have 10 choices, may vote for MTech. Just because X51 needs to be collected somewhere. Hey, that was a cool idea, Joe Quesada. Those guys were rocking back then in those 2 years of 90. There was even an X-Men issue in there. Anyway, let's move on. We got a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
Avengers.
All right, let's talk about Avengers.
Yes,
so
man.
I'm just going to run it through, and Omar's an expert in this. He just did a reading order on it. So there's actually relatively few gaps here. Avengers Volume 7 is the next volume that we need in the classic series. Coincidentally, Roger Stern would be Volume 8. Now, this has an important note from all of us, including Poll Master BFF Nut. We are no longer doing mapping ahead on this poll. We used to map every possible book there could be. So if like a book was on volume 3 and we could kind of sort of figure out what would be in 4, 5, 6, 7, we'd put them all in the poll. We discovered over years that there's basically dwindling returns on that, and people are wasting votes because they're like a big Avengers fan on Avengers, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, when we could be like boosting up a lot of other interesting books. And Marvel generally will not print things out of order. However, we know they sometimes will print things out of order, especially X-Men Blue and Gold. And also we got Captain America Mark Grunwald several volumes ahead of where the Captain America line was at that point. So if something has a big creator attached to it and it could stand on its own, marketed on its own without the preceding volume, it's still in the poll. So that's why you see Avengers Volume 7 and then Avengers by Roger Stern, which effectively would be Volume 8. Then we could have a Squirrel Girl in the Great Lakes Avengers book that would have all of the old Great Lakes Avengers appearances, Squirrel Girl's first appearance in Marvel Superheroes, all the way through modern, basically a Squirrel Girl omnibus prelude. We could have West Coast Avengers Volume 3. Don't ask me what should be in it. It's up to you. It's choose your own adventure. Should it follow the John Byrne book or should it not follow John Byrne book? I don't know. That's up to you. Avengers Operation Galactic Storm, which really is the Road to the Gathering, because Galactic Storm is just one epic collection. So we'd start from where the John Byrne book ended and go all the way to the end of Operation Galactic Storm. Of course, one of my favorite titles, Force Works, which is what West Coast Avengers became, a team led by Iron Man. I love Force Works.
Yes.
Road to Onslaught, as we say here on the Antipodes, Marvel sort of made it a dog's dinner of trying to get from the end of the Gathering to Onslaught, and so it kind of skips around a little bit. This book would fill all of those gaps. Avengers Disassembled, which could have all the Disassembled tie-in arcs from all the other Avengers series, even though Disassembled itself is already collected in the Bendis book. Mighty Avengers by Bendis, Slott and Gage has never been all in one book. The Initiative by Slott and Gage, never all in one book. Dark Avengers, never all in one book. That's an oversized hardcover. The original oversized hardcover did not have Utopia, Exodus, and Siege in it. Avengers Academy by Christos Gage, a great 40-issue series. Secret Avengers by Brubaker, Spencer, and Ellis, and Remender, which was another great about 40-issue series that had some really cool stuff in it. And then I can't see what's underneath. Paul McGrew through 932. Avengers The Heroic Age by Brian Bendis. Now we got New Avengers Volume 3, which is the New Avengers half of the Heroic Age, but we don't have the Bendis written other half of it, which is just Avengers No New, which was like the team that dealt with bigger stuff, and it was the reassembled trinity of Cap, Iron Man, and Thor. Before we go any further, Omar, you're a big Avengers fan. What is your number one on here?
Oh, you already know. The hard part is, do I vote for Roger Stern? Because we really just need one more Omni to get there. We need Volume 7. Volume 8 would become the Roger Stern Omni, and then I could get my letter pages. But am I willing to wait 6 years probably to get it? Or do I want it sometime in 2027, 2028? I can't believe I'm saying that. That's the hard part when it comes to this. Tigereyes, Crisis, and I have been there from the beginning. We know that these classic Omnis used to take sometimes 7 to 8 years in between volumes. Now it seems 3 years is the, I think, usual waiting time, right? Tigereyes? Is that right? Like for the classic stuff?
Yeah.
Like Avengers 4, 5, 6, Fantastic Four. So here's hoping. Yeah, I don't know. It's so tough. There won't be a link in the description. Look above. I said there's no voting yet.
Not yet.
We got to go through this first. And also, this isn't a mapping show. Peter, I love that somebody quoted you already, Crisis. Like,
well, it's hard to separate, right? Because we're all big fans of these books. We got them on our shelves. And so when somebody says something like Avengers West Coast Volume 3, we can't help but be like, well, do you mean it's going to follow Byrne or not? Because that was not Volume 3. It was just Avengers by Byrne, but it had anyway. But so we try to just present the titles that let you know what you'd vote for no matter what. It kind of is a container for all of your hopes and dreams. And you'll see that a few times on the poll where we didn't get super specific on some things because it's meant to stand in for any way that you want to map it. We don't work for Marvel's collection department. I'm still waiting to hear if my petition to drop the restraining order has gone through. So until it does, I have no actual influence on how the books are mapped.
I will add that the Operation Galactic Storm, I have been pushing for that book for years. When I got to announce The Gathering, I actually emailed David going, oh, wouldn't it be cool if we get an Operation Galactic Storm leading into this? That would be cool, right? And he said, it depended on the sales of The Gathering. So unfortunately, I guess it didn't sell that well back then. But here's hoping. Are we ready for the next slide? Or is this all? This isn't all. Yeah, it is all Avengers, isn't it?
Well, we have to go on from 2010.
Oh, do we? Okay. That's right. More Avengers. Let's do it.
All right. Now this, I'm going to maybe talk like 0.1 slower. So we have Avengers Assemble by Bendis and DeConnick. That's one. Vote for it if you want it. There is a chance that those could be broken up into other books, but if you want to see it all together, vote for it. Avengers Arena and Undercover by Dennis Hopeless, which is where all the young characters went, sometimes to their doom in the wake of Avengers Academy. Then we have Avengers World, which could be a Jonathan Hickman companion, and not only of Avengers World, but a lot of other stuff that happened during the Jonathan Hickman run that's never been an omnibus before, like A+X. Secret Avengers by Nick Spencer and Alice Cott. I major F with that. It's one of my favorite Marvel Now series. It's like all of the Avengers as secret James Bonds. Avengers by Al Ewing kind of starts here because he wrote Mighty Avengers in this period. Avengers by Mark Waid. Now we're into All New All Different Marvel. That's the All New All Different Avengers team. Avengers Uncanny Avengers by Duggan and Zub, which is the All New All Different version, although we did abandon 5 issues for Vendor. Yes. Maybe if you want to think that, you could shove them in there. That's up to you. We're not dictating that. Avengers by Jason Aaron. We'd of course need 2 omnibuses, but we can't map ahead, so there's volume 1. Avengers Conan and the Savage Avengers, because even though we already have No Road Home in the No Surrender, No Road Home omnibus, there's a lot of other modern day Conan stuff that's not an omnibus. Serpent Word, Serpent Crown, and the final 2022 10-issue series of Savage Avengers. Avengers United by Derek Landy et al. He had 2 miniseries, but then Derek Landy, maybe you don't know because you don't have Marvel Unlimited, wrote a whole digital series of Avengers online, actually 2. So that could all be into that book. Avengers by Jed McKay, of course, a huge blockbuster run. I've been saying the Avengers as the JLA, that just wrapped up, like I think last month. Iron Man and the West Coast Avengers, because after Jerry Duggan's run on Iron Man 2022, which is really sort of an X book, then he comes and does a 10-issue run of West Coast Avengers that is really an extension of that and wouldn't make any sense if you present them separately. And finally, one of my favorite books on the poll, the GLAAD award-winning Avengers Academy Marvel's Voices by Anthony Oliveira, a totally charming 60-issue weekly digital comic run. And these were digital comics that were just as much scope and length as real print comics. And it's just an absolutely charming, absolutely queer book. Taylor, what Avengers books from the last slide and from this one are you potentially excited to vote for?
Not many, to be honest. I'm not the biggest Avengers fan. I will say that I don't read a lot of modern, I don't keep up with a lot of modern Big 2 comics. But I will buy a good collection if it gets a lot of hype. And I am curious about the Jason Aaron and the Jed McKay runs. The Jason Aaron run, I know it had like people either loved or hated it when it was happening, but I always heard it would probably read better collected. So I am curious by that. And then Jed McKay has just been a modern writer that I've been curious about his stuff. But none of them that are like probably going to make my list or that I'll be running out to buy day one or anything like that.
And then Tigereyes, what about you from the older pre-Heroic Age Avengers or from this slide? Any Avengers that are your favorites?
I enjoyed Avengers Initiative, so I'd probably go for that one eventually. And then also, I guess, the younger kids, Avengers Arena and Undercover. I like that series as well.
Yeah, that was great. I really like that era too.
Omar, anything you are most hyped for here?
I don't know how in the world we don't have an Al Ewing Avengers collection. Right. I hope after Bendis is done, they're done collecting the Bendis stuff, we get all of Mighty, New, US, and yes, the Wasp. Oh man, that stuff was so good. And it needs to come back to print. And I would love it in an Omni format. I know we just had the No Way Home, No Surrender, but that was just a small taste of Al Ewing's phenomenal run. We also need his Ultimates in there too.
So that was a lengthy debate amongst your friendly mapping Minties this
Nobody tagged
year.
Me.
If you think Ultimate should be in this book, then you're voting for it with Ultimates in it. However, we're going to talk about Ultimates on its own a little bit later in the lists. But if you want to assume that Ultimates is one of his Avengers books, you're welcome to, and we cannot stop.
I am.
Okay.
I am. Okay. What about you? Crisis, no one's asked you. What are you?
Force Works.
Oh, you
Force
said
Works. Oh, Force Works. Force Works.
Okay. Wow.
I love it. I love the art. It's just so like weird and crunchy and like overlined and in a way that like not a lot of Marvel books actually looked like. It almost at points like looked like some like weird like indie comic, but then it was like the biggest Avengers trying to do their X-Force thing as the Avengers. It's just such a weird book, tonally very strange, and I love that stuff.
Tom Tini was in a financial crisis, I think, last year, and I shared it on our Saturday live stream. He had a GoFundMe. He was selling a lot of his original art and stuff.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
I hope you got the sporting goods, and I wish I had seen it.
Well, you were having your own crisis at the time with your surgery and all that. Okay, Captain America, let's do it.
All right. Well, first we have some unfinished business in the Golden Age. Captain America has 2 Golden Age omnibuses that capture what's already been Marvel Masterwork, but there are another 50 plus issues that have not. These issues are super sized, so they would not be a ton of issues per omnibus, and Marvel hasn't necessarily restored them all before, but we see DC doing this all the time. DC, Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman. Heck, don't we even have a Green Arrow Golden Age omnibus? So Marvel, it's Captain America, and the great thing is his World War II adventures are actually canonical. What do we have to do to get this book if DC can print dozens of Golden Age books? Maybe we have to vote for it. I don't know. Then we have that Atlas Era Heroes book that you saw before. That has Cap's 1950 stuff, which of course is not Steve Rogers' Cap. It is a replacement Cap. Then we have Falcon, Sam Wilson, the early years. A lot of the stuff would be double dipped out of Captain America, but some of it wouldn't. He had his own miniseries. He had Avengers Spotlight stuff. He had stuff in Marvel Comics Presents. This would basically collect all of his major stories, and that we have mapped explicitly. Then we rejoin the numbered Captain America Classic line with Captain America Volume 6. That would Volume 5, which is out this year. And then the next volume after Volume 6 is, surprise, Grunwald Volume 1, which we already have. So that would get us a complete run of Captain America 1968 series all the way into the 90s. Amazing. Then there's Nomad Jack Monroe, who had his own series that many of us remember well from the 90s. We have Captain America by Mark Grunwald Volume 4. They've been on a yearly pace with that. Will we get the final one in 2027? We don't know. Your vote could give them a reminder. Then there's another Nomad Girl Without a World, which is by Sean McKeever. She was originally introduced spinning out of the original Heroes Reborn after they went into their Pocket universe, but then Sean McKeever kept using her and using her in the future. We saw her getting Young Allies and Onslaught Reborn. We could get her all in one book. And then finally, for this first half of Cap, there's 2 slides, Captain America Marvel Knight. There's this stuff that fits between the Heroes Return stuff and then the Brubaker stuff, which includes a series, a lot of covers by John Cassaday. It includes the Truth miniseries and Cap and Falcon by Christopher Priest.
Yes.
And anything on yours that any of the 3 of you are crazy excited for?
Well, it's crazy that we have had modern Captain America collected so well that if you look at this, like, we hardly have anything in there since the return of Mark Waid, because after Waid comes Jurgens, and then after Jurgens ends up leading the book, we have that huge run by Brubaker, then Rick Remender, Nick Spencer, Mark Waid coming back, Ta-Nehisi Coates. That's nuts, like how well it's been collected. And thank you for adding Nomad by Fabian Nicieza in there. Also with Nomad, the girl. I forgot about that character.
Nomad the Girl. That's what the omnibus will be called.
It's called Nomad Girl Without a World.
Nomad the Girl edition.
I forgot about one. She was the character created by Rob Liefeld, right? Like in Jeff Loeb.
Technically, yes.
What do you mean technically? Yes.
Yeah, what do you mean technically?
Technically.
Well, he didn't really. Anyway.
I take that up with Liefeld. I'm sure he'll go on and
Please
on.
Don't bring the wrath of Liefeld to this channel.
Nobody send him the link to this chat. There is an all Liefeld book.
He'll send you magazine articles, and he'll be like, "History is your friend. Look at this."
Taylor, stop it! Stop summoning Rob. I like his art. Leave him alone.
Taylor, what do we have to do to get Golden Age Cap Volume 3? Like, it seems, looking at my DC shelf as it grows and I get more interested in Golden Age DC, it seems insane to me that Marvel can't figure out how to market it.
I agree with you, and I don't know what the restoration process is like for DC, but I got to assume that that's a thing that Marvel's weighed, like the amount of time and money for restoration versus how many we will sell kind of thing. I've got to assume that that's the only reason why. I do love like the Jack Kirby era, the Golden Age Captain America stuff, and then like the subsequent John Romita Sr. stuff that followed is really good. But what would be in Volume 3 I've never even seen before. I know there is a period where Captain America becomes like almost like a horror host of like Marvel, because superheroes were kind of like going by the wayside at that point in time. So I don't know if that would be part of this as well. But the one I'm most excited about would be Volume 6. I love Captain America Volumes 1 through 4. Excited for 5 to come out later this year. And 6, I'd love to read the DeMatteis stuff.
Yeah, and I actually didn't really know the Dana Test stuff that well. And actually, Anthony Oliveira references it a lot in the Avengers Academy book that we were talking about in the last slide. So I went back and I cracked open my epics and I was like, oh, hell. Sometimes I just don't know other heroes in the kind of mid 80s as well as everybody else does, because that's my X-Men period. And finally I went back and I'm like, okay, this is why everybody loves this book. It's actually absolutely fantastic, Cap.
Oh, look at this wonderful message. My introduction to the world of Marvel and DC might never have happened because it was overwhelming at first. Thank you, and warm regards from Austria. Thank you. I hope we're making it easier. If you have a hard time understanding what Crisis is saying, you can control the speed of this video and make it go at half the speed.
Shout out too, though, but Crisis has a blog, ChristianCrisis.com, where we've mapped all that out.
Yeah, we need to link that in the video too.
Yeah. Well, and it'll be linked on the poll. So if you, I think the drop down's overwhelming personally, and it's much smoother than the poll used to be, but it's a lot to go. Let me scroll down these 600 books and find the one that I'm interested in. So there's a page on Crushing Crisis where you can just open an accordion of all the books and then Control F and find all of the commentary. And then over the course of the next couple of days, I'll be posting all of our proposed maps. But let's look at the rest of Captain America, because the villagers are getting restless. I see pitchforks in the distance.
Well, one of them was Brand, who actually helped map some of this. So he's like, wait a second. Go on.
So this slide should be titled by Brand XK, because he really made all of this happen last year, and we're just riding on the coattails. So Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes. Some of the Winter Soldier, his first ongoing series, is in the Brubaker Cap line, but not all of it. And then he has a lot of subsequent series in the 2010s, solo books, ones by Remender called Winter March. He's in Thunderbolts as an anchoring character. If you want an all Winter Soldier book that catches that Brubaker series, but also has all the stuff that hasn't been collected, including the final arc of that could be the book for you. Then we have a book that somebody in the chat was just talking about, Captain America and the Marvel Universe by J. Michael Straczynski. So here's the thing. For Cap, this doesn't start in 2007, but JMS wrote a bunch of stuff in the 2000s of Marvel that has never all been comprehensively in an omnibus, bullet points, the 12, and then he comes back and writes a Cap series in 2023, 16 issues. Then in 2025, he does a whole lot of one-shots that could be together, and I didn't put this in the comics. The comment was getting long, but this could probably end with, since it has Cap, his 1776 miniseries that just concluded. Then we have Captain America by Brubaker Companion. I urge you to go on the blog. The Captain America blog is already up, and see how Brand XK mapped this. It has so much cool stuff in it. It's basically everything that Brubaker didn't have in it. But then there's the Brubaker Aftermath, because Cullen Bunn keeps writing Cap, and there's these Captain America team-up issues where he has an arc with Hawkeye, an arc with Black Widow, an arc with Namor, and that's never been an omnibus. Then we have Captain America Sam Wilson by Remender, Ewing, Barnes, Landy et al., because basically from Sam Wilson, we only have the Spencer stuff in the middle, but we don't have the Cap stuff that ran up to that in omnibus, and then we don't have the Sam Wilson stuff that came after that in omnibus. And then finally, people in the chat were talking about this. There are these great runs of the two Captain Americas, both Sam Cap and Steve Cap side by side, and we call that Captain America Truth, Liberty, and Revolution by Kelly Lansing and Onya Bushi, which all kind of threaded together. So it would be awesome to have them in one omnibus. And so that brings us to present. Chip Zdarsky kicking off his new Cap series in 2025, and we don't know yet how to map that.
Okay. I really liked the Kelly and Lansing era. It was short and sweet, and I completely forgot about the further adventures of Sam Wilson during that era with Remender, because you're right, not everything has been collected in omnibus format. And I don't know, I think the Marvel Knights stuff also would be good.
And that's a very, it's a patriotic Cap without being over the top patriotic, because it's just in the wake of 9/11. And I think it's a really interesting period to think of who Cap is and what he means as a symbol. And it's got some great art. It's kind of wild to me that it's never been an omnibus.
I don't know why. I love the fact that this is mapped with 12 in there and bullet points. That's awesome.
All Brand.
I really like that 12 series. Okay, let's ready to move on.
Yeah, let's go. We have so many more slides. There's over 100.
Oh God!
All right, this is just gonna fly by. So look, every year, Tigereyes can vet this. People are like, "Can I just have a Marvel omnibus of the complete Marvel works of one person?" What was your example?
Since year one, Mike Klug.
Mike Klug. Every year there's a couple of people who say them. They very rarely crack the top 200. I think it's only happened once that I can remember in recent years. So we have a whole list of the ones that are the most frequently mentioned. And the only rule we really made was it can't just double dip a whole run of comic books. Like if you say Marvel Universe by Mike Grunwald, it's like, well, we have the 4 volumes of Mark Grunwald cap. So you'd have to prove that there can be something else. So Omar, we're not going to go through every one. Just we're going to show them. They're all easily findable in alphabetical order. And these are only ones that we could vet, could have enough material. So to use my favorite artist of all time, Alan Davis, as the example, it wouldn't be all of his Excalibur. It would be some key issues of X-Men, of course, 213, one of Omar and my favorite issues. It would be some key issues of Excalibur, but then he has his clandestine work. He's done some Fantastic Four. He's done some key issues of Captain Britain. So that would not double dip any one book in its entirety. That's the same for all of these. So we have Alan Davis, Barry Windsor Smith. I'm not going to read them all. There are 3 slides. So this is 1/3 of it. Then you can continue. There's
Mike
2/3 of it. George Perez, Mike Plug, maybe
Joe
y'all can make it happen.
There we go, Taylor. There's a guy that's been dead for 50 years almost.
Joe Manili, he's got an interesting story. He sadly passed away right before the Marvel Silver Age. He was Stan Lee's favorite artist to work with prior to Jack Kirby coming on board. So it's always like the great what if, like what if Joe Manili was there during the Silver Age?
Those are Taylor's favorite books from guys that have been dead for over 30 years.
All right. No, but Taylor also has impeccable taste in the modern day, just not as much for Marvel, which isn't a coincidence if you have impeccable taste.
Where's the Joe Madureira one? Nothing but X-Men. Wow,
well, exactly. If we had a Joe Mad book, most of what he drew for Marvel in the 90s was all X-Men. It would be too
I love the fact that we did have a Sam Keith one, though, in there.
Yes, maybe very popular. I mean, I'm obsessed with Sam Keith's art. I always have been. There's a Kelly Thompson book in the previous slide. Kelly Thompson herself has been out there being like, yeah, man, put all my small runs into a book together so we can get them. Get Mr. and Mrs. X. Get, what is the other, her 10-issue Deadpool run. So Kelly Thompson herself endorses
West Coast Avengers.
Yeah. Well, that's had its own book, but there's so much stuff that hasn't. She had like 9 issues worth of Jessica Jones. There's a lot of stuff that could fit into that book without double dipping anything.
I think Grant Morrison is a really interesting one too. Grant Morrison, they've had quite a few small, like besides the X-Men run, quite a few small little miniseries that were very popular, but have never been collected oversized. I would like to make a note though. So these books, some people don't like them or not or whatever, but I really enjoy these books because not only do they collect like the issues, but they'll collect like every cover that artist ever did if it's an artist. Like the Frank Miller, Marvel Universe by Frank Miller book has like every cover he ever worked on, as well as all the non-Daredevil Elektra stuff that he ever worked on. So like Bill Sienkiewicz, that one really piques my interest because how many great Sienkiewicz covers would be included in that book? I will also make a note too. The Barry Windsor Smith one, maybe I should have told Crisis this before, but Fantagraphics is in the process of collecting a 3-volume series of all of Barry Windsor Smith's work through Marvel, minus his Conan stuff. So keep that in mind, everybody. The first volume comes out next month. Same thing for Jim Steranko. Is Jim Steranko on the list? Because they're doing a 2-volume box set for Jim Steranko's Marvel.
I think you
work.
caught me on that one. I think you got it before it went through. Yeah.
Okay, they're doing like a 2-volume slipcase, which should be pretty cool.
I just wanted to support you, wonderful warriors of wanted collected editions. P.S. Steve Gerber collection for me and the other 5 who want it.
Steve Gerber rules. I'm a big Steve Gerber fan.
All right, so they're on there. They're all alphabetized under Marvel Universe. Omar, why don't you talk about this? And also, Tigereyes, don't you like Crossgen?
I like Crossgen. Yes.
All right, maybe Tigereyes should take us through this.
Take it, Tigereyes. What we got here?
All right, so you have the Crosses Compendium, which includes Brath, the Path, Route 66, Way of the Rat. You have the Crux Omnibus, Meridian, Negation, Ruse, Scion, Sojourn, and the First.
Now, of these remaining books, if I know you often have one in your top 10 votes every year, is one of these in your top 10 maybe this year?
Ruse by Wade, and it's just Sherlock Holmes / Supernatural mixed together. It's a complete run, and it's really solid. I highly suggest if you can track it down.
Omar, any favorites of yours still out there? I know we've only got 2 or 3 of them already.
We got 2 of them, and one of them was canceled. Well, I'm sorry. The one I never got to announce was canceled, sadly. Scion is the one that I want the most. That's Ron Mars, Jim Chung. Oh, it's killer, man.
Oh, wow.
It's fantasy type of story. It's a lot different than, the things that Jim Chung was doing at the time. Just it's so killer. You know, like Tigereyes said, there's a lot of talent for those 3 years, I think, right? Was the most 4 years? Well,
yeah, I think the highest any of them get are like 39 or 40 issues.
For a company that only, you know, lasted so long, there was a lot of great stories that they put out in those small years they were around.
Yeah, it would be really nice to see one of them crack to the top. So Marvel, especially in this new world, a lot of people are complaining Marvel's not printing as much as they used to. Printing is really close to the pre-order level, but that might be a world where we can get some more of these niche books, because if Marvel kind of anticipates that they're just going to do the pre-order amount, they don't have the regret later that they overprinted in them and they got like kind of blown out for sale. So this might be a world where we can get some more very niche, very specific books, like another Crossgen book.
Yeah, I love this compendium one too, because that has the path and it's got Way of the Rat. Those were two of my favorite series that not enough for an omnibus, but together, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think there were 2 Scion Digest books. Yeah. Sadly, they never finished those either.
All right, let's keep rolling.
Daredevil.
We're so close to having Daredevil totally. This is it. This is all of the Daredevil and Elektra that we don't have in omnibus. So we could have an Elektra the early years omnibus that could probably pull in a couple of the issues from the Miller run just to contextualize her. She's actually not in a lot, but it would primarily be her 1996 series by Milligan, Hama, and Diodato, and also the lead up to that, which was actually in Wolverine, and we've already got it in some of the Wolverine omnibuses, but that series on its own is pretty substantial. Then there is the next Daredevil book in sequence. It's all that we need to get all the way to the end of Anacenti at this point. It's Daredevil by O'Neill, Miller, and I can't say it, Omar. What is it? I'm Italian. I'm ashamed. Mazzucchelli. And that would fill the gap from Miller to Nocenti. Then, of course, after Nocenti is one of Omar's favorites, Daredevil by DJ Chichester. Then following that, and we have it not because it's mapped ahead, but because there's enough creator names on it that could be marketed on its own, Daredevil by D. Mateus and some others. Then Brand XK mapped this phenomenal Daredevil companion.
Yes.
All of that stuff that the Bendis and Brubaker books don't have. It was in the top 60 last year. It's the first time we've ever had one of these companion books be in the top 60, and that's because the map is incredible. It picks up everything that's missing. There's so much good reading in there. Then there's Elektra's Marvel Knights series, which I actually really like. Bendis worked on it, Rucka, Rhodey, and Morse. So yeah. And then we have Elektra, the modern year. She's had tons of series after Marvel Knights all the way to the present day. That can be mapped any way that you want, but it captures all that stuff. And then finally, we've got all of Daredevil through, Shadowland, Wade, Soul, Zdarsky. We're all the way up to the just concluded Daredevil by Saladin Ahmed. So that would be it. These are the only Daredevil books that don't exist.
Where would you guys put the Daredevil Man Without Fear miniseries? The one that Jed McKay did, where he
probably would have to go in companion, because it should have probably been at the end of the Shadowland omnibus, right? That was the one between Shadowland and Mark Waid.
No, the one between Waid and Zdarsky, right before Zdarsky took over the run.
I guess, there could be multiple volumes of Daredevil companion.
Yeah,
there's a lot of Daredevil stuff left off to the side. There's Magic Bullets, his miniseries with Punisher. There's Daredevil Ninja. There's all sorts of stuff.
There's that new series too that Charles Soule did. Well, I forget what it's called. Collected.
Oh, Cold something Cold.
Cold Day in Hell.
Yeah, really amazing.
Yeah,
amazing.
Yeah, so it's like, it's a weird issue. I can't spoil it because it ruins the run. It's what's his name? It is actually Charles Soule's run. At the end of Charles Soule's run, this miniseries, and then you jump to Chip Zdarsky's Daredevil. Yeah, Cold Day in Hell was great. And now Deadpool, which, oh my gosh, they were printing these books left and right at one time, and they kind of slowed down. And now there's no more Deadpool like in omnibus format, but there's quite a bit that we need.
There hasn't been any Daredevil new omnibus since 2019. And it's crazy to me that they didn't put out one when his movie came out with Wolverine. And so he used to be the most covered Marvel character at a point, because they hadn't been far enough in Black Panther or Moon Knight, who are now, I think, the most covered Marvel characters. But now we've got a lot left. So we could do a Deadpool and Wolverine book, because he's got that Deadpool versus Wolverine trade paperback that has all of their classic fights, but then they got a ton of series together in the last 2 years that on their own could make a slim omnibus. So whether or not you think it should have the fights in it or not, or just the stuff from 2024 and 25, there's enough for a book there. Then we have Deadpool and X-Force Bad as Blood by Rob Liefeld, because Liefeld has done a ton of limited series from 2000 onward. He did X-Force, Shatterstar, then he came back and did Bad Blood, Bad as Blood, then he did the Major X stuff. We can have all of that Liefeld stuff all in one book. Deadpool Kills the Marvel Universe by Cullen Bunn and Dilsberg Taljek, which has all of the Kill series and illustrated. That would be cool. I probably said his name wrong. I apologize. Names are important. Deadpool by Jerry Duggan, which would follow the Posen Duggan omnibus, because Duggan keeps writing it all throughout All New, All Different Marvel, and that's a pretty big book. They actually might have to split into two. Deadpool and the Mercs for the Money, which ran alongside that. It was by Cullen Bunn. There was a miniseries, then an ongoing series. Deadpool Minibus Volume 4. Minibuses always have 5 limited series in them. That's the way that it works. So there's actually enough to do more after that, but we'd have to get Volume 4 first. Then we have Spider-Man Deadpool, which was by Joe Kelly in the first half and Robbie Thompson the last half. 50-issue book. I really, really love it. It's genuinely funny. How do we not have Spider-Man and Deadpool in an omnibus? Maybe because they chose to do the Epic collections first. And then finally, Deadpool Fresh Start. We go back and forth every year about how to name this, but basically there's a lot of short Deadpool runs. There's Scotty Young, there's Kelly Thompson, there's Alyssa Wong, and now there's Cody Ziegler. Ziegler on his own probably could be in an omnibus, but because it's kind of murky how this would be addressed and what it would happen, we just put it all in one book so everybody could just vote on it and see the thing they want. And I know some people preferred when you could map everything on your own, but what would happen is we'd get bespoke maps for all 4 of these things separately, and then none of them would add up to ranking on the poll. So if you want any of those 4 authors in omnibus, vote for that one. And it's a vote to say, hey, Marvel, do Deadpool from 2018 forward.
So in here, Bad as Blood by Rob Liefeld, including X-Force miniseries. That's the one that he did. There was also a Shatterstar series you could put in there with Marat Michaels on artwork.
Yeah, definitely. And I know Crisis already said about the Major X stuff would be in there too. That's a book I'd buy. I'm a Liefeld fan, unabashed. I don't care. So summoning him onto the stream would be a good idea, Omar. I would buy that book though for sure.
Okay. Yeah. These were better when we could send in our own mappings. I think
I don't disagree. It's fun. We all love doing it.
But I think that would kill Tigereyes. I don't think Tigereyes would be here if you have to read everybody's map.
And you guys could still do your own mappings. I mean, there's places to post those on different Facebook groups or the Near Mint Condition Discord.
I knew Taylor got it. Yeah. I think I would love to see a new series in like the modern stuff collected in this omnibus format. Okay.
Well, let's roll on. Let's move on. The D's. There's the X-Men's at the end. What are we going to do? Okay, Defenders. This will be quick. So we have Defenders Volume 3, which is the next classic one that we need. There would also be a Volume 4, but that's mapping ahead. Let's just get a Volume 3. However, we did map ahead sort of to new Defenders, which would be from 126 to the end of the run, and then mini-series of the various Defenders like Iceman in that period and Beast and Beauty and the Beast, because it's obvious, and they could market it as kind of like X-Men and the Defenders or something, apart from getting there sequentially through Defenders. They printed it ahead many other times before in other formats. Then we have Defenders Doctor Strange and the Secret Defenders. We have that in a pair of trade paperbacks, but we could put it together here. There are some supporting issues that were never in those trade paperbacks that could be assembled together here. We have Defenders Valkyrie and the Fearless Defenders. That would start to pick up a handful of solo Valkyrie stories that are from the 90s, but primarily it would be her Defenders material as written by Cullen Bunn in the wake of Fear itself. There's a fantastic series called The Fearless. Then she, of course, anchored Fearless Defenders, and then Cullen Bunn came back almost a decade later and wrote as Guardians of the Galaxy. We could get it all into one book. We have then Marvel Knights Defenders of NYC. This is actually the Marvel Knights book. It was just Marvel Knights that had like Daredevil, Cloak and Dagger, Punisher. So they weren't really the Defenders, but kind of retroactively because of Netflix calling the street level heroes Defenders, it kind of became Defenders, and that would be a convenient way to market it. Some of that material has never been collected. Then we have Defenders by Busiek, DeMatteis, Casey Fraction et al. There's a whole run of short Defender series and even kind of Defenders under another name like Heralds and Vengeance that happened in that point. It actually would fit perfectly all into one book, including that 12-issue Busiek series at the beginning that then turns into The Order. And then finally, we have Ultimates and Defenders by Al Ewing. So the mapping mentees went deep on this, and the themes that Ewing explores in his Ultimates run are kind of about the construction and the conception of the Marvel Universe, and then he goes on to explore that a little bit more in his Defenders and Defenders and Beyond. So that's where we put Ultimates, although if you want to vote for the Avengers book thinking Ultimates would be in there, then that's your map and you should vote for it. But Ultimates and Defenders actually continues a lot of those themes and actually resolves some of them all in one tome.
I'm putting Ultimates in everything. Here's something, and 3 years ago. 3 years ago, I was actually on the list going to announce one of these books. I'm not going to say which one. And then Marvel at the last minute said, hey, we moved that book to another year. It's been replaced by this book. So one of these Defenders Omnis was actually going to be announced 3 years ago.
Did they move it to $20.99 like Amazon does?
Was it 2039, I think?
I don't know what it was. It was some crazy year that they always put their books when they get.
No, they just moved it, and it goes into oblivion until it's brought back. Somebody remembers. Yeah.
The Al Ewing book, that would include like the Javier Rodriguez drawn stuff. Yeah. So any fans of the current absolute Martian Manhunter stuff that Javier Rodriguez has been drawing, he did have, I think it was 2 5-issue series that he drew with Al Ewing.
Yeah, it's excellent.
So, definitely.
Yeah, it's so good. I'm surprised they didn't make that one immediately into a Treasury edition because it's beautiful.
I was hoping for that. Same thing with Beta Ray Bill by D.W.
That book
Dana
is
Moore
gorgeous.
Johnson.
Yeah.
I don't know why that wasn't immediately a Treasury edition.
I suggested it. They reprinted it as a trade paperback. End of the day, they do what they need to do. All right, moving on to Doctor Strange.
All right. Any big Strange fans in here that want to take this one?
Taylor, he was invented in the 60s. You want to take it?
My God.
I like Doctor Strange. Some of the modern stuff. What do we do? Go over the slide?
Yeah. Go for it.
All right. So okay. So sorry. I don't know what the first book is. What is that first book?
So this is a book that, we tried to go through every character that could have their own book of various solo appearances. Clea does have some stuff of her own. And so if you're a big Clea fan, that book is there for you, my friends.
I hit a wall right when the slide started. Sorry. Dr. Strange.
You got this, Taylor.
Volume 2, though. We just got the Volume 1 last year, I think.
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
And that was kind of a continuation of the earlier stuff. So this would be continuing on the early era of Doctor Strange.
Hey, Merrick.
And like, as it says, AKA Roger Stern Volume 1. So that would be an awesome continuation of those. The Oath, obviously, it's a very famous story. Brian K. Vaughan. And then J. Michael Straczynski is in there as well. I didn't know he wrote Doctor Strange. Probably shouldn't be on the slide. Sorry. Mark Waid. I do know that era. That era starts before the Donny Cates run, right?
Yeah.
Or Jason Aaron? Which one's first?
It's after Aaron and Cates.
Yep.
Yes. Okay.
McKay. Yeah.
Thanks for the assist. And then there was Damnation Saga by Donny Cates.
Unfinished.
I'll do better on another slide.
There were unfinished issues that were stopped by the pandemic that they could release. That would be really cool to put into an omnibus format. Mark Waid, I think, had 2 more issues he wrote for the series that Marvel could put together and release it in an omni format.
Oh.
The Damnation Saga has been available in a oversized hardcover, but you could include those issues to make it a thicker omni.
Yeah, there was like a couple of issues not by Cates. There's Magic Bullets that happened around the same time as that. There's Sorcerer Supreme, which was a 12-issue series on its own. It's kind of, we tried naming it the Aaron Companion in the past, and I don't think people really understood what it was. I think it's actually more like Damnation Saga and then other stuff kind of tacked on. The reason that Mark Waid, that one is there in the order, is because Mark Waid writes some Doctor Strange in 2010, and then he comes back and writes more Doctor Strange, and then he comes back again and writes more Doctor Strange. So it's kind of like spans now 15 years of comics, even though it's 3 distinct smaller runs.
What does 2026 in Waid mean? I think you just went over that, right?
I know it was research. I think he just did like a one-shot story or like a 2-ish, like a little mini series or something where he did a little bump of extra Doctor Strange.
Okay. Sorry about that, Taylor. I will find something more.
No, it's fine.
Let's see. You know Fantastic Four? I can take this one.
Okay.
Fantastic Four, the Strange Tales. So this is collecting the stuff of the Human Torch and the Thing. And that's found, of course, in Strange Tales and not released in omnibus format. Doctor Doom and Namor supervillains team up. Hell yes. Some of the stuff has been collected in the Doctor Doom Omni. Marvel 2-in-1, Volume 2. We need some more of the Thing. And Fantastic Four, Volume 7. This would double dip. Start the double dipping with the John Byrne Omnibus Volume 1. But it's going to happen. Fantastic Four by Englehart. And this is what's following John Byrne. It's one of those cases, again, of do you wait what would be probably 9 years to get there, or do you vote for it now? Fantastic Four and the Avengers by Walter Simonson. And Then Fantastic Four by Tom DeFalco, one of my favorite runs of the Fantastic Four. And Heroes Return, the only Heroes Return era that has not been collected in omnibus format. This is the Claremont La Roca. This is where Valeria first appears. Fantastic Four, The Thing and the Human Torch by Slott and Kessel. Again, solo series. And then we have the Marvel Knights by Roberto Aguirre Sacasa. That's got some beautiful artwork. That was the first time I ever saw Steve McNiven's art, was in that first story arc. And then Fantastic Four by Kessel, JMS, and McDuffie. Very underrated era, especially the McDuffie stuff. I don't think anybody really talks about it. And, you know, JMS, of course, setting up his Thor run in those issues. Dr. Doom, the Book of Doom, Volume 2, collecting a lot of the modern stuff, including Doom War, which has been left out of the Black Panther Omnis. The Fantastic Four, The Fall and Rise of the Fantastic Four by Robinson and Zdarsky. Thank you for putting both of those together. It is the end of the Fantastic Four era before it was canceled for a few years and then brought back years later with Dan Slott. And then Fantastic Four by Ryan North, Volume 1. And would include One World Under Doom. This is before the relaunch, right? With number
one. One
Actually,
World Under Doom technically extends into the first arc of the relaunch, and we don't tend to map series that are ongoing, but when there's an ongoing series that has a very specific stopping point and it's over 30 issues, people tend to be really eager for us to put it on the poll. So we don't really know the perfect breakpoint for that yet, but we know there's at least 33 issues of North and a giant size, and you could optionally put One World Under Doom under there, so we clearly have at least one book.
The Fantastic Four, Simonson, the main artist, he is.
Yeah, that's got the new Fantastic Four in it.
Sal Buscema, and then we get that beautiful Arthur Adams, baby, with the kaiju and the new Fantastic Four. What are you guys? Any interest, Tigereyes, in the Fantastic Four?
One of the first. Remember Essentials, those black and white books?
I do.
Love them.
So
they make great to start fires. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. I would never burn a book. Ever.
The Super Villain Team Up was one of the first ones I got, so I nostalgia, I would probably want that. And then the Claremont Heroes Return.
Okay. What about you, Taylor?
The Strange Tales one, the first one there, is a great companion to the Lee Kirby era of Fantastic Four. They released like a thick, like orange spined trade paperback of that years ago. But that would be a great companion to that if people are interested in the era. Kirby even draws some of that. And then Marvel 2-in-1. The Thing is my favorite Marvel character, so I'll always be buying those. And then I agree with Omar. Simonson and DeFalco's runs are fantastic. I am still holding out though for a new Avengers Gallery edition for Arthur Adams stuff, but I'd buy it in an omnibus for sure.
Oh, the new Fantastic Four.
Yeah. The great trilogy of issues by Arthur Adams.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Crisis. Any love for the Fantastic Four?
I'm a huge fan of Fantastic Four. I would probably buy maybe everything on the slide. I don't do 2-in-1 in omnibus because I have it in Masterworks. But we used to have a little bit mapping ahead here, and it caused another huge debate because I really want a book that has somewhere in it Fantastic Force. And also Fantastic Four Unplugged, which they skipped in the Epic collections, but it was so early in Epic collections, I don't know if they were thinking that through. So it's hard to know if we should put Fantastic Force and Unplugged into their own book because they wouldn't be in the DeFalco run, or would Marvel kind of expand the Epic map and like do that in DeFalco Volume 2? And after going back and forth really longer than anybody needed to for a book that was not in the top 200 in terms of that Fantastic Force book, we decided let's just wait and see how they break ground in the DeFalco book. Yeah, I would buy every one of them on that first slide. And the second slide, I think I'm going to stick with trade paperbacks. I don't think I do oversized Fantastic Four, although that Claremont one would be tempting.
Valeria's first appearance.
I haven't paperback.
Alan Davis's.
I do love Alan Davis. We know that I love Alan Davis.
This is how it starts. This is how I break Crisis and buying omnis of stuff here.
Now, I will say there have been so many Fantastic Four miniseries along the years that just these books don't do because they're creator books that eventually I think will wind up with like a Fantastic Four companion, like the one that Brand did for Cap and the one they did for Daredevil. It's just that there's still a chance we can see some of those miniseries collected in books like the Kessel JMS book here. So we're not in a hurry to kind of like pull them out. But once we get one or two more of these, I think we'll know the shape of that. People are mentioning like the Invisible Woman series. There's enough stuff that happens to the side of Slot that you could almost do do a whole slot companion, but it's just too amorphous right now to try to decide what that would be.
There was a Peter David miniseries.
Yeah, and that's why it says the Fall and Rise of Fantastic Four by Robinson Zdarsky could be extended to be a slot companion because there's a lot of stuff in that period.
My vote, like it does every year, will go to the Tom DeFalco Fantastic Four.
Love that
man
run.
Does not get enough praise. Boob window aside, give me the boob window as a variant cover. Am I right, Tigereyes?
Sure.
Okay.
And hopefully that would lead to a Thor by DeFalco omnibus line too.
It
could
so
be the
good.
die cut cover. It could be a die cut. What was that, Taylor? I missed that part.
I was talking about Thor by DeFalco too. We need.
Oh yeah,
he has
absolutely.
2 big runs there that haven't been omnibused.
Absolutely. Fox properties.
All right, we're going to fly through these couple of slides. So we have a number of Alien and Predator books. There's Alien versus Predator versus DC. Could Marvel print that? Maybe. We see them printing other DC stuff. We have Alien versus Predator, Fire and Stone, Life and Death. That's from the late in the, I want to say Dark Horse years. There's Alien versus Predator, the original years. We have Aliens original years and Predator original years. We don't have Alien versus Predator original years. Then we have Alien the modern years. There's been enough stuff by Marvel from 2021 on that we could do a whole book of it at this point. Firefly and Serenity, which had Boom years and Dark Horse years. Futurama, Indiana Jones, which was our top book on the poll last year. Are people going to come out and force for it again this year? It's actually really good. It's got great art. Would Marvel actually do it? Note that we have left off Buffy and Angel this year because Omar, I believe, and some other researchers have reported that Dynamite could have the licensing right to reprint older Buffy. So there's no use in putting our votes into it here. We actually do
coming this summer.
These things. Yeah. All right. So now then we have the second half of this, which is Planet of the Apes almost entirely. There was a Planet of the Apes magazine in 1974. There's Planet of the Apes Versus, all the intercompany crossovers from the mid-2010s. There's the Adventure Publications Planet of the Apes from the early 90s. There's the Boom Comics of Planet of the Apes from 2011 and on. Then there's a number of Planet of the Apes film tie-ins and prequels that it could be a whole book. And then, so that's all Planet of the Apes. Thanks so much to James Abel for helping us put it together. Then we have Predator versus Marvel. We've had enough Predator versus Marvel series that we could fill up a book with them at this point. Not Predator versus Alien. We only have 2 series so far. Then thank you for Taylor Talks Comics for help for this one. Simpsons, the Bongo Comics Volume 1. Abrams has reprinted some Simpsons stuff, but they do not appear to have an exclusive license to the Simpsons. So Marvel could start it from the beginning unless Omar's trying to communicate something.
I should have told you to take it off. I can't say why, but it should
you can't say why. Okay,
don't
vote for it if you want to vote for it, but Omar is saying don't. And then, of course, we have 2 X-Files. Right now, it doesn't look like anybody else has the rights to print those.
I think X-Files, Disney. I think they can, but they have to work out at some kind of other property.
Yeah.
It's like Star Wars, right? Like it has to be Lucas that is on board.
Right, it's Chris Carter. Yeah, I would love those. Topps comics are really fun. I would love a book of those.
Okay, Ghost Rider.
Let's do it, baby. We've had a lot of progress on this. There were 2 Ghost Rider omnibuses announced this year, so it took a lot of stuff off that we needed. We could still have a book of Ghost Rider Carter Slade, the original Ghost Rider. Then we could crack into Johnny Blaze. He has 8 Marvel Masterworks, so we could do it in 2 kind of chunky omnibuses, not 3, good lord. Then Danny Ketch, we already got through Volume 3. The big question is, would Volume 4 finish his run? It could, but it would be absurdly huge. I think we might need a Volume 4 and a Volume 5, and that opens up the mapping a little bit. But either way, we do need an next volume, and you can vote for it. Then there's like all of this in between Ghost Rider stuff, basically anything with the Ghost Rider name or character in it that happened between 2001 and 2012 that was not written by Jason Aaron, we could have in a book. How that maps is up to you, but there's plenty of stuff to put in it, almost too much. Then we have the 2010s Ghost Rider, which is Robbie Rice. He has a number of his own series. It would be a slim omnibus, but you could pick up some of his focus arcs from Avengers by Jason Aaron. And then finally we have Ghost Riders by Ed Brisson, because he wrote both Johnny Blaze and Danny Ketch in the same book for a while, and it could actually throw in there, although not by Brisson, the Midnight Suns miniseries that everybody was a big fan of. And then we're pretty much up to present. No, I don't have Wolverine on here. He is on his own solo character slide. And actually, there's not enough material of Wolverine to make a book of it yet.
And he should never exist. Well, any other thoughts on Ghost Rider, Tigereyes? Yes or no? Who's your favorite Ghost Rider? Don't care.
I like Danny, probably.
Okay. First name basis. I like that. Taylor, what about you?
Jonathan, him and I go way back. No, Johnny Blaze. I think the classic stuff needs to be omnibused. I don't know why it hasn't been done yet, but
okay,
that classic stuff definitely.
It is. Mike Plug, Tigereyes, Mike Plug art. Just saying. Crisis. What about you? I know you're a Danny Ketch fan.
I like my Danny Ketch. I'm not from this era that this one continues on from 1994. I think I had stopped buying Ghost Rider by that point. So I'm very happy for Marvel to map it into epics. And the thing that I always say is there's clearly someone at Marvel Collected Editions who loves Ghost Rider, probably even more than me. Those maps for those omnibuses, they catch stuff that in my extensive research in Ghost Rider, I even miss sometimes. They're some of Marvel's best mapped books.
I agree.
You're referring to the Danny Ketch ones?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are ones that I need to pick those up. Are those out of print?
I don't know. We just did the
one might be.
I know.
I didn't think it was.
Know that.
Anyway,
regardless,
let's move on to Guardians of the Galaxy.
Not a lot missing
Not
here,
a lot.
so this will be a quick one. So we have all the classic Guardians material, and then we have the Jim Valentino Guardians material. So then the next thing we need is Guardians of the Galaxy in the year 3000. That's all written by Michael Gallagher, who followed Jim Valentino in that 1990 series, and it would complete that series. We've had it in trades. We've never had it in Omnibus. Then, even though it's not really Guardians, it's effectively Guardians because it's Gamora and Drax. It's Warlock and the Infinity Watch. There are 100 ways to map this. People have so many opinions. Some people think it should only have the stuff between the Infinity Saga. People think it should be split into and incorporate the Infinity Saga. Vote for it however you envision it to be best. Then we have a lot of Rocket and Groot series starting from 2011 all the way through 2025. They could have their own book at this point if we wanted to. Then through consultation with Omar, we decided to finally put back on the bowl Guardians of the Galaxy by Brian Bendis Volume 2 because it's been away for so long that Marvel has the chance to retool it because it was pretty short when they first announced it. Then it came off the schedule. There's so much more stuff that could be put in there like Guardians 3000 or Guardians Team Up. So maybe it comes back and it's beefed up just like that Kelly Thompson Captain Marvel Volume 2 was. Then we have Guardians of the Galaxy. What?
They should add Black Vortex to that.
They could add Black Vortex to that, even though it was from the previous series. Then we have Guardians of the Galaxy Star-Lord. He actually has enough solo stuff in the period to make a pretty fun omnibus all on its own. And then finally, we have Guardians of the Galaxy by Al Ewing and Donny Cates. I hear what you're saying. Some of the Donny Cates stuff has already been an omnibus. The Al Ewing stuff hasn't. It's kind of two back-to-back runs that sort of influence each other. So whether you just want one or just want the other, or want some combination of both, they could be in a book together. Should that also extend and include the Kelly and Lansing run? If you want to, but that's kind of a map ahead. We need to take care of the Al Ewing first before we can get to Kelly and Lansing.
That Al Ewing stuff is so good too. That ridiculous crossover with Cable and the big gun. So awesome. I would be
just really good Nova. I think there are some people at Marvel right now who love Nova, Richard Rider, so much, and their Marvels can't figure out how to market it. They just cut his series short. But like between Ewing and McKay, we have two people who are obsessed with him and write him so well.
Oh yeah. And I hope they keep writing him because he is the best Nova. Hulk. Okay.
Why don't you go, Omar?
Sure.
I'm not the biggest Hulk of all time.
So Hulk, Incredible Hulk Volume 4. This is, of course, mapping it with the Marvel Masterworks, the Rampaging Hulk magazine that Taylor was talking about. So I can only assume that's going to be his vote. The Incredible Hulk by Bill Mantlo. This is another case of, do you vote for it now, or do you just wait patiently for volumes 4, 5, and then 6 in about 9 years to come out? She-Hulk, the Sensational She-Hulk Volume 1. No, like heavy double dipping because now we're basing it on the epic mapping. The Hulk by Paul Jenkins, which was the Dogs of War, oversized hardcover, but not officially an omnibus. They could just reprint that, and that is the one that is between the Joe Casey and John Byrne omnibus, and then the Peter David or the Planet Hulk Omni as well. And actually, no, the Bruce Jones Omni. Sorry about that. The one that's coming out later this year. And then Incredible Hulks. Oh my gosh. Yes, I would love this. I would remap this like they're doing the epics. Put in Red Hulk and Hulk together. That would be so awesome. Red Hulk and Red She-Hulk. That Red Hulk and Red She-Hulk by Jeff Parker is another one of those underrated series, just like Agents of Atlas. I think Tigereyes and I have been like fighting for that for decades. Hulk by Aaron, Wade, and Dugan. I think I mapped that one. Yeah. And then She-Hulk by Sol and Tamaki. Amadeus Cho, Totally Awesome Hulk by Greg Pak, and Incredible Hulk, which is the latest run by Philip Kennedy Johnson. 22. I think we only have one slot of Hulk, right?
Yes,
we do. Okay. Taylor, I assume Rampaging Hulk is your number one choice, right?
Yes. Speaking of essentials,
yes.
So I wouldn't mind. They collect these in 2 volumes of the essentials, and they collected just the Hulk stories. But these were full-on magazines that had, let me show some art, that had some, like, Moon Knight stories in there and stuff, too. The artwork is just fantastic, though, all throughout. So I would prefer them to do like 2 volumes.
Whoa!
And collect the entirety of the magazine, just like they did with Deadly Hands of Kung Fu. But if they give me just 1 volume of just the Hulk stories, there's all these great 2-page spreads throughout it.
I think
I'd be fine with that.
That was a big inspiration a lot for the Bruce Jones Hulk that is coming out later this year.
Yeah, because they're black and white magazines, so they weren't like adult. There's no like nudity or like blood and guts, but it is more mature storytelling. And the way they did this was that they were kind of out of continuity a little bit, because the writers and artists basically took that first 6-issue run that started off Hulk back in the 60s, and this takes place directly after those first 6 issues. Here's another 2-page spread.
So that's your pitch for that book.
I think it's fantastic stuff. I think everyone needs to read it. I think it's a underrated little niche part of Marvel history.
Okay. Tigereyes, thoughts on Hulk?
You hit the nail
Smash
on the head. Incredible Hulks by Pack, and then Red Hulk. Those are the 2 that I would pick up.
Okay. Crisis, any thoughts on Hulky?
You are all gentlemen of discerning taste, because that's absolutely what I would have highlighted. I think that Rampaging Hulk magazine is like, it's a weird Hulk, and I think there's appetite finally again for like weird Hulk now because of Immortal Hulk. It feels like, there's more of a market for people being like, whoa, people used to do this with Hulk. He wasn't always a superhero. And then I think that Jeff Parker read She-Hulk is actually one of the most funny and fun books of Marvel now. And it was just 100% slept on. It drives me crazy.
Yeah, I think out of these, that's the one. Damn it. Although I really, really want that Wade, Aaron, and Dugan run. It's not the greatest. It's got some great artwork, but it's just one of those gap fillers that would be so good to have in omnibus format. John, we're not even there yet. Vote for Iron Man. Don't make me.
It's warming up for the next slide.
Burn Omar. Bring back the essentials. Oh, Josh, that ship has sailed. Iron Man. Who wants to do this one?
All right, I'll fly through some Iron Man for you. Iron Man historically has been a slow omnibus seller, so probably of all of the Marvel Trinity and all of the Marvel Big Silver Age heroes, we need the most gaps filled for Iron Man. We're only up to a volume 5 in his classic line. Now, that would mostly duplicate the Miscellaneous Latent Omnibus, we know, but that's the next book, and we know now that Marvel is willing to redo stuff, and there's a 2-issue shortfall that we would need to make up to get to that book, so it's on the poll. Then we have Invincible Iron Man by Denny O'Neil, which would actually follow that, but it's somebody that could be marketed under his own name, so it's not a map ahead. Len Kaminsky, we resisted for years putting it on the poll because it felt like too ambiguous and too mapped ahead. It was the #1 most requested. You guys missed this on the poll last year book. So congratulations. In this country, your votes matter. And it is on the poll this year. Then we have War Machine, the early years, including all of his solo appearances and series from the 90s. We have Iron Man Disassembled, which would be the final Iron Man Omni we need from that hero's return period. It would follow the Man in the Iron Mask. Then we have War Machine's modern years, The Crew, the 2009 Pack series, Iron Man 2.0. He's had a lot of series throughout that period. Iron Man Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., which is a run I think Omar really likes, which was the mid-2000s Iron Man run. And it actually starts with Extremis, but we probably could just call it Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. because that's what a lot of the run is tagged by. Then we Invincible Iron Man by Fraction LaRocca. This is my #1 WTF are you doing Marvel book. Like, how is this not printed yet? It's freaking crazy that it doesn't exist. Would it have to be a volume 1? Could they do it all in one book? Not for me to decide. Then we have Marvel Now, which would be Gillen and Taylor. A lot of great Greg Land art in that book. Then we have Iron Man by Brian Michael Bendis, Invincible, International, Infamous, never in an oversized hardcover, never in an omnibus. Then we have all of Ironheart, Riri Williams, which could be put together in all-in-one omnibus. Probably missed the boat since they could have had it out for her show, but oh well, you could still vote for it. Then we have one of my favorite runs of the past 5 years, Iron Man by Christopher Cantwell and Cafu. It's absolutely gorgeous. I love it. It's a big story with Korvac in it. It's so cool. And then finally, a book we've already talked about earlier, Iron Man and the West Coast Avengers by Derry Duggan. Iron Man in this period was kind of an X-Men book, which is crazy, but it really sort of works. He's writing his own autobiography and narrating as he goes, and then it rolls into a very funny 10-issue run of West Coast Avengers. Could you squeeze in the new Wonder Man book in there as well that Jerry Duggan is writing? Maybe. Could you include the I Am Iron Man series that happened the same time as that? Maybe. But it would primarily be the Duggan material.
Woo. Any love for Iron Man from you, Crisis?
Not somebody I collect in oversized format, but there is some good stuff on here. I'd be tempted by that War Machine books again. I love my obscure 90s nonsense. And I would probably buy the Fraction book. I have 2 of those old oversized hardcovers that are that were called omnibuses but never really were omnibuses on the spine, and we only have 2/3 of that run, so it would be nice to see that all together. And LaRocca's art, I like him in that period a lot. I think it looked great.
Okay. Tigereyes, any love for Iron Man?
No, this time Crisis hit it on the head. Fractions run and then Cantwell's run.
Taylor?
No, I had aspirations one time in my life to have collect all the early runs of Marvel, like, so I would be getting a volume 5 here in this regard, but I ran out of shelf space, so Iron Man got axed from my collection, unfortunately.
Okay. I think, the right move would be to do the Iron Man by Fraction and LaRocca. It is the most movie-like out of probably most of this, with the exception of the Warren Ellis and Adi Granov Iron Man. But for me, I think Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is one of my favorite eras. It's got that weird Daniel and Charlie Nauf story. They were the ones that worked on Carnival. I love that show on HBO. I got the axe way too early. But it's just an interesting time for the character. Especially at that time, because he was so hated because of Civil War. So it was like, oh, you're still reading about this character that was an asshole to Captain America and got a few characters killed? How can this series go on?
I do think calling an omnibus Iron Man by Brian Michael Bendis Invincible, International, and Infamous is a very Stan Lee alliterative title.
That's true.
Those were the titles that he chose. Yeah.
I also think it feels like if we meta gamed how Marvel is going, it seems like they're really into releasing omnibuses now that are maybe a little quirky, because that's what's not collected, but are all together. Here's 40 issues of this thing that's a perfect package. And I feel like the Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. era, even though it goes through a couple of different writers, is actually that. It just kind of feels like that's where the omnibuses are right now. They're really liking releasing those sort of modern books that anybody can pick this up. You don't have to read anything before it or anything after it. It just exists on its own, and it's a cool Iron Man story.
How much coffee is Crisis running? I don't.
0. If I had caffeine, I would. When Doctor Strange goes like this and pushes Spider-Man out of his body, or the what's her name, Tilda Swinton / David Bowie does it with Hulk. That's what it would be like if I actually had caffeine.
Tilda Swinton. I want to see Tilda Swinton play David Bowie in a movie now.
Well, she played him in a music video where he played her and she played him.
Oh, I was okay. I'm not. That went over my head then.
Hey Matt, how are you, buddy? Would Marvel ever consider doing variant dust jackets on releases for weirdos like me who like numbering on spine for titles like Matt Lowe's Hulk and you're like Wolverine Volume 7, right? No, I don't. I think they gave up the dust jacket variant game when people were flipping them on eBay during the whole Spider-Man by Michelini and McFarlane omnibus. They caught wind that people were flipping the dust jackets they sent out to people, retailers, and that were supposed to send it out to the people that bought it, and instead they were flipping them for $60 on eBay. So they were like, well, that's the last time we do that. So all right, yeah, that sucks.
People always have to ruin things.
Greed, man. Greed. Okay. Let's move on to licensed properties. Probably one of my favorite parts of this show, because
do you want to talk about it? Because I'm not an expert in this. This was a lot of James
Are you kidding
Abel
me? Of course I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to go through some of these. 2001 Space Odyssey. Yep. Some people are like, no, that's a DC thing now. No Machine Man appears in here. Who knows? Akira, the Marvel Epic color version, is the one that I have been fighting for years, and I hope one day we get it. Alien Lifeform, the original Marvel years. What the hell is wrong with you people? Alien Legion, the original Marvel years. Anita Blake, Vampire Hunter. It's got some good Brett Booth artwork, and you can find them in discount bins probably to this day. Barbie, the original Marvel years, Volume 1. How did that not come out by the time the movie came out? The Battlestar Galactica, the original Marvel years. Beavis and Butthead, the original Marvel years. It's actually got some really good stuff in there, just like the Ren and Stimpy comics did. And some great creators as well. Big Hero 6, the complete edition. This would have some Chris Claremont stuff in there. Bill and Ted's excellent Marvel years. I collected this because I thought I was going to get rich off of that #1 issue. I did not. Destroyer by Remo Williams. This is the complete magazine. Doctor Who, the Marvel years. Hell yes. That would show you the issue that you need of Death's Head, where he turns small into running into, I think it was the 7th Doctor. He shrinks him. So that's why he's a bounty hunter like normal size instead of Transformer size. That happens in that. Grew by Sergio Aragones. I think he's shopping it around, but who knows? Sky's the limit. Heathcliff, the Star Comics years. I'm surprised they never did that one in a trade paperback. And the Human Fly, 77 to 79. James Bond Jr., based on the show. James Bond Jr., by the way, I think Taylor was wondering this. He is not the son of James Bond, but it is his nephew from the TV show. And then Marvel Epic line. Oh, that's wishful thinking, but who knows? Marvel's Thomas Nelson Christian Classics. Who found that?
I love this one. This one, I would buy this, and it makes me so happy.
Who found that one? What kind of digging did you all do? Okay, we'll come back to that one. Max Ride by James Patterson, the adaptations. Where did that come from? Okay, Razor
and did James Patterson actually write that?
By Clive Barker. Okay, that's got Ecto Kid. Hype. Okay, that's actually pretty cool.
Not Hellraiser, because Boom is reprinting that on the Kickstarter right now. Yeah.
Yep. Ren and Stimpy show, the original Marvel years, has the first work of Dan Slott in there. RoboCop, the Marvel years, 90 to 92. I don't think Dark Horse has the rights to that anymore. Shadowline by Epic Comics. Shogun Warriors, baby. That's one of the last few from Micronauts, Godzilla, and the era of ROM to come out. Spider-Man and Zoids. What? Tales of America.
Grant Morrison, early Grant Morrison, Spider-Man and Zoids.
Oh my God, 1980. Is there enough for a novel?
And Grant Morrison took that very seriously. If you listen to their memoir, Grant Morrison waxes poetic about how seriously they took writing the Zoid stories in there.
Oh, okay. Huh. Tales of America, that's where the Team America and NFL Super Pro, baby. I had the director's cut of that issue. Tarzan, the original Marvel years. Oh, God, I wish. And, oh, yeah, brother, WCW, World Championship Wrestling, the Marvel years 92 to 93. You guys did some digging here. Okay. What the hell did I want to talk about? The Thomas Nelson Christian Classics. Who found that? Who brought that to our attention?
Omar, when I tell you, I look at every issue of every Marvel comic book that's ever been released.
You
I am not
are
joking.
Nuts.
Omar.
Tom Nelson had a Marvel kind of imprint where they were letting him do like religious stories. He didn't do the Pope comic. We could throw the Pope comic in there just for fun, but he was kind of doing like Bible stories, but also like classic Christian literature as adaptions. They're really cool. Like I kind of would buy them. I love religion as literature. That's one of like my favorite tropes in literature, to just like treat it like serious literature and present it in that way. And I think it would be really fun to be a slim omnibus, but we researched the heck out of it, just like everything else. People have a lot of questions to the side. Look, it's hard to be definitive here. We are not privy to the rights and the contracts between publishers. Some people are saying Bill and Ted got printed by one publisher and then it got canceled by another publisher. We do our best to do a comprehensive look at who has the current rights and if it seems like they have any reprint rights or if they only have the current rights. So you're maybe taking a risk on voting for some of these because maybe Marvel couldn't do it. But could you imagine if Bill and Ted, for example, was like in the top 10 on the Marvel poll, and then it turned out somebody else did have the rights, and then they saw Omar's show and were like, oh heck, we could be making money on this Bill and Ted book. So we only take things out like Hellraiser when it's absolutely clear that there's no way that Marvel can do it.
This is also with Omar saying one of my favorite slides as well. I don't if you go back to the first one. So 2001: A Space Odyssey, you mentioned it. For people that don't know, they had Jack Kirby did the Treasury edition, that was the adaptation of the movie, and then he did 10 subsequent issues, which were whole cloth creations of Jack Kirby, where, as Omar said, Machine Man eventually appears in those. But that was all Jack Kirby kind of riffing on 2001: A Space Odyssey. And then you could even pack in the Machine Man series that takes place afterwards, which is great because it's like 19 issues and Kirby does the first half of it and then Ditko takes over the last half. So that's really cool. That's going to be on my list probably. Beavis and Butthead, you mentioned it. It's fantastic. Rick Parker does the entire series and he's an awesome cartoonist. Believe me, like it's so if you're familiar with Beavis and Butthead, they would like riff on music videos of like rock bands. This Beavis and Butthead was like riff.
What are these music videos you speak of?
I know, right? YouTube it. But these comics were them riffing on the other Marvel comics. So they're like making fun of Punisher and Spider-Man. They're really a lot of fun. Bill and Ted, that's Evan Dorkin. If you're a fan
Oh
of
my
Evan
gosh!
Dorkin.
I don't even think I realized that.
Yeah, Evan Dorkin does that series, and it's awesome. I love that one as well. And then get to the next slide if you could, please. There's a couple on here. Oh, Ecto Kid is just amazing. It's early Steve Scrooge artwork, by the way. I think that's what I wanted to mention. And then Grant Morrison, we talked about that. WCW, I think Steve Ditko draws some of those, which is just a fascinating,
That's awesome.
Yeah, fascinating, weird part of that 90s era Steve Ditko where he was drawing some wrestling comics, and he also drew some Power Rangers comics around that era too.
Yeah, and then the Tarzan stuff, that's the Big John stuff, right?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with that era.
I believe you're correct, Omar.
Let me see. Let me get a couple super chats.
Yeah, there's a few
from last year. Personally hoping for Miles Spidey by Ziggler and Ultimate 616. Oh, I think I got that one earlier. And these are the last two. You guys need to add Jeff the Landshark Omnibus. He has enough material for an Omni, which is just crazy. Plus, I can't get enough of the little shark we needed.
Amarino 2998. Hang on, it is on here. I took it very seriously and I researched it very carefully.
Kelly Thompson's gonna love you. Plus, he's getting his own like little cartoon, I think.
Oh my gosh.
I thought about
my number one goal in life is for Kelly Clarkson to love me, and then Kelly Thompson number two.
Kelly
First Kelly Clarkson, then Kelly Thompson.
From America's Next. What the hell was that show called? America's Next.
American Idol.
American Idol. Yeah, I saw that first season. Thought about adding NFL Super Pro, but that might be impossible. NFL super picky about rights.
Oh.
Sky's the limit, my friend. Doc Savage, too.
That'll be on the DC poll, right, Taylor? DC Doc Savage?
Mm.
Okay, let's keep on moving with the slides. Malibu! Absolutely.
I'll briefly talk about this because I love the Malibu universe. If anybody wants to pack all of every Malibu comic ever released and send it to me in New Zealand, I'll pay the shipping. Look, here's the way we did it. We tried to do every title as its own 2 years ago when we first did this. Some of them just don't get any votes, and so we wanted to make kind of a lightning rod book. So that's what that Ultraverse Heroes book is. Some of those heroes have enough stuff for their own book, like Nightman, but it's kind of a lightning rod for all of them. The 4 books that seem to get votes and are kind of the biggest Ultraverse books with the most recognition are Mantra, Prime, Rune, which has a lot of Barry Windsor Smith in it, and Ultra Force. So those are the 4 that we've left as their own books. If they don't do well in the poll, we might just collapse this into one big Malibu anthology. But right now, all of them were kind of like in the mid-range on votes, and it seems like they could survive on their own. Plus, I know Rune kind of has its own people that want it because of the Barry Windsor Smith artwork. Would Marvel actually do this? Clearly, there is a creator, Gerard Jones, in this that they do not want to reprint or promote. And on top of that, it's always been a question where the rights for Malibu lie and if Marvel can do anything with it. But if there was demand, Marvel loves making money. So if you demand it, please show them the demand.
The whole reason they ended up buying the Ultraverse, the Malibu stuff, was to get the colors.
Yeah, the colors.
They wanted the colors.
The digital colors.
And then the comics came with it, and they had a couple crossovers. The Phoenix Force went over there for a little while. There was Juggernaut hanging out, Sienna Blaze.
Exported Black Knight. I now also talk very quickly about Marvel 2099. We're actually so close to total coverage of this. It is wild. Oh, Omar? Yes, no? Okay. So we only have 2 full series that have not had their own omnibuses because we got that Ghost Rider omnibus, we got the Doom omnibus. So now we need Punisher 2099 and Ravage 2099, which Stan Lee actually created that character, although he doesn't really write very much of it. Then there's a lot of odds and ends in 2099. There's some unlimited issues we haven't had. There's some Hulk. There's some World of Tomorrow. And then also 2099 came back a few times up until 2019 in kind of its own capsule books. There was like a 2099 and Spider-Man crossover. All that stuff could be in the companion. And then Steve Orlando has been like single-handedly reconstructing this universe for the past 4 years. And so we could call that Marvel 29 Returns by Steve Orlando. He might still be ongoing, but there is now actually enough material that we might need to break it into multiple volumes. So it's big enough that we could vote for it.
It would blow my mind if the next Punisher omnibus is not any that people have been asking for. It's actually Punisher 2099 that comes out. That would.
Could you imagine?
What? I'd have to hear about it from people. What the hell is wrong with Marvel? Okay. Any other thoughts, prayers on Punisher, Ravage, World, Steve Orlando 2099?
Let's keep rolling, baby.
All right, we're doing it.
Ravage was the last great character that Stan Lee created, right?
That's right.
No, he did a manga called Ultimo. How dare you?
Oh. Well, I said last great.
For Marvel.
I said last great character.
Oh, wow. What about Stripperella? Okay, we're moving on. All right, there we go.
All right, I'm going to run through this quickly. So many people over the past couple of years have been so helpful in writing in about comics, especially comics based on cartoons that we missed. And so we always, every year, all of the what did we miss, each one of those gets researched by hand, bespoke. So please only put things in there if you're serious, but that's where a lot of these came from. Avengers Earth Mightiest Heroes, which is from the cartoon, Demon Days by Peach Momoko, Hulk the manga, which we had a ton of research on this year. It's enough that it would be amazing to see it in a book. Marvel 1602, Marvel Action, which is all those IDW All Ages series, Marvel Action Hour from the 90s animated series. That could also include Avengers United They Stand, Marvel Adventures, which were all of their all ages books from the mid 2000s, Marvel Mangaverse, which we've had trade paperbacks of, but not omnibus, a Marvel Max anthology that would have all the Marvel Max miniseries that are not kind of like in the big Punisher books like Dead of Night. They were all in a separate continuity. Marvel Noir, the original Noir universe, which had Spider-Man, X-Men, Punisher, Iron Man, Luke Cage, so much stuff. Marvel versus Wildstorm, which is not really alternate reality, but would have to be in its own book. It's different than Marvel versus DC. Not all of those comics were covered in the Marvel versus DC. There's plenty of stuff we could put in there. If we continue to the next slide, the Ant-Man, the Ultimate Ninja, which is very specifically in an alternate reality. Power Pack by Gurahiru, which are absolutely brilliant kids comics, which are so cool. And the good is Gurahiru from Jeff the Landshark. There are 11 series that they did originally in digest trades. My kid would devour that in omnibus. A Punisher Max companion, because there's so many Punisher Max series that we didn't get in that final Punisher Max that we just got that they could fit there. Squadron Supreme Power, the complete saga, all of their OOs stuff, including some of their crossovers in the Ultimate Universe. A What If Into the Voltiverse Volume 4. Yes, we've covered all of the original What If series, but then it continues as one-shots, which Marvel still track the legacy numbering of to get up to 200. So there's plenty more What If we could do. Wolverine, the Old Man Logan companion, the Wastelanders. That could have Old Man Hawkeye, Quill, it could have Avengers of the Wastelands. There's so much stuff that it's a whole omnibus now. And then finally, there are more X-Men animated series comics that we don't have in omnibus. The Adventures of the X-Men, which could add modern X-Men 92 miniseries to it as well, and even 97 miniseries if they want. If you're asking where is Spider-Man, there's so much Spider-Man alternate reality stuff that it has its own slide in just a couple of minutes.
I really quick wanted to talk about the Mangaverse and how they were trying to cash in back then on the idea that, hey, they're manga fans and we got manga at home. And, oh my gosh, some of those covers and costume decisions, especially for Phoenix, I don't know if people remember that. That could be the cover and it would sell a ton. And then there was another book in here I wanted to talk about. So you have Hulk the manga, and then Spider-Man will be another thing. But I wanted to talk about, Nth Man. Make that happen, people. Larry Hama. Amazing, underrated series. It'll be a really small omnibus, but so good.
I was a big fan of the Supreme Power Max series. JMS does a lot of that. And it was like, I read it as a teenager. It was one of the first comics I read where I was like, I don't know if I should be reading this. Like, it felt like too adult to me. But I loved it, and I'd love to reread it again as an adult. Maybe I wouldn't like it as much. I don't know. But I remember liking it a lot back then.
No, I think that was a good series. The Supreme Power was good. That was JMS. I thought it started off good. And then they did that weird crossover with the Ultimates, and then Nick Fury ended up in the Squadron.
Yeah, I never read that part of it, so that would be new to me if it was in the omnibus.
Yeah. Let me get this super chat really quick. The Ultimate Spider-Man 2012 cartoon also had a lot of tie-in comics. I think that's what Crisis was talking about. That's how we get ideas for these, is you all write them in. And if you're serious about them, we'll look at the mapping of that kind of stuff. So keep writing them in. I will.
Sometimes those cartoon tie-in comics are really hard to like research and discern because it's hard to tell if it's like a reprint or if another publisher handled it on the behalf of Marvel. So it's not my expertise, and I'm really thankful. It's why we have people write in stuff for the next year.
You read the Phoenix manga when you were 11. Oh my gosh. That's the clothing on that poor girl. I don't know how she kept warm.
All right, let's roll, baby.
All right.
Marvel events. Omar, do you want to talk events?
Sure. Yeah. Marvel has done an amazing job collecting events. Amazing. They are years ahead of DC. DC is now starting to get in the game of collecting events. So there's not a lot, but there's still some. So you have Constance of Champions, which is the first true Marvel event. I know some people are like, what about the Kree-Skrull War? But no, this involves everybody. Plus, they created some new characters for this. Then we have Secret Wars, the complete saga. So the original 2, Secret Wars 3, Beyond, which is not in print anywhere. Rest in peace, Gravity. I don't know what is he still dead? Nobody cares about Gravity anymore, huh? Battle World, and then the Infinity Trilogy Saga by Jim Starlin. So that would include Gauntlet, War, Crusade. You people are nuts, but whatever. But it will include Warlock and the Infinity Watch and the Warlock Chronicles. Maximum Security, Avengers, X-Men. Some of the stuff has been already collected in the Avengers Omni. It's been collected in the X-Men Omni, but this would include everything. Civil War. Oh my gosh. There's, I think, possible 2, maybe even 3 Omnis here.
Yeah.
Secret Invasion Companion. This would be the Skrull focused miniseries, like the Skrull Kill Crew, Meet the Skrulls, which is a freaking awesome series. The Dark Reign Companion. This is not an event, but more like an era of Marvel Comics, but still, you could have the list in there and other things. Chaos War, one of the most underrated, forgotten era. I think it happened to come out at the wrong time because it's practically the same plot as the Necrotia storyline that they were doing with dead superheroes coming back from the dead, or zombie superheroes, and Fear Itself, and which is collected in the Thor Omnibus, but it'd be his own Omni, and then Siege again. It's been collected in Omnis. Age of Ultron, which had an oversized hardcover, but this would be everything. The Infinity and Inhumanity for you people that love the Inhumans. So has a lot of the stuff by Charles Soule. Axis, the Avengers, and X-Men. This would include the Uncanny Avengers 2015 series. The Original Sin. So it'd probably be the oversized hardcovers of the Companion and Original Sin. Secret Wars Battle World Volume 4. Peter, or is that going to wrap up the series? Or
It certainly will.
It'll have all the X titles, right? I think that could just be X titles Battle World. Civil War 2. God bless you if you want that. Secret Empire. Humans versus X. Monsters Unleashed, which was actually a lot of fun. That 2017 series was actually pretty fun. The Infinity Wars, not to be confused with the classic Infinity War. And One World Under Doom. Those are the big events that we put. You know, it is not one of mine. But if you want it, go for it. I think it did break the top 60 last year. Any thoughts on this, Crisis? Any events that speak to you that you're like, I have to have it in Omni format?
I think, it's not surprising what's left over because it's either events that are not super popular on their own or events where just mapping it into a book is such a headache. So it's not a surprise that they dealt with stuff like House of M first, that they really could figure out how to get it into one giant book. I mean, we've talked about a lot of these on screen before about how hard it is to map them. I'm kind of surprised they didn't do Maximum Security because it's got Avengers and X-Men in it. That would maybe be a good one to get out at the early part of 2027 because we're going to have, the Secret Wars movie coming after the Doomsday movie. It kind of has both casts in it. Siege, maybe we could eventually get, but I don't know. A lot of these feel like they've been left behind for a good reason. Not that they're not good, but just that they're kind of hard sells or hard maps.
Okay.
I would buy all of them. I have a complete Marvel events shelf, so I would get everything on this slide.
I don't know. It's like, I think.
Oh, Omar, you want Civil War 2?
No, I don't even want Civil War 1.
Especially like your favorite event ever, right?
You know what? I think
Oh,
Civil
fine.
War 2 is better than Civil War 1, and I hate Civil
Oh,
War 2.
really? Oh,
I don't like Civil War or Civil War 2.
I know you weren't a fan of both of them, but I didn't know you would put 2 over 1.
Okay, maybe I like Steve McNiven's art a little bit more.
No, but 2 makes so much more sense, and it's David Marquez.
I still pick Steve McNiven's art.
Regardless, though, Civil War 1, what did it finish in the poll last year?
He made it in the poll last
It was
year.
like 2 or 3, wasn't it? Or 3 or 4?
It's in the top 10.
Yeah, Civil War is in the top 5.
Yeah, so
it always is. People love it, and rightly so. They have every right to love it. I never care for that event. I thought these. I'm rooting for Chaos War. That should speak how I feel about this era of events. And from this slide, I don't even. What the hell is even good here? Like,
Well, I think the Axis book is a book that we need because
Axis was okay, but you're right. The stuff by Rick Remender and then Dugan later on, that would be good.
Yeah, because basically what happened is Axis was going to be basically Uncanny Avengers 2012, starting with issue number 26, and Marvel asked Remender if it could be an event instead. So that book is really Uncanny Avengers by Remender Volume 2. That whole Axis, the main plot of Axis, it's just Uncanny Avengers. It resolves the stuff he sets up at the beginning of Uncanny Avengers. And then after that, he does 5 more issues of Uncanny Avengers that relaunched right before All New, All Different Marvel that has like Sabretooth on the team because he was flipped by Axis. And that's been like rudely abandoned. We talked earlier that we could squeeze it into an All New, All Different Uncanny Avengers omnibus, but really the rightful place for it to be is in this Axis book. And then his Remender's Rage of Ultron should be in that Uncanny Avengers omnibus because it sets up all the Ultron stuff that happens in that run. So that book, if you're somebody who collects all of Marvel Now, Avengers, or X-Men in omnibus, you kind of need that book, even if you don't collect events in omnibus.
Let me see. Research a lot of the tie-in comics for the recent Marvel cartoons, including UK exclusive Ultimate Spider-Man. Yeah, there were Ultimate Spider-Man UK comics. I'd be happy to help. Thank you so much.
Yeah, if you want to DM me on Discord or if you want to get to me through Omar, I would love to have those, and we will absolutely include them for next year if we can figure out how to omni them.
Jay Michaels already spreading the word for Civil War, Secret Invasion, and Fear itself. But Marvel
I know he's also hyped for us to get to Star Wars.
We'll get there. Marvel events never seem to get reprinted. Looking at Secret Invasion, I'm honestly surprised that they did not reprint it, considering they were doing the new Avengers, like Omnis 1 and 2, knowing that they weren't going to put those in there. So, favorite event of all time, Tigereyes at Marvel. What's the best event?
I mean, do I have to go off of these lists or
no? Your favorite event of all time?
Probably like Mutant Massacre, something small.
Great event. Okay, Taylor, any love for events?
Defenders versus Avengers. I do legitimately love that story, but I don't know. I mean, I'm not a big events guy, but I do love like Infinity Gauntlet. Like that's a great one.
Okay, it's a classic. Marvel UK. You want to take this one? Crisis?
We wouldn't need much, and we've never had anything. So this is another one like Malibu, where we only put the big ones on their own, and everything else got collapsed into a companion. Dark Angel, actually a series I really, really like, and I own every single thing on the slide. Death's Head 2, the original Death's Head, which has lots of cool stuff in it, the original saga, Motormouth and Kill Power, Night Raven, which is separate from the other Marvel UK continuity stuff, but it was a Marvel UK book, and it's been in a trade paperback, never an omnibus. And then we just have a catch-all companion. The first time we tried to do this, we actually broke these all out into their own maps, and they got all of like one vote. Message heard. We put it in a companion so that it could be more of a lightning rod for votes, because this is a titles poll and we don't need to try to dictate exactly how you want to group together Warhead's genetics and Black Axe and all of the other kind of gene heads. I don't know. I have all of them, but there's many Marvel UK miniseries from the 90s.
You guys had a chance to represent Marvel UK with Knights of Pendragon.
I should have bought 2. I should have bought 5.
Just didn't happen. So hopefully, I don't know. I'd love a Death's Head collection, especially
Dark Angel's in my top 10 usually. Like I love these books.
Death's Head 2 with that beautiful Liam Sharp artwork. Oh, love
Took
that
the words right out of my mouth. I would love that early Liam Sharp artwork in oversized format.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous fun story. Midnight Suns.
So this is kind of a loose grouping. We kind of threw together everybody who's kind of sort of been a horror Midnight Sun at some point just to get them all on one slide. So let's talk through it. Blade, Night Stalker, and Vampire Hunter. He has tons of 1990 series. We're just getting to them in epic collections, but it would follow the early years omnibus and just be basically Blade Volume 2. Blade, the modern years, there is a big chunky omnibus we could have with that 20 years by Blade. Most of it is actually written by Mark Guggenheim. Great vote. This one's a little bit of a risk we took because there was no good way to map them separately. We said Blade and Werewolf by Night, Blood Hunt, the Red Band Omnibus. Are there enough words in there? Because it's a couple different things. It's Werewolf by Night stuff running up to Blood Hunt. It's the Brian Edward Hill Blade series that runs up to Blood Hunt. And then they both get Red Band series after Blood Hunt. And Red Band series probably would always have to be collected together because they're mature readers. And so they can't kind of be peppered into all age readers omnibuses. So we could just put all of both of their series in here and they both kind of have Blood Hunt in the middle. Heck, you could even put the Red Band version of Blood Hunt in there if you wanted, because it would be a Red Band book. Damon Hellstrom, his classic material, which could take you all the way from his debut in 1973 all the way up to the stuff that comes right before the Ellis Omni, which picks up in the middle of a series. Darkhold, the Book of Sins. We've had 3 distinct trade paperbacks of Darkhold material. They would make one great omnibus. Dracula versus the modern Marvel Universe, which would effectively be Tomb of Dracula Volume 4. It follows Volume 3 and it has everything Dracula in it from 1981 and all. I've mapped it all. It would be a really fun read. Man-Thing Volume 2. There is plenty of Man-Thing that we could collect after that first Man-Thing, and that could take us all the way up through the 2020s if we want to. There's tons of material. Morbius the Living Vampire, again, a Volume 2 because there's 90s material. Then there's, I think it's a 32-issue series, perfect for an omnibus. Terror Inc., which would be a scant omnibus but could exist. And finally, a Werewolf by Night Volume 2. That original Werewolf by Night omnibus doesn't even have the end of the story of Werewolf by Night because his series was canceled and it was told through several other books, including Spider-Woman. It's not even in there. But then he's in plenty of comics through the 1980s and on that could be collected into a Volume 2.
I love that you all did a Werewolf by Night Volume 2. Also, Terror Incorporated. My goodness. Yes. Showed up in Wolverine, so I have to go and check out his comic book. It was actually fun.
He's an import from Shadowline, right? He debuted in Shadowline and then came over to the main Marvel universe.
One of those weird characters. Yeah. Darkhold is another great series. I really like that book. Especially, they did a trade paperback a few years ago. I'd love to see that collected in there. And Morbius, I'm surprised. Well, no, never mind. The movie came out and that kind of probably ruined the chances of that coming. Thanks a lot, Jared Leto.
We got one omnibus.
I do love the idea of
the movie.
The Son of Satan classic. That's got some early Steve Gerber writing.
It does.
A weird 70s period of Marvel that I love. I do have a question, though. So Danny Ketch and the Midnight Suns is all a big, giant gap in my reading. The Danny Ketch omnibus, is that collecting all of the Midnight Suns stuff as well?
Only the crossover that introduces them, which is just all of their it's just their introduction. Then all of those series, Darkhold, Night Stalkers, Morbius, and I feel like there's a fourth one, all continued. And there's also Midnight Suns. Oh, Blade. Oh no, that was Night Stalkers. And then there's also Midnight Suns Unlimited, which not all of which is in the Ghost Rider line. Only like things relevant to Ghost Rider are in there from Midnight
So could there be a Midnight Suns omnibus line, or would the best route be to pick and choose like the different series here?
For marketing purposes, they could do it like anthology style, and that would save them from having to like do Terror Inc. and Darkhold on their own. But I think Blade and Morbius are substantial enough that they could be their own omnis. So it's kind of like, you're not wrong. We could put that on the poll next year, kind of the Midnight Suns 90s anthology. And it could crack through these in like 4 volumes.
I don't have enough knowledge on that series or that run to advocate for it or not, but I was just curious.
Sometimes it takes fresh eyes looking at these things to realize the stuff, and that's why we have a whole team of Mapping Minties. This is never just me. I know I'm the voice and the face, but this is the work of like almost a dozen people at this point because it can't just be me.
I think that Man-Thing Volume 2 you would really like, Taylor, because it would have the Infernal Man-Thing story that Steve Gerber did later on in his career. Yeah, that would be so freaking awesome to finally see it collected in an oversized format.
Is that series the one with Liam Sharp? He did a series on Man-Thing too, didn't he?
Yeah, I think it was, but it wasn't like his painted art style.
Yeah.
So,
but I agree. I would love that. Man-Thing Volume 2 would be a great omnibus.
Not for everybody, but I can bring back Man-Thing Mondays again. All right. New universe.
This will be a quick one. We've got a couple of new universe. This is what's left. We'd need DP7. We'd need Justice. We'd need Cyforce, Starbrand, and Nightmask, which had separate series, but it makes sense to put them together. And then we could also have a companion with a lot of the shorter series, including Kickers Inc., Mark Hazard, Spitfire, and the Untold Tales of the New Universe. That's it. 5 books. You could put all 5 of them into your top 10, and we could have a complete collection of New Universe and Omnibus.
Yeah. Man, I'm all over that Cyforce, Justice. Oh my gosh, TP7. There's some great, phenomenal talent in here, and I think we had trade paperbacks of some of this stuff.
We did.
Yeah,
only the beginnings of some of them.
Yeah, volume one, I think, and that's about it. Yeah, but
for anybody asking, what is the new universe? In 1986, Jim Shooter said, "DC's got Watchmen and Dark Knight Returns. We have new universe.
We got Watchmen at home." Yeah. Okay, let's move on to Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. This will be short.
Yeah, there's only 3 that we need. So one, we could have Nick Fury and his Howling Commandos. Really, it's more than just one volume. That went over 100 issues, and it's classic stuff. I think we've got, 2 epic collections of that? That's one that I really think is worth restoring and having permanently. I'm sure Taylor's on my side there. Nick Fury, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. So Nick Fury starts a solo series after his S.H.I.E.L.D. omnibus, and that continues to his 1989 ongoing. This actually could maybe squeeze into one giant book. It could actually be 2, but I would actually probably buy that. I think there's so much cool Nick Fury stuff that is scattered across other books before he winds up being his own solo hero. And then also Nick Fury Jr., Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. So we got that Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. omnibus that was the lowest vote getter on the poll. Marvel printed it, showing they don't necessarily listen to us all the time. But it didn't have all of Nick Fury Jr. in it, which it could have. So now there's enough Nick Fury Jr. stuff that actually it's its own omnibus, and he also kind of winds up running the agents and series where other people volunteer for S.H.I.E.L.D. So this could be a home for things like Invisible Woman, Taskmaster, the Secret Invasion mini, and the Mystique mini by Declan Shalvey, which actually could have just been called a Nick Fury Jr. mini because he's actually the star of it, and Mystique is kind of the villain of it. So only 3 books to have, or at least 3 lines we need to start. There could be multiple books of Sergeant Fury and his Howling Commandos, probably a minimum of 3, and that Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. book could be 2. But this is what to vote for if you want to get underway on that.
And you're spot on. I'm definitely down for the Howling Commandos. And I will say, in the Kirby Ward romance book, they restored already in oversized format 19 issues of Nick Fury's Howling Commandos in this book that Jack Kirby did. So they've already worked on a good chunk of what would be that first volume. So it's not crazy to think that they would do that. But definitely for that one. And then also the Nick Fury Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. That one would be amazing. That's stuff that I don't know that's ever been collected. You say it had been?
They did trades of the entire 1989 series, but there's some stuff before and after that has never been collected.
Yeah, the 1989 series is how I got into the S.H.I.E.L.D. world because
it's good.
Yeah, Daredevil shows up, Wolverine shows up. The OGNs are done by Howard Chaykin, Scorpio.
I'm sure that would include the Nick Fury versus S.H.I.E.L.D. series as well, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Not what the hell is even this?
Non-comics. Let's talk about them.
All right.
So Taylor might have some input on some of these, but I won't put them on the hook. I'll read them first, and then I'll pitch over to Taylor. There's Crazy Magazine. There's Epic Illustrated Magazine. There's Foom Magazine, which is the Marvel Comics Club magazine. Marvel Age Volume 2, we only have 1 omnibus of Marvel Age. There's a lot more Marvel Age. There's Marvel Fun and Games Magazine. And then there's 2 official handbooks. The official handbook of the Marvel Universe A to Z, which is the 2008 version, and the official index of the Marvel Universe. Those are the official index reading order guides. Most of them got reprinted in small digest-sized trade paperbacks, but never the Fantastic Four one. So I don't know why you'd want an omnibus of that, but it could happen, and people have asked for it. Taylor, any thoughts on some of these magazines?
Crazy Magazine's fun. That was one of Marvel's kind of mini attempts really to kind of do their own Mad magazine. And then they got a trade paperback before a few years ago, I believe.
Yep.
And then Foom and Marvel Age are both just like great historical artifacts. The same reason why Omar loves the letters pages, because I love them the same reason, is like it's such a snapshot of history of what what people were saying at that time. So Marvel Age, if you don't pick up the first volume, is like it was their kind of Wizard magazine, but it was done by Marvel in-house.
Yeah, it was like in-house Wizard.
Yeah, but they had like articles about upcoming series, and some of them never even happened, but they had interviews, they had all kinds of cool things that you could get like a historical snapshot of what was happening and what was being said at that time, which is really fun.
I just saw comments.
Epic Illustrated. Guys, Epic Illustrated. Oh, that would be a licensing nightmare, but oh my gosh, the talent. Like, that's where Murata comes from, the Chris Claremont and John Bolton book. That's where, what's his name? Jim Starlin, right? He did the Metamorphosis Odyssey, which later on became Dreadstar. And Elric was there. There was adaptations of like Harlan Ellison short stories. Like I said, I think it would be a licensing nightmare, but oh, dude, so many great stories in there. And of course, some of the superhero stuff too, like the Silver Surfer, Epic Illustrated.
They're not. There's no word on them doing crazy. They came out with a collection for their Atlas line called Snafu, which was Marvel's very first attempt back when they're called Atlas Comics. Very first attempt to do their own Mad magazine. They actually did that like when Mad magazine, the magazine version, had just released their first issues when Snafu kicked off. So like Stanley was on the ground floor of like, I need to copy what's going on over there. But it's actually a lot of fun. That Snafu collection by Fantagraphics is a lot of fun. I highly recommend it. I do have a video on it on my channel if anybody's wanting to go over there. Cheap plug.
No, not cheap look at all. I mean, y'all, the reason I keep pitching to Taylor on this obscure stuff and the reason Omar is so cruelly mocking our good friend Taylor Talks Comics is because Taylor, nobody on YouTube is explaining this stuff better, has hunted for it more, has more enthusiasm for it. Like if I ever have any kind of question about 50s and 60s comics that are not mainstream superhero stuff, if I ever want to talk like weird indie alt comics from the 80s and 90s, the first person that I DM is Taylor. So if you like this kind of weird, obscure stuff, that's the channel you need to be subscribed to. He is so fun and watchable. I will keep talking until I make him blush. I think he's one of the best comic YouTubers. And I know it's a lot of me talking in the stream, but I'm here because Taylor is here too.
Thank you so much. That's an honor to hear that from you.
Oh, that's wonderful. There's not enough praise for me, though, so I'm going to move on. What an asshole. Okay. Any thoughts, Tigereyes, on any of this?
I am not familiar with most of this. So.
Okay, not familiar.
God love those write-ins, baby. All learned about through write-ins. Power Man and Iron Fist. This has one of the books I get yelled at the most about in the write-in comments. So let's talk about it.
Love yelling at Crisis.
We could have Power Man and Iron Fist in Omnibus. We have Power Man and Omnibus. We have Iron Fist and Omnibus. Now it's time to do 2 volumes to get through their combined series. After that, we have the return of Danny Rand. You could call that Iron Fist Volume 2, even though the Power Man and Iron Fist comes in between. There's enough stuff to fill up a pretty big book there, and it would take us all the way to Immortal. So it would fill in that whole 15-year gap there. There's also Luke Cage Second Chances. We've had trade paperbacks of that from his 1990 series, Never an Omnibus. Then there's a lot of Heroes for Hire. There was the original 1997 Heroes for Hire series, which is anchored by Power Man and Iron Fist by Ostrander, which is always a good time, any Ostrander book. But then also Misty Knight takes over that brand and it continues. This book would be gigantic, and I realized, why would you split it into multiple books? It could all fit into one omnibus. Why market it multiple times? If you want them separately, great. Still vote for this one because it's all encompassed by this. We also have Jessica Jones on here because often Jessica Jones books would actually have to be in a Luke Cage omnibus because he's such a prominent co-star in them. So we titled this one Jessica Jones and the Defenders of New York City by Bendis. It's basically Alias Volume 2. The Pulse, the Bendis Jessica Jones 2016 series, and then Bendis's Defenders series, all of which could be in one book and has a lot of Luke Cage in it. Then this is the one I get yelled at. Luke Cage and Iron Fist, the modern years. So after Immortal Iron Fist, Luke Cage and Iron Fist both kind of take turns having their own series and then having a series together, and then having their own series and then having a series together to try to give them both their own modern omnibuses with 50% double dip each other's books. And then sometimes even one of them has a solo book like Iron Fist Heart of the Dragon or whatever that was called by it was so good. The art was by Dave Watcher. It might have been Larry Hama. Luke Cage is the #1 co-star in that book. So I think it probably makes sense to at least list it on the poll as one book. If you want them to be separate, let Marvel hear the demand and then let them decide how to separate it. And then finally, Jessica Jones again. We have Kelly Thompson, who wrote a series of absolutely phenomenal Jessica Jones books. And then also Gail Simone, who wrote a Jessica Jones book called The Variants. And then also Jessica Jones was actually the star of the Century 2023.
Look at that. Huh? I love this little asterisk down here that pretty much says don't yell at me anymore.
That's the one thing that I was like, y'all, I'm just trying to help you. If we separate it into 4 different books, they'll all get 1 vote.
I feel like that asterisk kind of applies to the whole presentation. That's kind of like what,
yeah.
That's what Crisis has been trying to get to you guys the whole time. Is like, we're not worried about mapping right now. We're just trying to get these things to be a thing. If Marvel decides to make it, then we can kind of hopefully talk to them about any sort of mapping issues.
Kelly Thompson wrote it, and there was a small digest size that just came out collecting her stories.
Which does not do justice to the Matteo Dialulis art. He's one of my favorite artists in the whole industry right now. He did a couple of fill-in issues on Absolute Wonder Woman with Kelly Thompson, and that was like how he broke through. That and the, I want to say, Invisible Woman miniseries was maybe him as well. And I was like absolutely floored by his art.
And I think, let's see.
Gotta keep going. Keep it moving. Punisher. All right, Omar.
Okay. So if we separate Punisher Classic line into 3 titles, none of them will rank well. So that's why we're putting it like this. So we're calling it the Punisher Classic. We have years of data to back this up. Also, some voters want them separate, but others want them as an anthology. So this will be following the Epic mapping, and then later on integrating things like Punisher War Journal and Warzone. And then we have the NAM 2, because that becomes Punisher and the NAM eventually. And then Punisher Marvel Knights, which is the 90s stuff. and starting with no, it started with the Marvel Knights stuff, and then Ennis took over the book. But this would be the non-Ennis material. Punisher War Journal by Matt Fraction. It's the stuff that comes before Rick Remender with artwork by Ariel Olivetti. Punisher by Greg Rucka, which is phenomenal. This is the first time I remember seeing Marco Chiqueto's artwork, and follows Remender's run. And it would be a slim omnibus, but it would be so good. And then the modern years, which is Edmondson, Clunan, Rosenberg, Dugan, Aaron, and Grombeck, who all wrote the Punisher. So that's how we separated the Punisher this time around. What did we do? We didn't do that last year, right? We did Warzone, we did War Journal.
No, last year was the first year we put it all in one, and it crushed in the rankings, which is why we've maintained it this year. There's a vocal minority of people who I very much respect who are like, look, I just want War Journal. I just want Warzone. But the thing is, we just don't know how Marvel would approach it. We've got Punisher Epics that just collect the main Punisher title. But now that they're seeing how popular this anthology approach is on some titles where they're taking it, like X-Men and Krakoa, Punisher is kind of like ripe for that. And his book actually integrates really well in reading order across the 3 titles. So we just don't know. It's one of those things. It's like, we don't know how to map ahead. We don't even, Omar and I had an argument about this book, actually. I forget when, but we went back and forth a couple of times about like, it doesn't have this. No, you went too far. It doesn't have enough. Because it's just totally unclear. So until we know, we have to just kind of give you one book to vote on.
Yeah. Douglas Murray leaves before volume 2, and it would become the Chuck Dixon era. And that's when Marvel was pretty much, let's make this into a Punisher book. So it's less about those characters and more about the time the Punisher spent over there.
And number 2 would finish out the series, right?
Yes, it would.
Yeah,
it would.
Greg Rucka, always in the top 20. One of my favorite runs, probably the past 20, 25 years. It's an amazing Punisher run.
Agreed. Silver Age non-superhero comics. This might be up your alley, Taylor. Right?
I think Taylor will have enough to say on this one. I think we should give Taylor a shot.
I hope so. All right, let's
get on it.
All right, Alice area Western Heroes. This is I'm so down for this omnibus. These are great Western comics. Western comics were so big back then, and they've never been collected hardly at all. So Kid Colt, Two Gun Kid, Outlaw Kid. I'm assuming a similar thing to like Punisher. Like they could make a Kid Colt omnibus or a Two Gun Kid omnibus, but if we were to spread them all out, then they're probably gonna not rank very well. So if you want any of those Westerns, vote for that. Captain Savage's Leatherneck Raiders plus Combat Kelly and the Deadly Dozen. Those are really fun. It was kind of like Nick Fury and the Howling Commandos was so popular. They're kind of like, let's do some more of those. And these are those series. I think one of these, I forget which one, is Quentin Tarantino's favorite comic book of all time. I think it might be Combat Kelly. I don't know. One of them is Tarantino's favorite. Marvel Romance, that's obviously, we've got a little smattering of that, again, in that Kirby War Romance book and also in the August 61 books and those kinds of things. But those are huge. There's hundreds of issues of those, hundreds and hundreds of issues of those. So people are into romance comics to pick those up. And some of those are, I'm trying to think. So the romance genre was started by Kirby and Joe Simon back before they went to Atlas, and then Atlas took it over. The romance genre was huge for comics back then. Marvel Western by Jack Kirby is going to be really high on my list because I think it's a perfect companion to the War Romance Omnibus that I showed off earlier. And it's one of the eras of Jack Kirby that's been really not collected too well, and you can pack it into one beautiful omnibus. And then Millie the Model, Patsy Walker, those are more romance comics, but maybe kind of more in like the Archie comics vein. A lot of fun still, though. I would definitely pick up an omnibus if they had those. And Rawhide Kid is yes, let's go, Sass Smurf. Rawhide Kid is another Western comic that has not been collected and could definitely go on for a few volumes. But any of these, if they were to be made, I'd buy them, one, to support this era of these comics and these genres that haven't been collected very well, but two, because I want to own them. I want them on my shelf.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I just think there's so much historical value to getting these comics of the late 40s and 50s that kind of almost were lost to time. And I hate that as collector, we're all aging. And at a point, I worry that there's going to be no market to buy them, which is, I mean, kind of fatalistic, but true. That Marvel Romance, But My Love, that is in my top 10. And I voted for it last year. It might be even higher now. The more I research it, the more I want it. Every issue is a killer's row of Marvel artists, and it could all fit into one book. It's 3 series, like My Love Stories, and then My Love. And it's like Stan Lee writes a bunch of it. Buscema colon drawing romance comics. Like, bring that to my house right now.
And Romita Sr., that's what he brought to the table with Spider-Man when he took over after Ditko.
Yeah.
Was that romance stuff. He preferred to do that than superheroes. For the longest time, Stanley's like, come back, Romita Sr. And he's like, I don't want to do superheroes, though. So he was on these romance books. And then he kind of brought that style to Spider-Man and it made it super popular.
And that's what like made Mary Jane. Like his romance approach to art is what made Mary Jane Watson who she is to us today. And
what to Crisis' point and to build on it, like I always worry about the preservation of history of comics, because if they're not reprinted, like they're just going to die off. That's why I'm so stoked for the Atlas library that Fantagraphics is doing, because now that they're being reprinted in these nice hardcovers, they'll live on for another generation. So hopefully the generation after us will discover at least these hardcovers, and then maybe they'll reprint them in some format. But the only way for these to live on is to reprint them and to have a new generation fall in love with them.
All right, let's roll.
Rawhide Kid gets my vote.
Yeah.
Silver Surfer and Thanos. So we have Silver Surfer 0. I love that this was added. This is basically the first Epic collection, because Marvel started with the big John Buscema and Stan Lee stuff.
And maybe they can figure out the rights issue and pack in that Jack Kirby OGN from Fireside.
Fireside, yeah.
I love that's one of my favorite books in my collection. I love that. So good.
Silver Surfer by Ron Marz. This would follow the Starlin Omnibus. They could call it the Infinity War Omnibus.
Yeah.
Silver Surfer by J.M. DeMatteis. That would be wrapping up that series that started in 1987 with Steve Englehart. And then we have enough material for modern years, all the miniseries, and I guess one of them was a maxi series. And then Thanos, one of my personal favorites. I've mapped this one for, oh my God, over a decade. It's the Road to Annihilation. Fits between the Infinity Crusade and the Annihilation story. And Thanos by Lemire and Cates, because there is a Cates OHC. The stories are also collected in the Cosmic Universe by Donny Cates Omnibus. But the beginning, the beginning of that run was not collected. So that's what we made into an Omni. Really fun.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's all I had to say.
I would say finally getting that Starlin Silver Surfer book this year simplified this map so much, because we always had so much ambiguity of would they do it? Would they collect around Infinity Gauntlet? Like we really just didn't know what to expect. Now that we have it, this just got so much more simple. There would be another 1 or 2 volumes after that Ron Marz book and before the DeMatteis. But again, DeMatteis is such a steady vote getter on the poll that anytime we could market a book under his name, we realized Marvel could probably market it too under his name and it would sell regardless of if the stuff came before it came out. Also, I'll point out one of the few Marvel comics from the 2000s where there are issues that have never been in print in a collected edition is Silver Surfer's series in the mid 2000s. There was one trade and the rest of it never got collected. It's never been collected since. That is a very rare thing for 2000s era Marvel.
Yeah, they were printing so much at that time. Okay. Any thoughts on this, Tigereyes? Taylor?
I'm stoked for the omnibuses we're getting. Like, I love the Infinity Gauntlet omnibus coming later. I love the Spaceways or whatever it's called. That's a great omnibus. So yeah, having the Ron Marz, I think calling it the Infinity War, Silver Surfer and the Infinity War would be a great way to just continue on, not having to worry about volume numbers, but continuing on the series. I'd be stoked for that one.
Yeah. Solo character.
All right, get ready for some Micro Machines action, y'all.
There should be only one omnibus here.
Yeah, one Marvel Solo Characters Anthology Volume 1.
We need someone to clip
Solo is awesome. That guy was great.
All right, here we go. Try to keep Omar. Okay, America Chavez, she's had her own miniseries. She's had her own ongoing. She also was the first Inventions. It could all be in one book. Ant-Man and Giant Man Volume 1. It has Marvel Masterworks. And then it could continue from the Hank Pym stuff through Black Goliath into Scott Lang. Ant-Man, Scott Lang, Modern Years by Nick Spencer. He did a number of series that all would fill one book. There are some miniseries not by Nick Spencer we also could put in there. Black Cat, the early years. I've mapped this explicitly. Reading just the Black Cat issues of Spider-Man is such a good read. It's a great way to kind of string all of her stuff together. And we could pretty much get all the way up to 2012 when she starts having her own miniseries all in one book. So if she's ever in a movie per se, that could be a great pick. Black Knight, Dane Whitman, we could have all of his early stories, both in Avengers, significant stories, as well as his anthology stories and one-shots. Black Panther by John Ridley and Eve Ewing. There are only 2 more Black Panther books we need for complete coverage. I can't even give him his own slide anymore. So we could have that John Ridley and Eve Ewing runs together. And then also the other one we're missing is Black Panther by Mayberry and List, which would come after the Hudlin run and also include Dumore. Black Widow, we go through this every year. There's so many Black Widows that have not been collected in omnibus all the way up until what we do have, which is Mark Waid's and Chris Samney's Captain America and Black Widow, that we just put one option on because it's too ambiguous how it could map. That could include everything all the way up to, and maybe even past that, like Kelly Thompson's, but they're all too short to have their own omnibuses. Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, again, there's only 2 books left. We need the Miss Marvel years by Brian Reed. It's a pretty big book. It's over 50 issues, but it could be done all in one. We've done the math. And then also Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, the Mighty Captain Marvel, which is all of that stuff that Christos Gage wrote some of it, Margaret Stoll wrote some of it. It's basically everything after Secret Wars up until the beginning of the Kelly Thompson run. Omar, let's keep going. Cloak and Dagger Volume 3, it's basically all of the Cloak and Dagger appearances that happen after their first 2 ones. Crystar, Crystal Warrior, yes, we hear you in the comments. It's on the poll this year. Dark Hawk, all of us want that all in one book. It's one of our top choices on this group.
Yes, baby.
Daughters of the Dragon, Misty Knight and Colleen Wing, which would not just be their heroes for hire stuff, it could excerpt all of their solo stories and the stuff that established them all the way from the Deadly Hands of Kung Fu and forward. It would be a pretty cool read. Deathlock, the early years, this used to be 2 different books. We combined it into one based on some feedback. So it's his Deathlock Marvel Masterworks materials, and then it could just roll in the McDuffie Deathlock series. Yes, we know it's a different Deathlock, but it's kind of makes a little bit more sense to get all in one book. Then Deathlock's also had Modern Years series starting in 2009 and on. Dr. Voodoo, Avenger of the Supernatural, has a Marvel Masterworks, but then he has a lot of his own series that could collect all the way up to 2010 or 11 when Remender had his miniseries. Echo, which could collect every Echo story ever, including the David Mack stuff on Daredevil and all of her individual series. Glimpse and Echo, or Electra and Echo from Marvel Knights, and then also all the way up to Echo Phoenix Song. Elsa Bloodstone, who's popular once again because now she's in Marvel Rivals. This would be a really fun book to get all of her stuff in one book. Could this be where Next Wave could fit into an omnibus? Possibly. Frankenstein, somebody in the chat earlier mentioned it. This couldn't just be the Frankenstein Marvel Horror series from the 1973. Marvel has also featured other Frankenstein stories and adaptations that could all be in that book. And then Galactus the Devourer, if any villain deserves a book the way that Doctor Doom and Loki has had, certainly Galactus does. And we could get all the way through his actual 1999 to Galactus the Devourer miniseries, collecting basically every big Galactus story up until that point. I think it'd be very, very satisfying, and I have a hunger for it. Let's continue. Now we have
John Byrne back and do the final Galactus. You could get John Byrne back to finish out his last Galactus story.
There's so much. Hawkeye, almost enough for his own slide. So there's Hawkeye in the Solo Avengers, which basically just matches his epic collections. Then there's Hawkeye Clint Barton, all new, all different. That would be the one that immediately follows Fraction. It's mostly written by Lemire, but would have Hawkeye Avengers. Then there's Hawkeye Clint Barton, the return of Hawkeye and Mockingbird. That would be what happens before Fraction. Basically everything after he comes back from Avengers Disassembled. He has a lot of miniseries in that period. Then of course there's Hawkeye Kate Bishop, who could have her own book with her establishing material, and then some Kelly Thompson stuff, although it would double dip a little bit out of West Coast. Hellcat Patsy Walker could have an all-in-one book with all of her major stories. Hercules, the Prince of Power by Bob Layton. That's Hercules of the 24th century. Probably could have put it in the alternate universe slide, but people expect it here. Then we have Hercules, the early years. We could start from 1965 and would have the non-Layton stuff all the way up. We could probably get all the way to the 2000s here. And then we have Hercules, the Incredible Hulk Hercules by Greg Pak et al. That could be volume 1 or 2. It depends on if you think Chaos War should be in this line or not, and if you think it should continue to like his Herc ongoing series that happened in the era of Fear itself. Then we have Hood, Parker Robbins, the complete saga. We could have every Hood major story, including his miniseries, all in one book. Howard the Duck Volume 2. Howard the Duck Volume 1 skipped some material, which subsequently was in his complete collection, so we could grab that, and then we could have all of Howard the Duck's appearances pretty much all the way up until the modern Chip Zdarsky and Joe Quinone's Howard the Duck Omnibus. Let's keep rolling. Jack of Hearts, you demanded it, and apparently at least one person will vote for it, so it's on the poll. Jeff the Landshark, people want it, and we've done the research. We found every Jeff appearance. We know that it can make a great omnibus. A lot of it has never even been in print because they're digital issues. This is the book, you Marvel Rivals fans, to vote for if you love our boy Jeff. There are 2 Khazar omnibuses we need to finish off. Khazar 1, the Silver Age omnibus from before Khazar the Savage. Another one that follows Khazar the Savage, which would be all of his modern years material going all the way up to 2022. Kang the Conqueror, another villain that could have an all-in-one Kang series that collects all of his big Kang stuff.
Yes.
Gosh, Marvel could even try to put it in chronological order of Kang. Wouldn't that be wild? We've mapped it. Actually, I think Brandon probably can take responsibility for that. Kill Raven, which has had a Marvel Masterworks and an epic. Let's see it in omnibus. Kingpin, Wilson Vix. We have all of Kingpin. He's about to be in yet another season of Daredevil. Where's the book, Marvel? Machine Man, which started out as a character in 2001: A Space Odyssey, I believe, created by Jack Kirby, and then he got his own series. Man Wolf from 1973 and on, and Miracle Man, Marvel Man, the early years back when Miracle Man was actually called Marvel Man. Marvel does have the rights to print this, and they're absolutely gorgeous, hugely influential comic books. It would be beautiful to get them in a big book. Let's keep going. Oh my gosh, we're only at M. Mockingbird Bobby Moore. Some of you were talking about her in chat. She's had plenty of stuff. They gave her one trade to collect it. It could be an omnibus. Omnibus. It could take us all the way up to her Chelsea Kane series in 2015. Monica Rambeau, Spectrum, another character with tons of great early stuff. Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur, they just put a 10-year anniversary one-shot out for her last year, so now's the perfect time to do the 10-year anniversary omnibus. Moon Knight, The Modern Years, this is in our top 10 every year. People want it bad. Would it just be one volume? Would it be broken up? We don't know. But these are the authors that we need to cover to get the rest of Moon Knight and Omnibus. It's not much. It's Bendis and in his own series. Then it's Ellis, Wood, and Bunn in a series. And then it's Lemire, followed by Bemis in their own series. So maybe this is one volume, maybe it's two, maybe it's three, but this is all we need for complete front-to-back Moon Knight coverage all the way up to the present day of Jed MacKay. Then there are two Miss Marvel books we need. One would be the Miss Marvel Kamala Khan by Saladin Ahmed, which follows Gia Willow Wilson's run. And then, of course, there's the back half of Gia Willow Wilson's run, which we never got an omnibus. Come on, Marvel, she had a TV show. Then we have a few Namor omnibuses. We could do a Namor Golden Age omnibus. What this is up to you. Could it start from the start? We do already have two Golden Age books. So one is the pre-war years, and then one of them is like pretty much the post-war years. So this could be the war years. It's up to you what you want it to be, but we're definitely missing material. Then we have Submariner Silver Age Volume 2. We got a Volume 1 finally, but we only need Volume 2 and Volume 3 to finish it. And then we need Namor the Submariner by Kaminsky and Herdling. That would follow the Byrne and Jay Lee omnibus. And then finally Namor the Modern Years, which would be everything from 1988 and onward of Namor. Let's keep going. Then we have Nova Richard Rider by Abnett and Lanning, many people's favorite Richard Rider comic book. We could have that in an omnibus. Then there's also Nova Sam Alexander starting in 2013. We could have that in an omnibus. Quasar by Mark Grunwald. Volume 1 includes some Quasar material. I think he was called Marvel Boy or something like that at first, but that we've mapped that all, and that could start, and then this would get us halfway through a series, and then there would be the back half, which would actually be in Volume 2 and have the Star Blast event in it. Quicksilver, the early years, all the significant stories, all the way up to his 1997 ongoing. Red Skull, which would be all the significant Red Skull stories. A lot of these villains were used sparingly enough that one big book of them, much like the Doom book, would be really fun. Red Wolf, the complete saga, that would be a really cool read of everything. Red Wolf, Scarlet Witch, we've got mapped into 3 books here. Scarlet Witch by Steve Orlando from 2021 and on. He's still writing her in Sorcerer Supreme right now, but there's enough for a huge omnibus. But then there's this kind of middle Scarlet Witch material, which is Children's Crusade and the Witch's Road. Children's Crusade, of course, is in the Young Avengers omnibus line, but it's also a big Scarlet Witch series because it brings her back. And then Witch's Road is James Robinson's series, which was loosely adapted for the MCU show. Then we have Scarlet Witch, the early years, much like Quicksilver could have all of her early material. Sentinel by Sean McKeever. He wrote some ongoings that were only ever collected, I think, in digest-sized books. And then Shang-Chi, the Modern Years. We could just call this like the next of installment of the Master of Kung Fu omnibuses. So there's a lot of stuff before John Lee Yang takes over, but we also could have this just be a Yang omnibus as well. The way you vote for it is up for you, but there's plenty of stuff to fill it. Oh my gosh, I think there's still 2 more slides. No, just 1 more. Shannon the She-Devil could have her own book. Silver Savior and the Wild Pack, which is I think about a 35 issue series in the 90s, and there was also Silver Savior and Fortune. Later we could fit that in as well. That's why it goes to 2006. Sleepwalker had his own 1990 series, never fully collected. Taskmaster, all the significant stories as well as all of his miniseries. There's enough for a book. We've checked. Tigra, same for her. U.S. Agent. These are all characters that have had anthology solo stories as well as solo miniseries that can be collected all into one book. Ultron, another villain that we can have all the cool Ultron stories all together, especially because I believe he's tipped to be in an upcoming MCU project again. Wasp, Janet Van Dyne. I've mapped that. Janet has a really cool arc that actually makes a lot of sense. Roger Stern contributes a lot to it, but she's got plenty of solo material as well. Then there's also Wasp, the Unstoppable Wasp by Wade, who invents her in his all new, all different Avengers, but then Jeremy Whitley, who takes over and writes an absolutely charming 2-volume book of her, and it's one of my kids' favorite books. I love Nadia Van Dyne. Weird World. This was due to reader feedback. We did research to find every appearance of Weird World or Weird World concepts in the Marvel Universe, and we mapped it all into one book so you can vote for it. White Tiger, which we call the saga or the legacy of the White Tiger, with all the original White Tiger and then the modern White Tiger. And then finally, Wonder Man, the Modern Years, following his early years omnibus with his series from 1985 and onward. Those are your solo Marvel hero omnibuses.
Take a break, relax, and breathe.
All right, start back at the beginning. I have something to say about every single one of these.
That was impressive. Wow, Crisis. Okay. Dude, there's only one book to talk about, and that's Darkhawk, baby. That's it.
Is that always in your top 10?
Every single time. Yeah, and I think it's fluctuated over the years, like what I want Marvel, like top 20. It's made it in the number 1 for the last 3 or 4 years in a row. It's really cool that, maybe one day we'll get it. But I didn't realize that we had enough material for Cloak and Dagger 3, but it kind of makes sense. Figured Chris Starr would make it in there after getting yelled at last year. Also, Bloodstone would be so awesome, though. I'm a huge fan of her. And you're right. You said exactly what needed to be said. It might be the place to find Next Wave in omnibus format. I think I helped Brand map out that Kang the Conqueror omnibus. He's my favorite Avengers villain. Man-Wolf.
Yeah, Machine Man would be cool because not only do you have like the Kirby and Ditko stuff, but then there was a miniseries that Barry Windsor Smith did in the early 90s. So you have like 3 of like the best artists ever in one book.
There is the Moon Knight that is a much needed gap filler, which would be Bendis, Ellis, Wood, Bunn, Lemire, and Bemis all in one. And it would go right after volume 2 of the Mark Spector Moon Knight and the Charlie Houston omnibus. Would love to see that. So this is actually a little bit no, it is after Houston. You're right.
Yes.
Yeah, this would be before the McKay run. Yeah. Sentinel by Sean McKeever. I have a custom omnibus that a fan of mine sent my way years ago. I would love to see that. It's got early artwork by Udon Studios, so it has a very anime flair to the art. Yeah, it's great. Alvin Lee. Who else was it? I think some early Omar Dogan and Arnold Sang were some of the artists on that book. And it's Iron Giant in the Marvel universe. It's so underrated and so cute. Anything for you, Tigereyes, in this poll? In this, like, what you a fan of Sleepwalker or White Tiger?
Ant-Man by Spencer was on my list last year.
Yeah.
And Hercules by Pack.
Oh, that Incredible Hercules is so good, dude. It's such a good run.
It's a lot of fun.
There was also something in here I wanted to mention. Oh, the Weird World, which is kind of like their ElfQuest. When ElfQuest was being shopped around, Marvel's like, we got ElfQuest at home.
I think Silver Sable and the Wild Pack is like one of those eras that I would kind of like really love to read that omnibus. But is it the best comics ever? Probably not.
It's good. Got some good 90s Steve Butler artwork in there.
Yeah, like it's kind of wild and fun. The Moon Girl Devil Dinosaur one, I absolutely love the comic series. My son is a huge fan of that series.
It's a great series.
I would love that to be an omnibus.
It would be huge. There's so many issues of that stuff too.
I think there's 43 issues the series ran.
Yeah, something like that. Crisis. What's the one book?
Oh my gosh.
Give me your top 3 from this list here.
I would love the rest of the Captain Marvel, Brian Reed stuff. I mean, that was one of the books that got me back into comics because Carol had never had her own series all the way from the 70s. And I remember walking into a comic store and looking at the shelf and I was like, oh, Carol Danvers has her own book. So that's a huge one for me. That Black Cat book, I'm not even a big Black Cat fan necessarily, but I basically read all the issues for my guide. It reads so well. It's just one of those books like these villain books that like people consistently used a character and developed her over the years, and it just makes for a good read. But yeah, Captain Marvel, the Brian Reed years of Captain Marvel is very, very high on my list.
That's got some beautiful artwork in the second half by Sana Takeda.
Yeah, and also all those covers by who does all those bombastic covers where she's like jets and stuff flying around her.
I know Frank Cho did the first few covers.
It'll come to me. So yeah, I mean, there's just so much good stuff in here. There's so much good stuff. The Kate Bishop omnibus would be amazing. We need that Moon Knight book so bad.
Yeah,
I would love to finish Namor Golden Age. Like it's one Golden Age character they've actually treated seriously. Yeah, there's a lot of great stuff in here.
I'd like to see a Miss Marvel. Just redo it. Bring it all.
Deathlock. I'm a huge mark for Deathlock. We need a Deathlock omnibus. I don't care what era. Just give us.
All right, Omar. Now's your time to shine.
Okay, Spidey. Samantha, you watching? Okay, Marvel Team Up Volume 2. We had Volume 1 come out again last year. It was wonderful. Then we have Spectacular Spider-Man Volume 2. We have a Web of Spider-Man Volume 2 coming out later this year. We've had Amazing Spider-Man Volume 2. It would be nice to have a Spectacular Spider-Man Omnibus Volume 2. The Spider-Man Amazing Spider-Man series with a Volume 8. That's crazy. We have 7 volumes of Spider-Man. And this would be double dipping with the Uncle Raj Omnibus. Spider-Man Spectacular Spider-Man by Peter David is a couple of years out from Volume 2. Spider-Man The Black Costume Saga Aftermath would be that gap filler that we would need for Amazing Spider-Man instead of waiting years for this would be Volume 9 or 10. And then Spider-Man by Conway and Buscema. This would include the Web of and Spectacular Spider-Man issues right before the DeMatteis era. The adjectiveless Spider-Man series. This is the one that kicked off by McFarlane and then Eric Larson, but then Howard Mackie, Terry Cabana would come in and take over the book. The Web of Spider-Man Omnibus Volume 3, and it fits. Oh, you got it mapped right before the Clone Saga, baby. And yes, one of my most wanted, I can't believe I'm saying this, is the post-Clone Saga Ben Reilly Omnis. We need the Clone Saga Aftermath. They can call it whatever the hell they want to. It has not even been collected in epic format. I think we have what are they called? The Slingers, and there's another trade, and that's it for this era. Then I
will say that last year, DBZ All-Star put in a tremendous amount of effort and mapped out all of the Clone Saga Aftermath book by book. There would be 4 books. The breakpoints and the way Marvel will do it is just too ambiguous. And this book did very well in the poll last year. So for the sake of not mapping things ahead that we can't actually say Marvel would sell in that order, we just have volume 1. But yes, we know we've done all the mapping. We know it would be in all 4 of them to get us all the way to the next chapter.
Right, Clone Saga Aftermath is really good stuff, especially the Mackie and John Romita Jr. Except for the way they bring back a character, I kind of agree with that. Spider-Man 1999 to the present day, so we need the next chapter. This would remap that John Byrne omnibus, put in the Howard Mackie stuff with John Romita Jr. I would love to see that get remapped. The Peter Parker and Spectacular Spider-Man by Paul Jenkins. This is a run that a lot of people want. There's some Humberto Ramos artwork in there. Probably his first run. Actually, no, it was his first run on Spider-Man. Amazing Spider-Man by J. Michael Straczynski, companion collecting the Unlimited and miniseries. The Marvel Knights and Sensational Spider-Man. It's got, again, some phenomenal artwork in there from Angel Medina. The Friendly Neighborhood of Spider-Man by Peter David and Tom Taylor. So going into the Tom Taylor era, which is the Friendly Neighborhood. I think it was just No, it was Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. And you have some artwork by Mike Wieringo in there. The Big Time, which is the follow-up to Brand New Day. So you have Brand New Day 1, 2, and 3 Omnis, and then Big Time by Dan Slott, Volume 1. Amazing Spider-Man Superior Aftermath by Dan Slott. This would be the Return of Peter Parker. That follows up the Superior run. And then Amazing Spider-Man Worldwide by Dan Slott, Volume 1. So we've broken up the Dan Slott wrote Spider-Man and keeps writing Spider-Man, but he wrote Spider-Man for consecutive 10-plus years. I think it was almost 11 years. So we had to break it up a little bit. I do believe Spider-Man.
And I will say that each one of those start at the start of a period. So Big Time obviously would be 2 or maybe even 3 books. Superior Aftermath would fit all into 1 book, but they could just roll right into Worldwide with that if you want to. But these are 3 points that they could just market all on their own, right? So that's why we have them there, because they're broken up in the middle of the first 2 by Superior and in the middle of the second 2 by Secret Wars.
Yeah. Wow, you can just delete Slot Spidey from the poll. That's 10 years, man. 10 years.
I love Slot Spidey. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm a basic bitch, but I like it.
Okay.
Tigereyes, what is your favorite uncollected Spidey from these 2 slides that we just did?
Probably, not favorite, but the one I want the most is Peter David's Friendly Neighborhood.
Yeah. That was a good book. It was a lot of fun. And I think that has some of the last Michael Wieringo artwork before he passed away. He was in the middle of a story. And I remember reading years back that there was a unfinished cover that he did that somebody bought, and they re-inked it with another character that they created, and it just broke my heart. Yeah. So the non-continuity Spider-Man. So this is the Amazing Spider-Man Renew Your Vows. This is the one of the few series that came out of the Secret Wars crossover, Battle Worlds. Spider-Man, El Asombroso Hombre Araña, which means Amazing Spider-Man. So this is where the, we all know what this means.
Say it so the people know, Omar.
I'll show it. If that's not my variant cover, I don't want to know about this book. Spider-Man Marvel Adventures Spider-Man Volume 1. This is the all ages book along with the Marvel Age Spider-Man. Then we have Marvel Spider-Man the Gamerverse, the PS4 tie-ins. The Spider-Man Loves Mary Jane, which has been collected in a series of 2 oversized hardcovers. the Sean McKeever and oh my gosh, is it Tony Bedard? I believe that wrote some of that stuff with some early artwork by Takeshi Miyazawa. Spider-Man Spidey Super Stories. This is the kids book from the 70s, early 80s. The 70s manga, which has the very, very early work of Ryoichi Ikigami, who later on went on to do things like Crying Freeman, Stain, and books like that. And the Amazing Spider-Man newspaper comic strips. No, newspaper comics, sorry. And then the animated series Adventures. That's not the stuff that Clover Press is printing, right?
So the newspaper strips, I think Taylor and I decided Clover is printing some of them. Taylor, was that
the Clover? Yeah, Clover Press is. I don't think it was. I think it was someone else, not you, and not me and you. But I think you said that we could. They could still omnibize it, or I don't know.
I mean, they could. I mean, they could omnibize Transformers and G.I. Joe too. Okay.
I think we kind of based that on the way that they're omnibizing the Star Wars strips right now. Is kind of like, oh well, if they could do the Star Wars strips and omnibus, even though it's been printed in other formats, they probably could do. They're into, but maybe they can't. If we have proof that they can't, it will come off the poll.
I wasn't joking. There really is a Mexican Gwen Stacy. Spider-Man family. Well, actually,
I'll do some talking here.
Yeah,
once you're done on alternate.
Any of this?
I'd love to see the Spider-Man manga, Spider manga, perhaps. All those classic manga that they did, like the Hulk one too. I'd love to read. I just love to read those. I think the art looks so cool. Like the Batman manga, like from the way back old Batman manga. Chip Kidd did an awesome book on it. I would love to read that. I just love classic manga anyways. So it'd be cool to see how their interpretation of these heroes would be.
Well, it's different, right? It's not Peter Parker.
Right. Yeah. So
it's darker. It's what's his name? Komori, something like that.
Yeah. And like the Batman manga introduced like these weird kind of wacky villains. I'm sure there's some of that too in the classic Spider-Man Hulk manga.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I like it.
I will say this makes me realize there's something that's on the poll, but it's just not in the slides. We did a ton of research helped by a reader and viewer of the channel for the Moon Knight manga. It took some tracking down of like, what is it even and why does it exist? But it does have enough material to be on its own. It's on the poll, but I guess I just dropped it from adding it to the reality slide totally by mistake. But people put a lot of effort into getting us that information, and it is on the poll this year.
What was it again?
The Moon Knight manga.
When was that done?
Manga. Wow.
There was a Moon Knight manga in, hold on, I've got notes right here, in from 1979 to 1980. The Moon Knight manga existed in Televi-kun Monthly. The material is, anyway, we researched it. And
that's wild. It's that era too. Man, I want that one too.
Where's the Zago and Ringo Sensational Spider-Man 1996 to 1998? I think there was a Sensational Spider-Man. No, that's the 2000.
Well, that's post-clone, so it could potentially be. We don't know how Marvel will map that yet. If it'll be anthology style, all in one, or if they'll split into different books. So we just have anything that's ambiguous. We can't just have one.
I think they did. I mean, with the Clone Saga and Ben Reilly, those issues were collected in there, so that stuff could be in the post. Clone Saga. All right. This is what you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, just because I love a lot of supporting Spider-Man. I'd have to give a plug to Slingers, DB's All-Star, make sure it's on there every year. Spider-Boy by Dan Slott, which was actually really charming, and it was just a high-quality, very fun series. It ran for 20 issues, and he made some appearances elsewhere. And then there's also a Spider-Girl series by a friend of the channel, Turun Gunbach, so that could all fit into one book. Spider-Girl, we know she has big fans out there, so there's Spider-Girl and the MCU universe, basically all of the non-Spider-Girl MCU stories, and then there's also just Spider-Girl Mayday Parker, if you go down one, which would start her journey through the MCU as well. In the middle of those two is Spider-Girl Anya Corazon, who I actually really, really like. She's got enough material for one book. She was in a lot of backup stories and other people's titles. There's also, of course, my man, Spider-Ham, Peter Porker, one of the first comics I ever bought. There's enough through his two complete collections and then the 2000 series that followed that we could fill a pretty big omnibus of that. We've tried some Spider-Man villains on the poll. These are the only ones that have enough material that it really makes sense to do them all in one, especially because each of them has some solo material or some of their own stories. Doc Ock, Green Goblin Norman Osborn, Green Goblin Phil Urich, of course, because he had his own ongoing in 1995. Hallows Eve, which actually is like a pretty sizable omnibus at this point, especially with all of Blood Hunters, and you could have some of the Kane stuff that she co-stars in, like Curse of Kane, and then also Kraven, who had several of his own series like Get Kraven, and he has enough distinct arcs that you really could have like a story not just of the original Kraven, but of the whole Kraven family kind of gathered together. Although this, we figured out the scope of it. You could kind of go from his introduction all the way to his death in one pretty hefty book. But there's more. So we get Spider-Man, The Edge of Spider-Verse, collecting all of the Edge of Spider-Verse minis. Venomverse is different. We'll get to that in just a moment. We could have Miles Morales by Cody Ziegler. It's the only Miles we don't have in Omnibus at this point. It was actually a really great run. There's Spider-Man Noir, if you just want Spider-Man Noir stuff separate from the rest of the Marvel Noir stuff. We have Spider-Man the Scarlet Spider, Ben Reilly by Yost and David. Both of them took a shot at writing him, and they're two very enjoyable series. We have Spider-Woman and the New Champion. Steve Fox wrote Spider-Woman for, I think, about 10 issues, but then he spun the New Champions out of that. So between the two of them, they make for an omnibus. Then there's also Spider-Woman Jessica Drew, the modern years, basically everything from 2009 on, starting from when Bendis brings her back after Secret Invasion. Finally, there's Spider-Woman Julia Carpenter as Madam Web, Spider-Woman Maddie Franklin and the Loners, which can include all of Spider-Woman 1999. And we put Silk under Spider-Woman just because we thought it might be easier to find under a spider word instead of just Silk on its own. But it's still all of the Silk that you know and love, the vast majority of which is written by Robbie Thompson. But then she had a series of miniseries after that, all of which are pretty good. Silk's really never had a bad comic book.
Agreed. And hold on a second. Is Cody Ziegler's Miles still going? I believe it is, isn't it, Crisis?
I thought that they wrapped it up and he's like still writing more to come, but I could be wrong.
I think he was looped into that Venom event like everybody else was.
Yeah, he has not had a new issue of that book. Oh no. Maybe it's still ongoing. No, the Epic Rap. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's still ongoing, but there's enough that they could do a whole volume of it, I think is the
It ended in issue 42s with
yeah, that's what I thought in January.
Yeah. But he is doing an unlimited series. Spectacular Spider-Man by Pat, Spectacular by Conway Buscema. I think Samantha is just going to spend all her votes on Spidey. And me, Mayday Parker. Oh my God. That's one of my most wanted. I would love that. Silk is good too, though. And Hallows Eve. That is so interesting.
There's enough. Like she's accumulated a lot of stuff.
Yeah. She's a fun character. She's a very golden age type of character. And Spider-Man Noir. Okay. Should we move on?
Let's. Because now we got to talk about Venom, and then we got to talk about teams, then we got to talk about X-Men. So look, we don't need a lot of Venom. We're really close. This has Carnage and Venom on it. So Carnage has an omnibus that is a huge swath of Carnage in it, but we could do stuff before and after that. So we could have the birth of Carnage, basically all the stuff before that omnibus. It would basically follow the mapping they've been doing in the Epic collection. So if you want all the early Carnage stuff in its own book, not just across many different Spider-Man or Venom books, you could have it. There's also enough material that we could do of an omnibus volume 4. It would include some stuff and that's Venom specific, but then also could have some Toxin and anti-Venom material in it as well. We are really only missing one Venom ongoing book all the way up to the beginning of Al Ewing, and that is Venom by Costa and Bunn. It fits between Space Knight and Cates. Then, as I mentioned, we could have another Carnage book that follows the Jerry Conway Carnage material in that Carnage omnibus to collect Carnage from that point forward, and it's actually so big it might need to split already into a Carnage Volume 3. They've done a lot of Carnage since then. Venom by Al Ewing, clearly still ongoing, but that first big chunk of it that ended with Venom War is about 40 issues, and by the time you include crossovers and the Venom War miniseries on its own, which I think they would collect there because it's the same way that they put kind of like War of the Realms itself in the Thor book or King in Black itself in the Donny Cates Venom book, I think the core of Venom War would wind up being in the book, so it's already in the 50-issue range. We don't need to wait for the run to finish to know that we could do an omnibus of it. And then finally, Venom Into the Venomverse. There's been enough Into the Venomverses separately from Into the Spider-Verse that could be all of its own omnibus at this point, which is actually took me by surprise.
And with that Agent Venom omnibus and the Donny Cates Omni, yeah, we definitely we could benefit from the Costa and Bunn, and then sure, Venom Omnibus Volume 4.
Ooh, I want to get a quick comment here. Somebody asked about that recent Eddie Brock this one. So that's hard to know. And it's one of those things that, like, because it's Eddie Brock, so it feels like it should be Venom. And it's where Eddie Brock goes after Al Ewing's Venom series. So would it be in the next Venom book? But it's the Carnage symbiote. So would it be in the Carnage book? Or would it be in both books? We're so far away from that getting an omnibus. We'd kind of have to do both this Carnage book and this Venom book before that was the next thing to worry about. That it's kind of like hard to say. But it could be in either of those lines or both.
Okay. So there's your symbiotes. Phil still in the chat. Phil Owens, you still there? Just wondering. Does Costa and Bun include the original Venomverse with the poisons?
It ought to, because that's a pretty big part of the Bun run, and it's kind of not off to the side. It's the poison stuff is a big part of that run. So I think it would make sense for it to be in there.
One last plea for Spider-Girl Mayday Parker.
It's on there, baby. Make it happen, Spider-Girl fans. You kept the title alive for years. All right, we're finally to Star Wars. Now, Omar, do you want to handle Star Wars? You certainly know a lot more about the Legends material than me, but I've read all this expanded stuff.
There's Phil. There's not a lot left from Legends, believe it or not. So we have the Skywalker Saga movie adaptations of all of the 9 films.
That sort of crosses over from Legends to Expanded Universe because it's all
yeah. Now we did map these separate. We did Bounty Hunters, we did Darth Maul, and we did Darth Vader. Darth Maul does have enough material for an omnibus. Darth Vader, of course, would be the Greg Pak run. Ethan Sachs wrote this wonderful series called Bounty Hunters. But if you have War of the Bounty Hunters, if you have things like the Dark Droids and the Crimson Empire, or Hidden Empire, sorry, then we did do a road to War of the Bounty Hunters that would be the beginning of those series. So Bounty Hunters and Darth Vader and Star Wars and Dr. Aphra. Now, Dr. Aphra is the one character that does have her material collected fully, except she did have a new series, if I'm not mistaken. But we also have Star Wars by Charles Soule in here. And then we have the Ages of Republic, Rebellion, and Resistance, which have been available in 3 different oversized hardcovers. The Disney Plus adaptations, which is The Mandalorian Season 1 and 2, plus others. The High Republic Adventures. This is the stuff that, I was going to say IDW and Dark Horse Comics did, but
sometimes they were a lot better than the main High Republic series. They were often really good comic books.
I was going to say there was also a manga too that we could probably
I missed that. I have to get that on there.
Yeah, Viz did the manga, so that would be really cool to throw it all in there. There is the prequel era miniseries anthology, so you have Mace Windu, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Obi-Wan and Anakin, Jango Fett, and Jedi Fallen Order Inquisitors. Then there's the Rebellion era miniseries anthologies like Chewbacca and Han Solo, Lando, and Double or Not. Those are really fun, by the way. This is where Princess Leia by Mark Waid would fall into, and I think never mind. I'll go back. So that's all for the Marvel stuff, and then we have Legends.
Now, let me just say before you go on.
Yes.
If you're just trying to collect the core of the Marvel stuff and you've already got the 2 Star Wars omnibus, the Aaron one and the Pack and Gillen one, you've got your Vader stuff, and you've been collecting all of those War of the Bounty Hunters, Dark Droids, all that, the only book you critically need on that slide is the Road to the War to Bounty Hunters. Then you'll pretty much have the whole spine of everything Star Wars that's happened from 2015 to present. So that's the most critical book. Whether you would rather have them separately in their own Darth Vader, Star Wars, and Bounty Hunters omnibuses, that's up to you. But if you've been buying everything all along, you're really just missing one book.
So that is something to keep in mind. All right, look at this. It's
barely anything. I can't believe we're at the end.
Marvel, I mean, how many did I announce in between the last time we did this and now? It's been like 6 omnis. So we got Star Wars Infinities, which is a lot of fun, by the way, even though some of the stuff has been collected in some of the other like Empire and New Republic omnis. Star Wars Legacy Volume 2, wrapping up that series. Star Wars Legends Boba Fett. It's just the character anthology series. The Clone Wars Omnibus Volume 2, again, wrapping up that particular series. The Clone War Adventures. This is including the magazine comic strips. And then the Menace Revealed Volume 2, also wrapping. I mean, that is insane. That is crazy. You have 10 votes, Nick. We'll have 10 votes. So think about it. Unless you already came ready to vote. Star Wars manga Omni. Well, Dark Horse is working on that. Dark Horse is giving us the Star Wars manga adaptations. As a matter of fact, I have the first 2 books over there, but I'm not allowed to show the second one because it came with a misprint, and they're working to fix that. So you'll have the correct Dark Horse Star Wars manga, oversized hardcover. 10 votes. Spread the word, right? Crisis is 10 votes, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's always 10 votes. Okay. I was like, people are making me second guess myself. Okay.
No, 5
votes for the reprint polls, 10 votes for these polls.
Thank you. Any other thoughts, comments, prayers? Star Wars, Tigereyes? Are you the Star Wars guy? Not a Star Wars guy.
Not at all.
Not at all. Crisis, are you what's the best Star Wars? Crisis.
So here's the thing. I've read all of the expanded universe Star Wars from 2015 forward, just about every issue, maybe not all the miniseries. And I like it okay, but I just think the pedigree of the Dark Horse stuff, the detail of the Dark Horse stuff, the way it wove into the continuity, I'm just not very impressed with what they've done with the expanded universe over the past 10 years. I think they had big plans going in, but I just don't know if it stands up to the previous stuff. And I don't know if that's nostalgia talking. I'm not a huge Star Wars fan. I'm aware of it. I've read enough of it. But I went into the 2015 stuff with an open mind, but I just think that Dark Horse stuff, it's so good. And I think some of the Marvel comics have gotten to that level, especially some of the Darth Vader stuff, but it's easy to get to a high level with Darth Vader. I don't know, man. I think the amount of continuity and history established in the Dark Horse years makes it a really pleasing read. To me, that's still Star Wars continuity.
I think continuity is whatever you make it. I'm a huge fan of the stuff that they did at Dark Horse, and it's not every single one of them, right? Like, what's the one with the Darth Maul cover? I can't remember. That one was not so good, but Darth Vader, like the Empire, the New Republic, the New Rebellion. Oh my gosh, that stuff was so good. Okay. Teams.
All right, here we go with some motor mouth. Not as many as the solo, but these are all the teams that have 5 or less books of their own that we needed to get them together, and we didn't want them to have their own slides. So, Agent of Atlas. Not only could you get all the modern Agents of Atlas stuff together in a book, there's probably enough room to collect some of their first appearances in solo series like Marvel Boy that happened before Agent of Atlas. It'd be a really fun read. Then we have the second Agents of Atlas book, which is the new Agents of Atlas in the Tiger Division. We worked through so many potential titles for this. Basically, there's that point where Agents of Atlas becomes all of the younger heroes, and then it rolls into the Atlantis Attacks miniseries around like 2000. They do a King in Black thing. But then also there's all those manga influenced heroes like Swordmaster, Arrow, White Fox, Luna Snow. There's enough room that we could get that all into one book. So we could almost call it like the new manga heroes of Marvel or something. But this is the title we landed on. Alpha Flight Volume 3. This is one where we really had to restrict ourselves from mapping ahead. It's so easy to try to predict how they would handle the rest of Alpha Flight. Could you get all the way to the end of that first Alpha Flight volume with one more book? It would be gigantic, but it just could fit in the biggest omnibus. But maybe they don't. And then maybe they continue a second book and roll into the 1997 series. It's impossible to know. So we just have one Alpha Flight book on the poll this year. Champions by Wade Zub and Dr. Eve Ewing. That is 2016 to 2021. Champions, basically Ms. Marvel and the Champions, that new young Champions. But also there's the original years of the Champions. Of course, we have that all in one Marvel Masterworks, but they could pad it out with some other appearances from the team from that period to make it a little unique compared to the Masterworks. Clandestine by Alan Davis, which has appeared in many iterations. And there's also the X-Men and Clandestine miniseries from the 90s that was in the Road to Onslaught books, but we pulled that out and have it here. Damage Control by Dwayne McDuffie. Of course, they've had Damage Control come back and even did a 2022, I want to say, miniseries for it. That could all fit into one book. Eternals by Gaiman, Knopf, and Gillen. There's another one where we just don't know how Marvel would split it. Would this be 2 separate books? Certainly the Gillen book on its own could be an oversized hardcover that also maybe had some stuff from Judgment Day in it. We just don't know. So we put one Eternals book on the poll. Let's keep going. There's only 3 slides of teams. And this second slide.
I wanted to take just a quick second to mention just how popular those Agents of Atlas second book have become. Because
my library is churn them out. Sometimes they're like, I'm watching kids like run into each other at the shelf to try to grab them.
There are TikTok, so on TikTok, people are asking me to make videos about Arrow and Swordmaster and White Fox and Luna Snow, and I'm like, there's one trade paperback available. Like, there's not a lot, and now's the time for Marvel. I'm surprised I haven't done these in digest size, at least.
All right, so this is for Geo. We gave Inhumans their own slide, so I can
Look
talk
at that,
to it and
Geo.
urge everybody to vote. So Inhumans, the early years, this would be the 2 Marvel Masterworks, all of their backups, their original graphic novels, basically everything to get us to their 1998 Marvel Knights series. This could just barely squeeze all into one book. I've put together a perfected reading order for it, I think 2 years ago for the poll, and it is a phenomenal read. There's so much good material here. It's wild to me that Marvel's never done it, but I guess they feel like Inhumans don't sell. If you voted for them, that could send a different message. Then there's the Marvel Knights years, not only that incredibly famous Paul Jenkins and Jay Lee series from 1998, but there were 2 other Marvel Knights series that followed that, so they would all perfectly fit into one omnibus. Then there are 2 modern Inhumans omnibuses. One would be when Charles Soule takes over at the end of Inhumanity. This would basically gather everything in Inhumans that exists up to IVX, which could also include the miniseries for Karnak and Mosaic. And then there's everything that happens after IVX, which is the resurrection period. At this point, a couple big authors take swings at it, including Al Ewing and Saladin Ahmed's award-winning and frankly absolutely incredible Black Bolt series, all which concluding in Donny Cates on the death of the Inhumans, and then they kind of go away for a while. So if you wanted every Inhumans book ever existing in omnibus, you would want these 4 omnibuses.
Okay, yes, Justice for Geo. Also, Simpsons omnibus over Inhumans.
I got to advocate for that first one. It's got Jack Kirby and Neil Adams artwork in it. Definitely want that omnibus to exist.
Okay. Any other thoughts, Tigereyes? Are you an Inhumans guy or an X-Men guy?
I like both, but I like the last
one,
the Black Bolt. Would the Christopher Priest series be in the Soul one or the Ewing one?
Ooh, what Christopher Priest series?
Didn't he do a Once and Future King mini?
Oh, yes, he did. I think you could fit it into either, because I think some of that's in flashback, isn't it?
I think that's in the Charles. Well, no, that's 2014.
Yeah, I think that's. I don't know. That's a really good question, Tigereyes. I can't believe I don't know if we really missed it. I have to look at the map. But I'm
strike
make a
2,
note
Curtis.
to make sure it's in the map.
Strike 2 for Curtis. Okay. Take it away, Crisis.
Oh, hold on. Just making that note. Gotta check. Okay. So now let's look at the rest of the teams. Not too many more. We could have a modern Invaders omnibus that would basically be Invaders Volume 2. They have not been well collected or recollected since their stuff originally came out from that point forward. We could have a New Warriors Volume O. I think it would be really fun. It could basically have all of the pre-New Warriors origin and establishing materials for Speedball, Firestar, Justice, Namorita, Slapstick, Rage, basically like everything they did prior to New Warriors. And a lot of them are very self-contained. But we also could have a New Warriors, the modern years. They came back for another series in 1999, and also at the same time a brief Nova series at the same time that were very integrated. Eric Larson piloted those, and then there's a lot of other New Warriors brief kind of 10 to 20 issue series in the 2000s, all of which could be fit into that volume 4, I think all the way to Marvel Now. We could also have a Runaways by Rainbow Rowell, a series I absolutely adore. I didn't just endure, I adored, and I highly endorse. That would effectively be Runaways Volume 3, because Runaways Volume 2 would be Whedon, Yost, Moore, and Immonen, a book that we've had some of them in oversized hardcover, but not all of them, and not in omnibus. And then finally, Squadron Supreme. We could have James Robinson's Squadron Supreme, which is a short series on its own. I think only 16 or 17 issues, but there was also a Hyperion short ongoing series. There was a Nighthawk short ongoing series. So all together, it gets us into almost the 30 issue range. And then finally, Winter Guard. We added this on the poll this year because they were so prominent in the Thunderbolts movie. This could have all of basically every Dark Star appearance ever, as well as Red Guardian's significant appearances and times that the Winter Guard showed up. I actually mapped it in full, and it really would be a fun read if you like those characters. So that's all of the teams that we have not covered on their individual slides.
All right, so the New Warriors needed their own slide. I'm not sure what happened here.
They're so well covered. There's only 2 more books to go, Omar. You've done your job. We got the big 3 books out there.
The Penance miniseries can go to hell is where the Penance miniseries. It's going to be in the, what's it called actually? In the Thunderbolts.
How about there's no more Thunderbolts on the poll because it's all collected?
Isn't that crazy? Well, I mean, we have modern stuff.
Yeah, from 2016 on, but we,
Where's the even newer Warriors? Sorry, Spider Girl reference. Look at that. Oh yeah, New Warriors will get my vote. That New Warriors Volume 4. Oh my gosh, none of that stuff has been collected in trade, with the exception of the crappy Zeb Wells run that led into Civil War. But the less we talk about it, can we get a Nitro Omnibus? He killed Captain Marvel, and look what he did to the New Warriors.
Spoilers.
Okay, dude, that book is old as shit. I knew. John sent me the stupid Penance trade paperback. I hate him. Anything else in here?
A lot of good stuff. I mean, okay. I would buy a lot of these books.
I'm down for that early champion stuff. I'm a sucker for that. it's such a weird, wacky, fun team.
How in the world do we not have a Runaways by Rainbow Rowell already? Like, how has that not happened? That's
such a good series. Highly top Crisis recommendation.
It's so good. And she just came back for that One World Under Doom.
That's why I extended the range until 2025 to include that.
What if someone wasn't the biggest fan of the original Runaways series? Do you think they'd still love the Rainbow Rowell series?
It's different.
I think it could still work for you. I don't love original Runaways all that much, and I love the Rainbow Rowell.
Let's say, 'cause I was really disappointed by that run by Brian, because I like Brian K. Vaughan's writing. I love weird team up books. I love, kids books or books about kid heroes and stuff. But I read it, so I had high expectations for it, and I was just like,
I
haven't read Rainbow Rowell, so
Rainbow Rowell's is different.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, baby.
Look at that. The high prices from Samantha. Crisis recommends it. I'm buying. You better recommend some damn New Warriors then. All right.
I'm the one out there saying that New Warriors volume would be great. Let's talk about Thor. There's not a lot of Thor left to do either. Right. He is very well covered. So the top half is Thor stuff and the bottom half is other Asgard stuff. So we could have Mighty Thor volume 6. That's effectively the Eternal Saga. That would be great to get. We get them very regularly. That's awesome. And then we would need one more book, which is not on the poll, volume 7, because it would map ahead. And then we could also have, and many people want, Thor by Walt Simonson, the original colors edition. Now, we always thought that we would have to get enough Marvel Masterworks to get to that point, but with the future of the Marvel Masterworks line in question, who knows? So you could vote for it now, and it could be something that Marvel could certainly print and market without needing the books that came directly before it. A favorite run of mine, which we've actually already brought up on the stream, is Thor by DeFalco and Friends Volume 1. This would need multiple volumes to get through. It is, to me, this is the Thor run. Even though the Odin Son is actually not Thor for part of it, I just think it's fantastic. The art is fantastic. The storytelling is fantastic. It's so easy. Every time I crack it open to check a character appearance, I just get lost in it. Then there's also Thor and the Return of Asgard Companion. There was a lot of Thor brief stuff, mini series, one shots. There was Sif and Journey into Mystery at the beginning of Marvel Now. We kind of could have one book to cover all of that supporting Thor stuff that happened alongside JMS and Gillen and Fraction. And then finally, we have The Immortal Thor by Al Ewing. Now, Al Ewing wrapped up his original Immortal Thor run with 25 issues, but he's continuing now to write the Mortal Thor. So is it time to have an omnibus? 25 is a little on the short side, but because it did conclude, we knew people would be asking about it. So we just put it on here with a 2023 and on. Of course, if it's Al Ewing, it's probably going to get an omnibus eventually, but you could have to do with how soon that happens. Then we have some other Asgardians on here. We have Angela, who could have one big book all of her own from everything that she's had in the Marvel Universe. Thor and the Warriors 3. The Warriors 3 have had some trio adventures and also some of their significant stories as part of Thor. We could have the whole saga of Beta Ray Bill. I'm a huge champion of this book. It could be, I've mapped it. It could be every significant Beta Ray Bill appearance and story that's ever happened, all the way from his introduction by Walt Simonson, all the way through the Daniel Warren Johnson story. This would be a blockbuster book. I think people would really love it. Then there's Thor Thunderstrike by DeFalco. This is a kind of sibling book to the DeFalco Thor run that spins off Thunderstrike into his own book. It's quite a tragedy. And then we could also include the modern Thunderstrike stuff in it, which is his son, which is why I have 2011 in there. And some eagle eye poll readers point out we could also squeeze in Black Wolf in there because it's tangentially related to Thunderstrike and it's really the only place it fits. And then finally, we could have a Valkyrie Jane Foster book that picks up from the end of Jason Aaron's Thor run to continue to when he was co-writing her as Valkyrie. And those are some of my favorite comics, too, of the past 10 years. I really, really like them. I don't think any of them were bad. And a lot of them were really, really good. And he's co-written with Al Ewing and also Tyrone Grombeck.
I want that Thor by DeFalco.
I want it bad. I might break my no oversized Thor rule for that one.
So good.
I want that, and I want Thunderstrike.
I think they could probably put it in a volume of Thor. They could probably put all that in volumes of Thor.
Thunderstrike is 20 issues or more.
Yeah, but they could do Spirits of Vengeance, right?
True. It could happen. It could absolutely happen.
Absolutely.
The only reason, because they didn't do the epics like that, but again, the Thor epics were early enough. Those DeFalco Thor epics were some of the first epics that they did. So maybe now looking back, they're like, oh darn, we could have put Thunderstrike in there.
What about Sif? I'm sure there's enough material for Sif.
We tried it, and there's just not enough solo stuff for her where she isn't just in Thor comic books up until 2011, and then she only has basically that 10-issue series. So really, you would find a lot of the Sif stuff in the Beta Ray Bill book. She's often partnered with him. Yeah, that would be just like doing a Jane Foster before Thor omnibus. It's just Thor issues. There's no other place where she pops up really, except for briefly in Avengers.
Okay, anything else before we move on?
No, it's all for Thor. TU Ultimate Marvel. So let's talk about this. And this is one of the more controversial ones on the poll. So the original Ultimate Universe, we have such a scant few things left to collect, and there's a lot of opinions about how to collect them. We did our best to represent that. This was one that people were writing to me all throughout the year with plans of how we should do it. JM21 sat down and plotted out the best way we could kind of thread the needle. So here's the 4 things we could have. We could have an Ultimate Galactus trilogy book because it never got touched in the Fantastic Four books. We also could put in a lot of other stories in there. This is a place that we could put Adventures, Daredevil and Elektra, Iron Man. Previously, we thought all of those would be put together with Marvel Team Up, Ultimate Marvel Team Up, but then that got put into that Spider-Man, Ultimate Spider-Man Omnibus. So now they're kind of all adrift. So that is kind of our catch-all companion for that material. Then there's Ultimates by Jeff Loeb, which I know is a little bit of a misnomer, but basically Loeb writes a bunch of Ultimate stuff between the second Miller volume and the Hickman volume. So anything that kind of fits into that features the Ultimates, you could assume would be in that Jeff Loeb book. Then we have Ultimatum. It could be an event Omni. I know it's already collected across all the other Omnis. Some people just want it as its own event. So if you do, there it is. The bonus of that is it could collect some stuff that doesn't really fit anywhere else, like Ultimate Power. Yes, I know that means we've mentioned Ultimate Power 3 times on the show. It's just one of those books that it's not really clear where it could go. And then finally, there's Ultimate Marvel, Ultimate Comics, Cataclysm, and Ultimate End. Basically everything that follows the Hickman Omnibus to Cataclysm and then all the way to the end, including the 2014 Ultimates and FSF series, could be in here since the X-Men line already took care of their X-Men books. I know this is not perfect. It might not be exactly how Marvel does it, but we worked really hard to make sure everybody had an option for at least finding the remaining Ultimate stuff that they want the most.
And Bob's your uncle. I think that's it. I mean, with the releases of all the Ultimate Fantastic Four, Ultimate X-Men.
I will say that there's a couple choose your own adventures in there. Where's Ultimate Vision? Where's Ultimate Enemy? Vote for the one where you want it to be. It didn't really make sense to give that its own book. It could be, I like it in Galactus Trilogy. Some people like it in Jeff Loeb. Everybody's got their own. Some people think it should just be at the end of Ultimatum. Choose your own adventure.
Here's the crappy Ultimate Iron Man. And
so now here's where things get potentially spicy. We have this perfect 2-year run of the new Ultimate Universe. And conveniently, all of the books are exactly omnibus sized. Black Panther, Spider-Man, Wolverine, X-Men, and Ultimates. Yes, there's a couple of one-shots and miniseries in there, but if you think about who wrote them and who they star, they all make sense where you would put them, right? You would put the Dennis Camp stuff where he co-writes the Miles Morales thing, probably into Ultimates because it has more to do with Ultimates and all the various Ultimates than it has to do with Ultimate Spider-Man by Jonathan Hickman. This kind of series that's wrapping everything up, it could be in the Spider-Man book, it could be in the Ultimates book. That's kind of broad strokes. Pick the books that are the books that you want to see them in. But there's also a great potential to do this in an all-in-one anthology, the same way that Marvel has done for Krakoa, because each of the books always were very explicit of how many months of countdown were left until the maker popped out of his bubble. So you could just centralize your vote into one Ultimate Universe, Ultimate Marvel anthology. We would need 2 or 3 books to get through all of this Ultimate Universe, and then you could have it all in your shelf together. It would actually be way more efficient than doing all of these individual books of 24-issue series, because if you add that all together, that's 2 or 3 omnibuses worth of material. You don't need 5.
Oh man, what if they continue? What if they're like, psych, we're gonna do another 3 years?
But I still think we've come to a cadence, just like having Dawn of X, just like having Reign of X. Like, I think this first 2 years is a maker in the bubble cadence that has a very clear ending point. So maybe some of those individual omnibuses could continue, but even if they did continue, if they're not continuing with the same authors, it feels like a great point to wrap them up. But if you feel that way, then just vote for the anthology.
What is this?
You're not Shadow Band, Jim. There you are.
Shadow Band. I don't get that. Oh, God have mercy on my soul.
All right, y'all. You made it 3 hours, and here's the good stuff.
The good stuff. All right.
Hold on. Before we get going, I do have to get going, so I just want to.
All right.
No offense to any mutants in the chat, but
yeah, whatever, man.
I do appreciate you having me on, and I will be voting. I'll be sharing it across the NMC social media as well.
Thank you, Taylor. Where can people find you before you leave?
Taylor Talks Comics on YouTube. Everyone just go subscribe to me there, and you'll find all my other stuff. Thank you, James.
All right. Let's move on then to the X-Men, 1963 to 2000.
Do you want to handle this first grouping, Omar, since we just so thoroughly explained every one of these in a 3-hour stream a month ago?
Yeah, was it 3 hours? I thought it was 4 hours. So Crisis and I did an amazing video, if you haven't watched it, explaining how to collect X-Men in oversized hardcover format, omnibus format, and definitely go and watch it. I hate that guy. I almost said it, but we have to move on. Okay. X-Men: The Silver Age Volume 3. This is the stuff that has been missing in between Volume 2 and Uncanny X-Men. They could make it. It's been collected in Epic Collection as Darkest Before the Dawn, but it could include things that weren't collected in there, like the Champions, things that were collected in the box set as well. And we just got to announce, or I got to announce Uncanny X-Men Volume 6. This is Volume 7 right here, so it would include all the stuff post the... Actually, this is pretty much the Outback era years. X-Men Inferno Aftermath. This is the big one that a lot of people want because they don't want to purchase X-Factor. They like their event omnis. So Inferno Aftermath is the one that would collect those X-Factor issues, including Judgment War. And X-Men Blue and Gold Volume 2. This would be Shattershot, Fatal Attractions, the Gambit mini that was left out, as well as we said Rogue, right? The Rogue mini would be in here as well.
Yes.
The one with Ringo on artwork. Yeah. And then X-Men Blue and Gold Volume 4, wrapping up that era and ending it with Legion Quest, which of course takes us to the Age of Apocalypse. This is the one that will have the Rogue mini. And Uncanny X-Men by Kelly and Siegel. This will be the post-Trial of Gambit. This is the Hunt for Xavier. And then we also have the Magneto War. So these two omnis are the ones that fit right before the 12. Apocalypse. I think it's called Apocalypse. Or no, X-Men the 12. And then we have retcons and non-gap fillers. So there's X-Men the First Class, which is a phenomenal series, by the way. They could put that with 2.5 or 3, sorry. X-Men Forever by Chris Claremont and Simonson's X-Factor Forever series. This is the series as if the writers kept writing these characters and never left the book. X-Men Origins. These were a series of one-shots and mini-series retelling the origins of these characters and modernizing them. X-Men Unlimited. I know that it's been collected throughout the very many event omnis, but you know, some people want Marvel Comics Presents, and here's X-Men Unlimited as well. And then X-Men Legends and Flashbacks by Chris Claremont. These are the retro series that Chris Claremont has been working on. He's not the only one, too. Like Larry Hama has done some patch stories. And I assume, Crisis, you want to do flagships? Or do you want me to keep going? Okay.
And actually, if after this, you will have to hit reload, just so you know. Okay, so now let's talk about from 2000 and forward.
And so before you do, don't forget to smash that like button, everybody. There,
right?
Tell people that
We're finally at the X-Men. If you're still watching, I'm pretty sure you like it, so you probably could smash it. Okay. Let's talk about X-Men flagships from this point on. So let's talk chunk by chunk. First, let's talk about the new X-Men era by Grant Morrison. There's only 2 books we need to complete that era. We already have Extreme X-Men. We need Uncanny X-Men X-Corps by Joe Casey. That could have basically be a new X-Men companion. It could have a lot of other miniseries and things that happen in that period. The Icons minis. There's some more unlimited issues to grab here. It could also have some of the stuff like the Hellfire Club miniseries if you think it would fit here. And then also there's, of course, the book that follows that, Uncanny X-Men by Chuck Austin, which is the entire back half of the Grant Morrison New X-Men period. And then, of course, Chuck Austin keeps writing a little bit of X-Men beyond that into adjectiveless X-Men. That could all be mapped into that book. We've had it in a number of trade paperbacks. So now we're finally out of that period and we're kind of into the Astonishing X-Men period. Here's what we're missing there. We have a great run where Chris Claremont returns to the X-Men. They called it Reloaded. Sometimes they called it the New Age, but it's basically, I think, 6 trades of Chris Claremont with Chris Bichello and Alan Davis on artwork. It has Dinosaur Rachel Summers. It has The End of the Greys. It has has a lot of really great stuff. It's a run I actually really like. If you want to think that Claremont's Excalibur 2004 that leads into House of M should be in there, great, then that's where you can vote for it. Also, we have X-Men by Peter Milligan. He takes over after Chuck Austin, and he writes all of a lot of Gambit and Rogue stuff. He has Mystique. He writes through Blood of Apocalypse. That's an adjective-less X-Men is running alongside that Chris Claremont material. And then finally, we get to the road to the Messiah Complex, basically the things that are happening directly before Messiah Complex. Deadly Genesis by Brubaker, Rise and Fall of the Shi'ar Empire by Brubaker, Extremist by Brubaker. That has never been oversized before, where the other two have. And Supernovas and Blinded by the Light by Carey, which has been its own oversized, but again, never in one omnibus. There's a lot of different ways to map this. We've been through them all. We finally landed on this one last year, and people seem to really like it and support it. So this is the way we're listing on the poll until it becomes less ambiguous based on what Marvel prints. Now we're getting into Messiah Complex era, and things get complex. So there's Messiah Complex itself. Why would we have this since they're doing that Messiah trilogy book? Because there's a different way you could map this. You could put endangered species in it, which probably should have been in that trilogy book, and you could continue to follow the X-Men book after Messiah Complex all the way to 499, because Ed Brubaker is still co-writing it with Matt Fraction, and they usually treat Fraction's run as if it starts at 500. There's also Astonishing X-Men by Ellis Way and Gage. That's basically Astonishing X-Men Volume 2 that follows the Whedon volume. There's then Uncanny X-Men by Matt Fraction Volume 1. We would need 2 volumes, even if they don't put Second Coming in it and leave that just in the trilogy book. You would still need 2 volumes. This first volume could probably push all the way to Utopia Exodus. At that same time, there's X-Men Legacy Volume 1 by Mike Carey, a book that does very well on the poll, and we've made it very unambiguous that this starts from the beginning of Legacy now, since we have the other Mike Carey stuff in the road to Messiah Complex. Some people have asked me, even in the last day or two on Reddit, why wouldn't you just put Fraction and Carey together? Folks, this is not like an anthology blue and gold style part of X-Men. The Legacy stuff is very separate. It moves at a very different speed from the Fraction stuff, and Carrie's very focused on Professor X and Rogue. That's why we have it separately, and it did very well in the poll last year. Then there's also an adjectiveless X-Men book that starts in 2010. It's by Victor Gischler. We could call it Curse of the Mutants, and if we called it that, it could also have the Namor ongoing series from that point in time, because it was entirely branded under Curse of the Mutants. Then we come to an Uncanny X-Men by Kieran Gillen Companion. I don't know that we gave it the best title, but basically this would have Generation Hope in it, and also the series of Escape from the Negative Zone annual stories that were part of his Uncanny X-Men run, but not in his Uncanny X-Men Omnibus. It could also have Schism in it, which is right now only in the Wolverine Omnibus line, although it probably should also be in the X-Men Omnibus line. It could also have miniseries like X Club and Magneto Not a Hero. Then we could have something that I'm calling Wolverine and the X-Men Volume 2. It's kind of a little bit of a lie, but there was a second volume of Wolverine and the X-Men in 2014. I believe it was written by Jason Latour, but there's also miniseries alongside the original Jason Aaron Wolverine and the X-Men. People forget they put out that omnibus like months after the run finished. There was really no time to think about mapping. So it abandoned some stuff, including Jason Aaron writing Nightcrawler's Return and Amazing X-Men, and then also like another 12 issues of Amazing X-Men. Past that, all of that could be wrapped together in a volume 2. It does feel really like a piece with volume 1 because it's all the same cast of teachers. Then there's another Astonishing X-Men volume, and we have this because it's not just a map ahead. It could be released on its own, especially because the name brand of the creators on it, Greg Pak and Marjorie Liu, that could also potentially have all of Greg Pak's Extreme X-Men starring Dazzler, because that ends up in a crossover that wraps up at the same time as Astonishing X-Men. And finally, to finish out this period, there's Storm in the X-Men by Brian Wood and Greg Pak. Basically, it's all of X-Men 2010 following the Victor Gischler stuff, and also the beginning of X-Men 2013 by Brian Wood, because the end of that has already been in the Mark Guggenheim omnibus. And also we could put in Greg Pak's Storm 2014 series in there, because it's kind of like another thing where Storm is the anchor character, as she is throughout all of that Brian Wood material. If you want to hear a lot more detail on all of these and the exact issue ranges, go back and watch that How to Collect X-Men and Omnibus video from Omar and I. We talk about every flagship book, flagship meaning books with X-Men in the title, and these books all have X-Men in the title. And then finally, let's talk about things from Marvel Now forward. Since we got the Brian Bendis books, the Uncanny X-Men by Brian Bendis and All New X-Men by Brian Bendis, that means we only really have a little bit more Marvel Now to cover. We could have a Brian Bendis companion that could have No More Humans in it. It could have Cyclops' series in it. It could have all of Black Vortex in it. And it could have some of Kitty Pryde and Bendis' Guardians of the Galaxy in it. Also, there's Magneto during this period. Magneto spins out of Brian Bendis' book, and he gets its own highly acclaimed, much beloved by fans miniseries, or not mini, ongoing series in 2014. It's written by Cullen Bunn, and then Cullen Bunn takes Magneto and kind of makes an all-villains team of X-Men and all new, all different Marvel Now in 2016, where Magneto headlines it. It's got Sabretooth, Psylocke, and Archangel in it, as well as a little bit of Phantom X. That could all be one great book. It also could have Civil War II X-Men in it. Now, also an all new, all different, we could have the all new, all different Extraordinary X-Men by Dennis Hopeless and Jeff Lemire. That would basically collect both the continuation of all new X-Men. We could even call it all new X-Men Volume 2, because even in Jeff Lemire's Extraordinary X-Men, it stars Teen Jean Grey. So you kind of need both of those books together if you want to continue to follow the all new X-Men. And since we have an all new X-Men by Brian Bendis, this is probably the next place you would want to read. And then if you want to keep reading all new X-Men, you want that next book, All New X-Men Resurrection and Extermination by Cullen Bunn. You could also call this the X-Men Blue Omnibus. That's what that title was actually called. And it's effectively All New X-Men Volume 3. And it also continues some threads of his Magneto plots. To get through the rest of Resurrection, we would also need a Resurrection companion. There's no good way to say this. We could call it Resurrection X Universe, but there's a lot of like 10 to 15 issue runs. Astonishing X-Men by Charles Soule, X-Men Red by Tom Taylor, X-Men Black villain miniseries one-shots. There's a Generation X run that I love by Christina Stain. There's X-23, there's Cable. That could all actually fit into one book, although for some of them like X-23 or Cable, you might want them in their own omnibuses. That's fine. Live your life. Then we also have X-Men by Matt Rosenberg. We struggled with what to name this. It's kind of like the Matt Rosenberg kills everybody saga. It crossed across many different books, New Mutants into Multiple Man, into Astonishing X-Men, and then finally into his run on Uncanny X-Men. This is basically everything that's happening off to the side of this next book, which is X-Men Disassembled, which he did co-write the first 10 issues of Uncanny X-Men 2018, but then that spins off into a huge event that is meant to kind of echo or celebrate the original Age of Apocalypse, since X-Man Nate Gray came from the Age of Apocalypse. This is the Age of X-Man, which is all about how Nate Gray is an incel.
You know, Matthew Rosenberg actually told me he had ideas for another couple of years of his X-Men run, and he will be joining me on March 30th. If you all want to join us for that at 5
Maybe I'll join to heckle. No, I do actually really like him. He's taking over Spawn, which I think is going to be amazing.
It's the whole reason he was a comics pro. Like they were going to announce it, and then McFarlane forgot. Okay. X-Men Krakoa. Okay, do you want to go back and talk about these, and then
why would you hear from Tigereyes? We just talked about so much X-Men. You're an X-Men guy, and
you're an X-Men guy. Tigereyes? I don't think
what
you are.
On this are you hyped for after all of these years of voting?
Okay, so Road to Messiah, probably. I'm interested in those top 2 books. Hell no.
No Austin on your bookshelf?
Most of
y'all, you have to pick and choose with X-Men, because there's way more than 10 books if you want all your gaps filled.
The thing is, we know most of this coming, so I'm not going to waste votes on.
I'll still throw a vote to Kelly and Siegel. I've wanted that for so long. I think I've been voting on that back in the forum days. And
I'll throw a vote to Carrie for Legacy.
Carrie's always getting my vote too. It's so good. It's so different. It would be fun. I mean, this slide alone right here just shows you how little of this era has been collected in Omni format. Or, because they did a good job collecting them in trade, and then they did complete collections, but they never went back and did anything.
But we've got to go forward. So actually, Omar, this might be a good point to just hit reload before we go into the Krakoa, because I had to add one little bit of thing that was missing. Sure. We're almost at the end, folks. There's nothing after X-Men, so just hang in there, and there's a lot more X-Men to talk about, but we're going to bring this puppy in under 4 hours somehow.
Somehow. All right, let's bring it back to X-Men.
All right, so now let's talk about Krakoa and what's left in Krakoa and to present, including From the Ashes. One Wheel Tracks, are you still awake? It's pretty late in the UK right now. So, X-Men Age of Krakoa, Reign of X Volume 2. We're not going any further than that. We're not bumping ahead. It's the next book that has not been announced yet, so if you want to vote for it, vote for it. It probably will continue somewhere around through the Hellfire Gala, which I absolutely guarantee it's going to have in it. There is no reason to leave it out and have it be its own book. So if you want to follow the Anthology line, that's your vote. If you're not following the Anthology line and you want all the creator stuff, we did our best to map almost everything into a book. I'll comment at the end. So there's Captain Britain and Excalibur by T.D. Howard. There's Marauders by Dugan and Orlando. Mr. Sinister and the Hellions, which gives us an excuse to put Fallen Angels in a book. New Mutants, which has all of New Mutants, including Children of the Atom and the subsequent New Mutants miniseries that came after the ongoing. X Factor by Leah Williams, but really it would also have a chance to get other Leah Williams stuff in there, including Exterminators. X-Force by Benjamin Percy. Easy, 50 issues, 1 book. And X-Men Unlimited Infinity comic. We don't have Wolverine here because it's just separate in Wolverine, but obviously there could also be a Wolverine by Benjamin Percy. Here's what you're not seeing here. You're not seeing us try to find a home for any of the Fall of X miniseries that all happened in 2023. That's because it's really ambiguous how you could map them. And actually, if it would be better served just having them in the anthology series, because they're all so short and there's no clear breakpoint in the middle of them. So it's a deliberate exclusion. We just don't know enough of how Marvel's going to handle it to map it accurately. There's so many other things that they've got to tackle first.
Next,
we get to talk about From the Ashes. I have to give a massive shout out to Richard Bradley 42. There he is in the chat. He's in the UK and he's hanging in there. He contributed to all of these maps and it allowed me to make sense of this. So look, this is still ongoing. Things are fluid, but here's how you could vote for it today. You could vote for everything by Jed MacKay and Gail Simone in X-Men and Uncanny X-Men up to the Age of Revelation. In the long run, might they get their own creator omnibuses? Yes, but Marvel also knows that anthology stuff works for X-Men fans now between the Krakoa anthologies and Blue and Gold. So maybe we could have them together and it's actually enough to make a nice size omnibus together. And they do interact with each other at several points. So it kind of makes sense to have them together. Then there's a book that we called From the Ashes X Universe, because so many of these books only got 10 issues that you can't really make an omnibus just of them. There's X Factor, there's X-Force, there's Phoenix, which got 15, there's Psylocke, and there's Exceptional X-Men, which I think got 12 or 13. They could all fit into one book. Then there's a book that we called From the Ashes NYX, the Wolverine and Miss Marvel omnibus, because they both, and by Wolverine I mean Laura Kinney, they both anchored NYX, which lasted for 10 issues. Then Miss Marvel had all those giant size one-shots. Then there was Laura Kinney, who had her own series. And then there was Deadpools and Wolverines, which also had Laura Kinney. So we could kind of put them both into one book, and they all kind of follow the youth portion of the X-Men through NYX and following it. Then we get a From the Ashes minibus that would have Sentinels, Mystique, Cable, Dazzler, and also the Infinity comics that would actually fill out pretty nicely. And then finally, we could have the full Age of Revelation event. It's just big enough that you could get it into one omnibus instead of 2, and you could have all of it there. Go check out One Wheelchair Access channel if you want to see overviews of all of that. And thank you so much to Richard Bradley 42 for helping us figure out how to map these.
X-Men Solo.
All right, Omar, I think you're going to want to go first.
Okay, we've got the old Knucklehead here, Wolverine by Jeff Loeb. This would also have Victims and various other Loeb arcs, like the Sabretooth story. The Wolverine Volume 8, or Return of Weapon X, wrapping up this era of Wolverine before it gets relaunched as a Marvel Knights, which is right underneath it. Marvel Knights Volume 1, this is the Greg Rucka stuff, and it began that leads into the Mark Millar era. Wolverine Origins by Daniel Way. We're getting a Decan omnibus, so maybe the Wolverine Origins where he first appeared. It's not too far away. Wolverine and the X-Men First Class, not to be confused with Wolverine and the X-Men by Jason Aaron. This is a young adult series. Wolverine Savage Wolverine, aka Death of Wolverine Companion, could also include the one-shots. This is the stuff that Frank Cho did, where Wolverine hangs out in the Savage Land. Wolverine Old Man Logan Volume 2. This would include the rest of the Old Man Logan stories. So the first volume would be the Jeff Lemire stuff. This would be the Ed Brisson stuff and leading into Dead Man Logan. X-Men Age of Krakoa Wolverine by Benjamin Percy. We know we are getting the stuff in anthology series, but some people just want creator-centric books. Wolverine by Percy is one of them. Wolverine the Helverine, including Weapons of Vengeance. We know that the first appearance is going to be in the pages of the Benjamin Percy Ghost Rider Omnibus. So, yep. Where does that Wolverine by Benjamin Percy double dip with the Sabretooth War? It absolutely will.
It might not. It could end before Sabretooth War, and they could just basically leave Sabretooth War separate.
It could end there.
Or it could end there. We don't need to decide. This is not a mapping bowl. Vote for it if you want it, whether you hate the idea or you love the idea.
And let's move on to
All right, so let me cruise through some of this.
Go for
Bishop
it.
has tons of solo material, including his last X-Men and District X series. We previously had these as 2 books. We realized they would probably all fit into one, and we could combine your votes across 2. Always a good thing. X-Men Solo, Cable and Hope by Dwayne Swiderski. This is the Cable series from 2008 that spun out of Messiah Complex. Still never collected an omnibus. There's also Cable Classic. Now, this is one of those choose your own adventures ones. Do you want it to start from after where Cable has been collected already in the X-Force omnibus line, or do you want it to just start at the start of Cable again and recollect things in the X-Force omnibus line? We don't care what your opinion is. Vote for it because it's the first Cable book that's volume 1. It could have whatever of those 2 options you want in it. X-Men Solo Domino. Domino has plenty of solo materials, including a pair of solo miniseries, and this could collect her all the way up through Gail Simone's run, although we do have that mapped one other place as well where it makes sense. X-Men Solo Emma Frost, which could have her 2003 ongoing and tons of critical Emma Frost series from her debut all the way on. It's although it wouldn't double dip anything from Generation X, only stuff that she's appeared in elsewhere. X-Men Solo Gambit, one of my top votes every year. It could have all of his miniseries, his 1999 ongoing, and kind of keep going until he starts having team up stuff with Rogue in the 2000s. Kitty Pryde, this was one that people asked for. Kitty Pryde doesn't have a ton of solo material, but there's enough that you could have one big Kitty Pryde book, especially if she suddenly became prominent again, such as appearing in the MCU. Let's continue. We could also have X-Men Solo Magic. You can watch Magic Map My X on this very channel to see what would be in that book. We have X-Men Solo Magneto and Map My X. We never got around to doing, but I guarantee you it's a very good read because I have mapped it when we thought we were going to do that show. X-Men Solo Maverick, Mutant X, which was Havoc series spinning out of X Factor, Mystique by Vaughn and McKeever in the early 2000s. It could also include some classic Mystique material leading up to that. Nightcrawler, who again doesn't have a ton of solo material, but it could just have his key early stories that establish who he is and his origins, and then it could collect his solo ongoing series from the mid 2000s and even all the way up to his Chris Claremont 2010 solo series. Same for Psylocke. Rogue, the early years, which again would probably be double dipping a lot of stuff in X-Men, but we would get all of Rogue's stories up in one place together, including her miniseries in the 90s, as well as her Icon series from 2000 and 2001. And then finally, another one that's one of these controversial books, the Rogue and Gambit Modern Omnibus. And much like Luke Cage and Iron Fist, they just appear so much in each other's series that it's crazy to list them separately because they weave in and out of each other constantly. So there's a lot of good Gambit stuff since then, including the James Asmus Gambit series in 2011, which I love. You got to just assume that would all be part of this modern line. It doesn't have to start in 2001 if you don't want to, but if you want any kind of Gambit and Rogue modern stuff that starts after Gambit's Sons of the Atom book with Bishop, this is the book that you should be voting for.
Okay.
And then finally, Storm. This is one a lot of people asked for, and we went through and we realized there is enough solo and significant Storm stuff that we could probably do it, including her Before Storm, Origin of Aurora, and some other Storm solo stuff. X-Men Nate Gray, we need 2 books to get all the way through his 1995 series because it's 75 issues plus some specials and annuals. And then a few villains who have enough stuff that their stories read okay on their own. Juggernaut, which would be fun because it would finally kind of mix the peanut butter and the jelly of his X-Men and his Spider-Man stuff. Mr. Sinister, who's actually really interesting to read his full arc from his original conception by Chris Claremont into what he became over time. Sabretooth, who actually has tons of solo stuff that Marvel briefly reprinted all Sabretooth classic and solo and single issues floppies to kind of gather into all in one place. But of course, he debuts in Iron Fist, and then he has issues in Wolverine. He's got its own miniseries. He has a miniseries with Mystique. He has a one-shot OGN. There's plenty of stuff to put that all into one book. Then we could do the same with Apocalypse, all the way from his Rise of Apocalypse miniseries, showing his beginnings and showing how he's kind of like somebody that the Fantastic Four even encountered in their past travels, all the way through modern Apocalypse. And then finally, NYX by Quesada and Liu could be a chance to get NYX and No Way Home in one book. They're one mature readers book, so they were left out of the X23 omnibus, but here's our chance to get them into the omnibus together.
Whew. Okay.
All right, Omar, talk to us about some teams.
So we've got Captain Britain and MI13. This is a series written by Paul Cornell. Very, very underrated, and it's so good. Exiles is the Quantum Leap meets X-Men. And Exiles, the New Exiles, is when Chris Claremont took over that book. The Exiles Volume 1 would include the Judd Winnick era, plus the Chuck Austin stuff with the crossover with Uncanny X-Men. X-Factor, Havoc's X-Factor is the J.M. DeMatteis era. It would follow the original X-Men Volume 3 because, oh my goodness, this could double dip with Peter. I was going to say it's definitely going to double dip with Peter David's. X-Force and Cable by Dennis Hopeless and Cy Spurrier is the other series long after X-Force and Cable were over. X-Force and Domino by Ed Brisson and Gail Simone, including both series. And then X-Force by Colin Yost, which would be wonderful to release right when the Messiah Complex trilogy is coming out. X-Force Volume 4, Cable and X-Force Volume 2, Deadpool and Cable, or no, Deadpool and X-Force Volume, I guess it would
3?
also be 2.
Yeah.
But this is the Jeff Loeb and the beginning of John Francis Moore stuff. This would have the Adam Polina artwork. And X-Force Storm and the Uncanny X-Force by Sam Humphries, and would also include the Storm 2014, I think. Okay. Then we have Excalibur and New Excalibur. This is when Chris Claremont went over to Excalibur and relaunched it. So it would really be Excalibur Volume 3 and then New Excalibur, which is tying it into House of M towards the end of that. Generation X is the classic 90s series. And then we have New Mutants by Wells, Abnett, and Lanning. And New X-Men Academy X by the Phillips and Weir, which would include the New Mutants. I believe there were 13 issues of that series before they relaunched it as New X-Men. And then the New X-Men Academy X by Kyle and Yost when they took over the book, killing half of the cast.
That's one of those ones where it's not really a map ahead. They absolutely have in the past already released the Kyle and Yost stuff without the other stuff before it. So they could come out in any order.
And Ecstatics Volume 2. This would include the Excellent and the other series post Ecstatics. It would be a lot slimmer, but also include all new dupe. And
so just a couple of notes on those as we go through. With those X-Force things, it's kind of like each period of X-Force kind of has like a leader or a pole position person. So the X-Force and Cable's kind of the anchor of X-Force from 2012 to 2014, including that Sparrow series. That's why we called that one Cable and X-Force. Then Domino kind of becomes the dominant force in X-Force because Cable's missing during that 2018 run. So she's kind of the one that anchors it. That's why we called that one X-Force and Domino. And then finally Storm and Uncanny X-Force for the same reason. She's the leader of that Uncanny X-Force team. So it just, they're so ambiguous between the three of them. We were like, oh, if we put the name of the person who's leading the team in each one in the title, maybe that'll help to clarify. And then on the next, actually, that Havoc X Factor by DeMatteis, should it recollect pad? Up to you. That's above our pay grade. And then just a quick note on that next slide, because I don't think Omar actually said it, which is that Weapon X Resurrection book, which could have all of Weapon X and Weapon H from the Resurrection period. It also could include the 3-issue Hulk.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, I don't know how I missed that. Yeah, I think that's one of the few books from the Resurrection era that also has only been available in trade paperback.
I really like it. It's really fun. It's kind of like a fun Sabretooth book. It's a fun Omega Red book.
It's got great land artwork in there, so I kind of figured,
which I love.
Yeah, and introduces us to Weapon H, a character that did not stick around. Almost there. Break on through to the other side. All right, we are almost there because I believe this is it. The X Teams was it. And I've been hearing a lot of people wanting Exiles. I would not be surprised if that makes it in the top, I say top 30 from this list. Although, man, that Colin Yost X-Force is what we need. Anything else before we talk about how to vote? Anything else we need to go through again? Not the entire list. Not going to happen. People are ready.
I guess I would just say the thing I've said all along. It's a titles poll. We tried to write titles that were indicative enough that you could find the thing that you want, the books that you want to be in. You don't have to agree with us. You don't have to agree with our maps or what we call them. It's just a way for us to try to give you room to vote for if you like mapping your own stuff. And if mapping your own stuff is overwhelming, which was another problem with the way it used to be on the forum, like people like a lot of books, but they would go on the forum and be like, I don't know, what should I vote for? What is there? This kind of gives you a world to explore, a world of 600 books to explore. And you don't have to vote right away. The voting will be open for over a week. So you have time to scroll through the list, Control F through it, rewatch the presentation, go and read your comic books, anything you want to do to kind of find what your top 10 are.
I missed the first slide. Go back. Not going to happen, buddy. Are you sending the top 20 or top 25 to Marvel, Omar? This one's a little different. In the past, I have sent the top 60. I don't know yet what I'm going to do. It really depends on their reaction to the reprint poll was, hey, thanks for sending us our way. And, you know, we're working on our 2027 schedule. Could be good. Could be like, we'll just pick a few of these. I don't know yet. So I'm kind of undecisive. In the past, I have sent, maybe I'll ask David what he thinks. I mean, that would be a good time to ask him. So how guaranteed is this? A third of the books in the top 60 were printed last year. How guaranteed is it this year? We don't know. Let me tell you what's going to happen if I send the whole damn list. You're going to look at that email with all those numbers and go, get the fuck out of here. I'm not reading that on a Monday. And that's something you learn, you know, when you work in corporate in the world of corporate America. It's like you cannot send that big of a freaking email to somebody. Like, otherwise they're not going to read it. They're going to read the first 2 lines if you're lucky, and then delete and ignore. You got to be like, you got to choose wisely with your wording and also explain why you're sending it. So I haven't decided yet. Okay. Are we ready? Or is this it? We're ready to vote? Like, are people ready to vote? Crisis?
I think so. I mean, what else is there to say? Oh, here's something to say. So you do have to enter an email address on the poll. We keep it separate from all the results. We're not snooping on you. We never compare them to the email addresses from the prior year. It's just for deduping purposes. Sometimes you submit twice, not realizing it. It lets us knock it out. We ask a couple of extra questions this year. Nothing about your income or anything private where you live. We ask actually how many omnibuses you have in your collection and when you started collecting, because we realize we've never had any kind of demographic data where we could try to say, ooh, people with more omnibuses like these niche books like Venom, and they have a proven track record of buying books, so they're a good group to market to. So we're just trying that this time around. If it's terrible and you all hate answering it and nobody fills it in, then we learned our lesson. But we're always trying to bring a little bit more nuance to the data, so you will see those as drop downs at the end of the poll this year.
I do have something in mind for the Masterworks, but I can't speak on it yet. And yes, rest in peace to the great Sam Keith. Does deluxe editions count as an omnibus? It did before that, but that's a reprint thing, and I did that was something that I decided not to do this year. Okay, I am going to share my screen once again. I'm going to give you the link to this particular year, and what you're going to have to do is refresh this video when I tell you to refresh. Okay, so really quick, this is how you vote. James, if you don't mind, if you're still here, God bless you. Please clip this so we can use it as a short. And you go to this website that is going to be in the link in the description of the video. So you put in your email. So I am uncanny guy, whatever, 78 at whatever.com. This will be a test. We can delete this later. And then here's the tough part. Because this is a drop down, you're going to have to scroll through. This is all in alphabetical order. It's got all the books we talked about. And Crushing Crisis gives you the mapping. If you hit that link up at the top where it says read more at Crushing Crisis, that will give you the mapping for each of these books. And you do it by scrolling down. So, and
it's completely alphabetical. Sometimes in this presentation we showed you things chronologically for explanation purposes, but this is sorted exactly by the alphabet, which is why you will see we name some of the books what we named them, because we wanted them to sort in a way that you could easily find them. That's why all the event books said event, all the spider books said spider, all the X books had an X, even New Mutants, because we want you to be able to find them on the drop down.
And you cannot vote for the same book twice. You cannot vote for just one book and then take off. It will not allow you to do that. So please vote responsibly. I will say that. And I'm just picking random books, by the way. And it is very similar to the Marvel reprint poll, where you have a first choice. That's the one that's going to get the most points. And then your second choice and so on. So it's weighted voting just like that. You have 10 choices. So think carefully. And then we ask these questions. Did we miss your favorite book? Which you all always give suggestions, and we can add to the poll next year. And yes, David Gabriel is still at Marvel. He's still the senior vice president. But he's got a new team that is working on collected editions. In what year did you start collecting comic books on a regular basis? I wasn't even born then, but I'm just putting things out. In what year did you buy your first omnibus? These I think are very important stats, and also keeping away the bots. And please remember to vote one vote. Please don't try to vote more than once. I would hate to have your vote vetoed. Approximately how many omnis do you own? And approximately how many Marvel omnis do you own? These are optional, but it's nice to gather this information, which will be
shared. If one of them gives you a headache, just skip it. We're not trying to get in your way of voting for your top 10. We're not trying to make you walk around your house counting the omnibuses on the shelves. We're just trying to find a way to have a little bit more data so we can tell you cool things when we report on the results.
Hit submit. And you probably won't have to do this depending on how protected your internet is, but mountains or hills. What? God.
And you're clicking bicycles.
It's my wife called me to dinner, and I'm like, oh, baby, I'm not even ready. That was an hour ago. I think is that all the hills I see? That's a hill. Sure, verify. Okay, there you go. Thank you for voting. You'll get an email. Some people don't, some people do, but you'll know if, yeah. Anyway, so I am going to stop sharing, and I am going to update this stream right now. So if you would please refresh this video, and now the link is in the description of the video. Please let me know if it works. And how are you guys doing? How's everything going over there? You guys okay? You guys, are you guys?
Oh, us. I thought you were talking to the viewers.
I don't care about
Tiger, are you hanging in there?
Hanging in there. Omar's not a robot. Am I Muslim? No, but you know, a lot of people assume I am because of my name and my skin tone. It happens a lot, including some of my Muslim friends in college that I've met because they assumed I was. And I was like, oh no, dude, I'm Catholic and Latino. Sorry. It was, but you know what? It's funny because I've actually had people that come up to me and speak to me in Vietnamese. That's one of my favorites. Like when I was working at a warehouse, this lady thought I was Vietnamese, and then she was like, I'm so sorry. And I'm like, no, it's okay. Nobody knows what I am. Nobody. Tigereyes Most Wanted poll. Thank you so much. And March 31st at, I think, whatever Jim's time, whatever.
I believe he put 9 p.m. Yeah, so that we would have time to look at it before all.
So I'm going to go ahead. The poll is live, and I will. So share away, please. Let others know, and don't let them piss in your bowl of cereal. Is that the saying? By saying, "Oh, this doesn't matter. Marvel's not going to see this." Those people don't know.
And I mean, Tigereyes, when you started this 14 years ago, was it ever in your mind that like it was going to get submitted to Marvel and they were going to make decisions based on it?
Absolutely not. Come on.
Absolutely not. Yeah. Now it's fun for them to see and they look at it. So yeah, I have pinned this. The poll is live. I currently have 89 Omnis. I started collecting in September 2023. Yeah,
I might have 89 Omnis, and I've been doing it since 2010. No, I probably maybe have more. I don't know. I'm afraid to count.
Oh shit!
You have?
I didn't see Taylor. Where is he? That's a good question. Yeah, no, he had to go. He's a responsible adult that had to leave. Kyle Rayner actually is Muslim and Vietnamese too. No, he is not. I just found out he's Latino. Please don't say all that.
I think an important thing to point out is this doesn't belong to any one group of fans or in any one place. Of course, Tigereyes started it on the Marvel Masterworks fan site forum. I will go and post there once we're done and just give a shout out to them. The poll would not have continued all these years without them. It migrated to near mint condition. Of course, we love having Minties vote on it. It's also the Omnibus Collectors subreddit on Reddit. Hey, y'all, I talk to you all the time, every single day, because I am one of you. They've been huge supporters of this, and I know people have been like pounding the drum for it all week, waiting for it to happen. This poll is for everybody. Send it to all of your friends that love omnibuses. Send it to all of your friends that love collected editions. If somebody has even one omnibus on their shelf, or they've always wanted an omnibus, this poll is for them. It is not just near mint condition. The reason we do it here, Omar, is so it reaches as many people as it could possibly reach, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that's why we do it. I also put a link on our TikTok because TikTok has a way different demographic. I bet TikTok.
The youth are coming.
Well, I was going to say, I think the TikTok alone will bump up that Marvel Agents of Atlas, because yeah, that's what they want to see. They want to see Marvel rival characters. I have about 200 Omnis and I'm in it. No, you're not, Samantha. Just the people that tell you to buy the things. The Star Wars Disney Plus adaptations has. Oh, okay. We will make sure to fix that for next year. For this year, it's what you get.
Oh, gosh darn it. Google said, like, you spelled this wrong. I'm like, you don't know how to spell it so good, Google, but maybe they did.
Well, you know what, though? Like, here's something sad. Like, a lot of people don't know how to spell Sam Keith. Like,
yeah, I spell it wrong all the time.
Well, no. Well, I'm saying, like, even, like big websites that are like, Sam Keith passed away, and they don't spell it right. So, blame Google. Blame autocorrect. I'm at 481, been with it since day one with the hiatus in 2021. Look at that. That is crazy. How in the hell are you talking and typing at the same time, Crisis? You freaking machine. Not only are you typing, you're like having a conversation with me as you're typing. What the hell?
My mutant power.
I guess. I started buying Omnis in September 2025. Currently have 5 Omnis, 4 deluxe editions, 2 colossal editions, and 1 life. What are the 2 colossals you have, out of curiosity? Thank you all, even those behind the scenes, for doing this. It is so great that we have such a committed community that's great for everyone. Yeah, all those unsung heroes that are not back here physically, but people that work behind the scenes on this. Tigereyes, just look what you have created. Thanks to everyone. Peter, welcome back. My collection owes so much to you folks. Much love. And much love back to you. And a small reminder to please smash that like button. I'm going to see if I can see the okay, we do have some responses coming in. It's oh my gosh, it's crashing out though. But let me see if I can see that thing that
Crisis, you know how many people voted last year?
Ooh, that is a good question. Hold on, I've got
somebody watch my video. I tell you my video from last year. Like, if we can't find it.
Results.
And let me see if I can find that email from Jim about that one link that he sent. Let's see here. What about, okay.
I think we had a little bit over 2,500 votes last year after we kind of like, people found all the duplicates and like kicked out people who hit submit too early and stuff like that. So I'd love to see it crack 3,000 this year. It's gotten bigger every year the past couple of years. The reprint poll tends to draw more people just because I think that it's like easier for people to visualize like, oh, that's the one I've been waiting for. But this is, I mean, it's just gotten bigger and bigger every year. And the other thing I really like about the way we've grown to do it is, and the reason we do this for 4 hours is it's meant to celebrate everything Marvel's ever done. Like this is, I love when we say something and Omar's like, I've never heard of that. Or like somebody sends in a thing and I'm like, the Marvel Christian comics, what are you talking about? Like to me, it's just a celebration of, I would love it if one day, 10, 20, 30 years from now, we could say Marvel has put every issue they've ever released in an omnibus. And of course, it's like a dog chasing a car. We'll never get there because they're always putting out hundreds of new issues every year. But that's my dream. I would love to be able to say that you could buy any Marvel comic book that's ever existed in omnibus.
Started last year and have 80 Omnis. Jesus. Omni Nation, what are you doing, Day-Day? What is ahead? Ooh, I don't know about Crisis, but mine just keeps crashing out right now. Looks like there's 25 responses, but that can't be right because
Omar, do you have the special sheet open that Pollmaster BFF Nut gave you? I'll put it in the private chat because that's I think the best way.
Yeah, let me see what you've got.
Yeah, I think you want to go there.
Okay.
Because it's happening live for me. I'm seeing it like change every second.
So it looks like there's 30. Oh, you're right. Wow, look at that.
He knows what he's doing. Pollmaster James knows what's up. He always has the best ideas for how we manage this insanity.
What the hell? Okay, hold on a second, everybody. Let me share this really quick. That is cool. That's cool in the gang. Shit. Okay. People are like, I dropped the F-bomb. I'm so sorry about that. It's because I haven't eaten and
I haven't eaten yet today. I woke up at 5:45 to get started for this. It's 11:30 right now.
You're crazy. I probably should have gotten some water, man. Okay, hold on a second. Let me get the super chat and then we can look at this really quick. It looks like it is. It looks like it's increments of 5 is how it keeps bumping up. Viva Peru carajo, Elementals.
Oh my gosh, that pie chart is crazy.
Omnibus, please make it happen, Omar. Not sure who owns the rights. Well, I got to find out who owns the rights first. Jack Ferry, and I hope you're doing well, dude. Okay, I'm going to share this slide really quick. Let me do it a little justice and make it a little bit bigger. Can people see this? Because right now, taking the lead, it looks like X-Force by Colin Yost, right? Or am I seeing things? No,
it was Civil War a minute ago. As they continue pouring in,
Civil War looks like it's in 3rd place. Oh, this is cool, dude. Yeah, look at that.
This is really cool. Generation Darkhawk in the top 20. I mean, these are just the early voters, but it would be very exciting.
Oh, look how it's moving, man. It's getting bigger. Look at that pie chart. Woo! Look at that.
There's no rush, by the way. You don't have to submit your votes right now. That was a lot of information.
Yeah,
please, you have until the 31st.
Please take your time thinking about what you are voting for. Please tell me Alpha's not on here. God bless. Oh, look at Indiana Jones already sneaking up there, man. Are both of the damn Indiana Jones again are up there. But then again, this is really, really super early on. Look at that. 47 votes. That's it. So
I mean, we're already getting close to the vote total of the first year of the poll. What was the first year, Tigereyes? Like 100? 200?
No, it wasn't even that much. It was like 60 people maybe.
Well, we're just about there.
I love it. Yeah, this is really cool. I'm glad Jim did this. Makes it easier to keep an eye on things. and you can see the pie chart just moving. You can keep this. These are the top 60. And then over here, it'll show you how they're ranked. Like the weighted votes right now are 84-4. Now, honestly, that's not a lot. X-Men Blue and Gold too. Dude, people are not messing around.
Man. If you leave a gap, people are in there.
Wow. Yeah, some gap filler. Look at Darkhawk, baby. Hell yeah. That will probably change. I don't know. Come on, Marvel swimsuit.
Agents of Atlas is on top 60.
Don't jinx it, Tiger. Don't jinx it.
He's been waiting for so long.
Just a minute. All right, I told my wife just a little bit longer. You should put a live feed of this on the Patreon. If I can find out from Jim how to do that, that would be cool, man. I need Charles Soule in Inhumans so bad. Also, Black Panther.
Oh, we're so close to complete Black Panther. Like, it just excites me so much when we get that huge chunk. Like how Moon Knight, we only need maybe one more book, maybe two. Black Panther confirmed. We only need 2 more books. Like, I just get really excited when we get to a point that you could just sit down and read all of it. And what's funny is I don't always make time to sit down and read omnibuses straight through. I almost use them more for like research and spot checking. Like Kid Crisis now has discovered omnibuses. I mean, she's read all along, but now she's like, wait, so that just has everything. So now that she realizes I can just bring her a stack of New Mutants or a stack of Power Pack and she can read all of it, she's so into it. So now I'm like thinking about, oh wow, like how cool is it as we collectors, some of us get older and we have other people, not only kids, but like friends, nieces and nephews, coworkers who are like, wait a second, I can come over to your house and read all of Captain America from 1963 all the way to 1990. Yeah, we only need 1 more book to get there.
Oh, that makes me happy. Look at that. Clone Saga Aftermath. I don't know. Honestly, I don't think it's that great of stories. But my kiddo's first Marvel book was actually Miss Marvel Omnibus.
It's a great one.
And it was adorable when she was like, where's more? Is there more, Poppy? And I'm like, no. It's not, not an omnibus format. And I have to get the oversized hardcovers. Omar, do you think you might do drop-down lists for the voting polls in the future? I think it works way better. Or, I'm sorry, works better. I think we only do it because it's 10 of these, right? Like, people get 10 votes.
I think the plus and the minus, Richard, is that when they're all on one page with the radio buttons that you can click, it's easier to Control F through the page and find the thing you were thinking of, which I think just makes it easier for everybody. With the drop downs, you can never see them all at once. And of course, we've gotten around that by me having a Crush and Crisis page where everything is. And I would always be happy to do that for any near mint condition poll, even if it's not one I'm hosting. I'd be happy to like host the list. But a lot of people find the drop downs are like hard to browse through. And every year we get emails like as soon as people submit, they're like, oh crap. I just saw Darkhawk. I scrolled right past it. So I think there's pluses and minuses of both. We're working to see like, is there another solution in the future? But when it comes down to it, there's not a lot of polls of this level of content and complexity out there. We've trialed a lot of polling software, like professional polling software they use for political polls and stuff like that. And it's just not built for this many options with ranked choice in addition to the number of options. So we always want to improve it. And if you have suggestions, if any of you are professional pollsters, feel free to get in touch with Omar and I and tell us about it so we could know what your suggestion is.
I have to say, when I started doing this on Near Mint Condition, when Tigereyes reached out to me, I did it. No, it was the reprint. It was before Tigereyes did them because he saw the nightmare that the reprint poll caused. Because I was only like, it was difficult because I was only letting people that had social media vote, and I'm like, there has to be a better way. And that's when Luis and Jim hit me up, and they were like, hey, we both work on this, and I met with them, and they made my life so much easier. And then Tigereyes was like, hey, can we do it? Can you let people know about the Tigereyes poll? And then he regretted that immediately because people just kept just emailing him and then with their own mapping. And I think he broke. He might have cried and emailed me. Like, never do that again. never doing that again. So yeah, we've come a long way. Holy crap, we've come a long way. Vote for Spidey. Oh, look at that. We're almost at 100. And this is live, by the way. I'm glad people are putting thought into this. That's awesome. Woo! So, John, are you still here? Are you voting for that Iron Man? John, Pat, chat. Let's see here. Was Cable and X-Men Nate Gray solo book? Yeah. All of them are on the list. I can't pull up Crisis or Tigereyes, can you all pull up the poll to see if somebody was asking about X-23?
There's no X-23 Volume 2.
Okay.
We go through this every year waiting for there to be enough stuff, because as of last year, all we could have put on that is
what happened?
One. Hold on. So as of last year, whoa, what's going on?
There we go. I got it.
As of last year, all we could have put in that book was the X-23 Resurrection series, and it just kind of seems more likely that Resurrection stuff might get collected together. And then there was that Deadly Regenerous flashback series, and that was all there was. So we only had 15 issues. Now there's been more Lara stuff, but it's all in From the Ashes, and we haven't seen Marvel do any collection yet that crosses through Krakoa to pick up stuff before and after. So it's kind of like, could we put X-23 Volume 2 on there that has that Mariko Tamaki series, and then the Erica Schultz flashback series, and then the Erica Schultz current series? We could, but it just doesn't. It feels like it's double dipping across stuff in other books. Maybe we should have, but it's one of those ones that we're waiting. Everybody knows we want to put X-23 Volume 2 on the poll. We put it on the poll one year by mistake, and then people were like, there's only 5 issues. You can't do that. So we know, and when there's enough issues that it feels like it's a valid book to put on there, we will put it on there.
Okay. I love my viewers. Thank you all for sending things my way. Right now, there's a couple people having an argument on Reddit. I don't know how you handle this, Crisis, about whether this poll matters or not. And according to somebody, this is just pure happenstance.
Well,
Sure.
Look, I mean, again, we already heard Tigereyes say he never thought that we were going to, it's like, we're not nailing this to Marvel's door. That's not how it started out. That only happens because you have a relationship with Marvel where you can send them emails. And it's out there on the internet for them to look at if they want to. But here's the thing. I think people have gotten so attached to this idea that like the poll is going to dictate the omnibuses. It never has. And we have no way to know if the poll is correlative, if we're just good at guessing what's on the slate, or if there's causation. And they sometimes say, ooh, we hadn't thought of that one. I truly think there's some causation. I don't think we would have gotten the nom without it showing up in the poll. I strongly believe that. I have no proof. That's just my personal theory. So does it matter? Like, did it matter when Tigereyes first did it 14 years ago? Did it matter before it was on near mint condition? Like, this poll has existed before a lot of you found it and before a lot of you have bought omnibuses, and it mattered then because it was fun. If you had ever been on the Marvel Masterworks forum back in the day, Tigereyes, it was like a parade. Like, there would be people like ready, and as soon as Tigereyes would announce them like 5 or 10 at a time, and then people would start freaking out like every time 10 more got announced, and that was all just in text, and it mattered then.
I can guarantee you, without showing you the text messages between David and I, how some of this stuff has made it into print. Like, you can take my word for it, a guy that talks to the publishers, or you can take a random Redditor's word for it that knows absolutely nothing about how this works. So I will leave it at that. But God bless you people that love to argue on the internet. My goodness, how do you find the time? What do y'all do for a living? I know it's Sunday and my ass is hungry, so... we got 112 votes so far. Explorers by Colin Yost taking the top. Man, look at that. Didn't see that coming, honestly. But then again, all of this will change. Even by end of day, I'm curious how all of this will change. Blue and Gold coming in second. And then, wow, look at the X titles. Look at that, Crisis. Gen X. Legacy. Love seeing that.
Well, again, I feel like the X titles get
look, Blue and Gold just snuck up there. That's crazy.
We'll see in the long run.
And then Iron Man, Invincible Iron Man. Let's see. It's just this one guy on Subreddit. Yeah, is that who sent? I don't know who's sending me the messages. It's through email, and they didn't tell me who it was.
Well, the other thing is, Omar purposely doesn't read the comments. I know I'm like an internet addict, so I'm on Reddit. Like, you don't have to send Omar stuff that people say about him. I say nasty stuff to him all the time. It's plenty, but he doesn't need more.
Dude, I grew up in the state of Kentucky in the 1980s as a brown guy. Get the fuck out of here. There's nothing that you're going to say that's going to offend me. Come on. Storm Solo, please. How is that one? I'm trying to see if there's a way I can look at the... Okay, oh, cool. Let me see has not gotten any votes yet.
Oh, gosh. Plenty.
Well, I mean, these are people that wanted it, right? So somebody's gonna vote for it. But yeah, these are some of the ones that have not gotten any votes yet. Look at the Marvel UK, you monsters.
I'll vote for that. Don't worry.
Oh, X-Men also now getting some love.
Do you want to show the pie chart again? Just give them one final glimpse before we wrap up.
Yeah, let's do the pie chart really quick. We got 120 votes. And yeah, look at like this over here is X-Men domination.
Wait, it's not actually showing.
Yeah, it is.
There it is.
Shit, I've been talking to myself then.
I was wondering. I'm like, wow, Omar, you're doing great sports commentary on a horse race none of us can see.
I thought I had the thing up. I forgot it crashed and I didn't put it back up. Okay. It is not the longest stream yet. Oh, it's 4 hours. Did we break a record? I thought I had done a 4-hour stream with Crisis before. We've always done 10 votes. We've always done 10 votes. Can you see how Akira and Stern Avengers are doing? I think that might cause a floodgate of people asking me to see things. So I'm going to leave it alone. I'm going to let you look at the pie chart, and then I'm going to call it a day to go get some food and join my family back in the world of the living. Not that I don't enjoy the company of you all and Tigereyes and, of course, my buddy Crisis, but I do have things. I also have to finish reading. We'll stop it at like 100. We'll stop it at 130 votes. Do you know your votes yet, Tigereyes?
I'm down to like 14.
Down to 14. What's your, just out of curiosity, what's your number one?
It's going to be Ruse.
Really?
The Crossgen book. And then Agents of Atlas right behind it.
Okay. And what about you, Crisis? What would be your number one?
I don't know. I did a top 60 last year, and I need to go through and see what of it got printed. I haven't revisited yet. I did a show on my channel, so I will have to see. I usually go right down to the wire, and I really vote based on like what will Marvel never print if I don't vote, and what have they never printed before. So if I have it in Masterworks, I'm like, it's just not a priority for me. I'm looking for stuff that I don't have otherwise. I will say, look, there's chances that we miss things. We had so many people proofread this. But still things can get missed. It looks like maybe Kane's Scarlet Spider maybe fell off yet again, even though we put him on the poll last year. I don't know why I would have taken him off, but stuff, sometimes mistakes are made. We're human beings making this work. So please forgive us if your favorite is not on the poll. I think we did a pretty good job, but I do think that Kane book somehow got lost. So please put it in a note and it will be back next year.
So apparently, according to James, who is, of course, my guy in the chair, who knows everything about near mid condition before I do, has said that our longest stream was 4 hours and 21 minutes.
All right, well, let's not break that record. Let's let it stand because we all need food.
No, I need food badly. Like, Brown Warrior needs food badly. Anybody get that reference? That is from Gauntlet. I'm an old man. The results, that's what I was going to end it on. The results will be what do Crisis and I share a calendar, and just to make sure we're on the same page, we have the results. We have the DC catalog on Sunday the 5th, and then April 6th at 5 p.m. Eastern time is what I have. Crisis, is that what you have?
Yep.
Okay, that's when you get the results. 5 p.m. Eastern time, Monday, 5 p.m. Eastern time. We'll do the top 60 just like we did last year. We have a couple friends joining us. And then I'll put the entire list on Patreon because people want to know where their book ended up.
Oh, I have the answer in that Kane omnibus. Even though it's not notated this way, I think that is potentially in New Warriors, the Modern Years. We should have had Kane in the hint on that title, but because it's also written by Yost and he writes a lot of New Warriors, but just in the title shuffle, it got left out. So you can assume that if you wanted to vote for Kane, I'm so sorry that it's not an individual option in the poll this year. I think that was kind of an administrative thing on my part, but you could vote for New Warriors Modern Years because it's got a lot of Yost in it. And he's in the cast of that book.
Is that
not intentional, but that's why we leave some of the titles loose so you can read into them.
Okay. And if you want to vote for X-Force by Colin Yost, you can vote for New Warriors Omnibus Volume 4 as well.
And you want to vote for Penance, you can also vote for
nobody wants to vote for Penance's ass. Nice to see you again, Crisis. Hope you are feeling better. And I hope you are too. On that note, I am going to call it a day. I want to thank my wonderful co-host, Taylor. I know you're out there somewhere. Tigereyes, thank you for starting this tradition and then hanging out with us when you could have just easily handed the baton and be like, man, it's your thing now. I'm out of here. You can call it Tigereyes. I bless you. But you decided to stick with us. So thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for watching. And a big thank you to my partner in crime, Crushing Crisis. I could not do this without him. So thank you. And thank you to my wife, who's upstairs, calling me for dinner for an hour. But I said, go ahead and eat with the kids because I'm a good dad and I want to watch some Firefly when they're all done eating dinner anyway. Crisis, where can people find you, buddy?
I'm found on crushingcrisis.com. It's my home on the internet and has been for over 26 years before there were even omnibuses. It has all of my guides to the Marvel and DC and often a lot of indie universes as well. And I'll continue to post mapping posts over the course of this week so you can see exactly how we envision some of these books existing, although that is a non-binding map. All you've got to worry about is the title. And I'll be back here for the DC catalog and the results like Omar just mentioned. I'm so happy to be back. I really missed you all. You've sent me the nicest, sweetest messages, people who I've never even chatted with directly before, and it's so appreciated. It is really weird. I've never had like a major surgery before, and it is like really weird to go through that whole process and come out the other side with your body not being the way you thought it would. I've definitely learned a lot about people who deal with both short-term and long-term disability through my process here, and it's just been really nice to know that people miss me.
You are missed. I missed you. I mean, we've been talking business, but we haven't had a call in a while.
Yeah.
I am the Uncanny Omar. I will be back every day this week and a couple of live streams, including Tuesday at 8 p.m. I have a big group of people joining me for the celebration of March Fell, as we called it this year, because Odd Fell and my birthday are on March, and we decided on Messiah Complex as the old reader, new reader story. So that will be at 8 p.m. on Tuesday. And then I'm back every day. So thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for voting. Thank you for sharing the poll. Hit that like button on the way out. And we are out of here. Have a great evening, morning, wherever you are.